Chapter 1 Wanted a quiet life, not a love quest. Konoha Ninja Academy. Yato Hayashi flopped against the tree like a discarded ragdoll, his dead fish eyes tracking his classmates as they dutifully baked under the midday sun. Sweat? Effort? Sigh. To be young and full of misplaced enthusiasm. He, on the other hand, was a man of culture, specifically, the culture of napping in shade and avoiding responsibility at all costs. Flashback? 10 years ago, he'd been your average guy at a comic convention, cosplaying as Son Goku, complete with an overly stuffy headpiece that probably caused heat stroke. Then he stepped out of the venue and, in a tragic lack of spatial awareness, fell straight into an open sewer. Next thing he knew, poof, baby Yato ice-guyed and plopped straight into the Naruto-verse. His parents? Gone up, blown to pieces by explosion tags. Classic backstory. Very tragic. Now, at the ripe old age of 10, he'd fully embraced his destiny as Konoha's most unbothered civilian. No secret bloodline, no overpowered cheat ability, just the quiet dignity of a guy who'd long since accepted his role as background character with a handsome face in this world with overpowered aliens. Who said transmigrators had to be special? Present time. Yato. Knew I'd find you here. The voice belonged to the only person in class who matched, or possibly exceeded, his dedication to laziness. Nara Shikamaru, future genius strategist and current expert in doing the bare minimum. Shikamaru, Yato acknowledged, not moving an inch. You get it. This heat is crime. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed like a man who'd already lived 3 lifetimes of inconvenience. Why's Iruka-sensei making us spar in this heat? And why are the others so excited about it? He gestured vaguely toward the crowd, where their classmates were hooping and hollering like this was the Chunin exams and not just another Tuesday. At the center of it all, Uchiha Sasuke, the academy's resident brooding pretty boy, currently absorbing fangirl admiration like a plant photosynthesizing sunlight. Meanwhile, Naruto stood off to the side, sulking so hard his lips might permanently fuse to his teeth. Yato and Shikamaru exchanged a glance. Youth, Yato mused, stretching like a cat. So full of passion. What does that make us? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Elderly souls trapped in tiny, unfortunate bodies. Nara Shikamaru? Hayashi Yato? You're up next. Both boys groaned in perfect sync. Guess we're being dragged back into the horrors of childhood, Shikamaru muttered. Just end me quickly, Yato said, rolling to his feet with all the enthusiasm of a sloth on sedatives. Yuto? Shikamaru? You got this. Naruto bellowed, waving his arms like a windmill on caffeine. His face was still a patchwork of bruises from his own match. Koji blinked. Aren't they fighting each other? Naruto paused, then grinned. Whoever loses worse is my best friend. The entire class stared. The legendary Uzumaki friendship scale measured purely in bruises. Sakura squinted. Have these two ever actually fought before? Ino's eyes gleamed. Now that you mentioned it. Ignoring the peanut gallery, Yato cracked his neck. Time to disappoint everyone. Sasuke, who'd been watching with his hands in his pockets, tensed slightly. Something was off. Yato's usual sluggish aura had sharpened, like a knife finally unsheathed. Was this guy hiding his skills all along? Begin. At Iruka's command, Yato's dead fish eyes snapped into focus. Ninja art stardust surprise. Whoosh! A cloud of sand and dust exploded directly into Shikamaru's face. The pineapple-haired boy yelped, clutching his eyes, just in time for Yato to deliver a devastating low kick. Thud. Shikamaru crumpled to the ground, knees instinctively clamping together. Silence. Absolute, deafening silence. Even Iruka looked like he'd just witnessed a war crime. Are you okay? Peachy, Shikamaru wheezed, shooting Yato the most betrayed glare in existence. Yato, meanwhile, winked. *C? Told you we'd finish fast. You, absolute bastard. Dinner's on me. Premium beef. And just like that, the two were back to being best buds, casually strolling off the field, arms slung over each other's shoulders with the weight of their classmates' judgmental stares on their back. Among those stares, however, one pair of pale gray eyes watched with particular intensity. Hinata Hyuga bit her lip, cheeks flushing pink. If only Yato-kun would carry me like that. She shook her head violently, dispelling her thoughts. Konoha, evening at Yakinikiku. Shikamaru was devouring meat like a man on a mission. Getting Yato to pay up was rare, and after that cheap shot earlier he had zero guilt about eating until his heart was full. Yato, however, wasn't eating. He was staring blankly at the air in front of him, chopsticks frozen mid-bite. Because floating before him was a shimmering golden screen. Welcome to the romantic life choice system. We're here to make your love life magical. Yato's eyes twitched. What system? After 10 goddamn years of waiting, his golden finger had finally arrived and it was a dating sim mechanic? In the Naruto world? What kind of cruel joke was this? Chapter 2. How to lose friends and alienate ghosts. No response. The system was as lively as a brick. No matter how much Yato mentally cursed at it, it just sat there, unmoving, like a particularly unimpressed cat. Ugh. Rude. He scratched his head and absent-mindedly shoved a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Black wasabi. Tears and snot erupted from his face like a broken fire hydrant. Across the table, Shikamaru was barely containing his laughter, shoulders shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Shikamaru, Yato wheezed, wiping his nose with his sleeve. You enjoying this? Just a little, Shikamaru admitted, still trying to contain his laughter and failing. Humph. Yato ignored the little gremlin and turned back to his so-called golden finger. Was this even worth calling a cheat? A dating system in the Naruto world? What was he supposed to do, flirt his way to Hokage? Seduce Kaguya with bad pickup lines? Choose. A sudden pop-up appeared in front of him. 1. Use Edo Tensei to summon Kushina Uzumaki and confess your undying love. 2. Write a heartfelt love letter and send it to Cho of the Hidden Sand Village via messenger. 3. Stand on the Hokage monument and scream your love for Konoha's sublime blue beast Might Guy in front of the entire village. Yato's chopsticks clattered onto the table. What kind of deranged options are these? Kushina? Dead. Cho, old enough to be his grandma *. Might Guy? A walking, screaming, green spandex disaster. This system wasn't just broken, it was actively malicious. Nope. I'm out. Yato mentally shoved the system into the darkest corner of his mind, vowing never to touch it again. Who needs cheats anyway? He'd just live a peaceful, system-free life. 15 seconds to choose, or there will be consequences. Oh, come on. Yato rolled his eyes and took another bite of meat. Try me, you digital bully. Time's up? Yeah, whatever. Do your worst. Warning, failure to comply will result in consequences. Like I care. Erase me. See if I flinch. The immediate and permanent deletion of your closest friend's mother. Splurt. Yato spit his meat straight onto Shikamaru's face. Wait, what? Fail the task and you kill my friend's mom instead of me. What kind of sadistic system is this? 5, 4, 3. Fine. I'll pick Yuta screamed internally. Option 1, you monster. Selection confirmed. Proceed. Yato exhaled like a deflating balloon. Hayashi Yato, Shikamaru said flatly, wiping meat chunks off his face. What the hell is wrong with you today? Dude, Yato said solemnly, I just saved your mom from cosmic deletion with my dignity. You're welcome. Now pay for my food. No. Stepping out of the barbecue joint, Yato squinted at the sunset like it had personally offended him. Wow. Just, wow. When this so-called golden finger first activated, he'd actually gotten hopeful for half a second. Maybe he'd get to be the second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. Maybe he'd finally stop being Konoha's most unremarkable background character. Instead, hey kid, wanna play the most messed up dating sim ever? And now this glitchy piece of software was threatening to delete Shikamaru's mom if he didn't play along? What kind of ice guy nonsense was this? Satan's morning alarm clock probably plays this system's voice. Still, Yato wasn't completely screwed. He'd picked option 1 specifically because, joke's on you, system? I don't know Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei knowledge downloaded directly into your brain. You're welcome. Summon your target within 5 minutes. Yato's face gave an impressive impression of week old milk. Oh come on. Not only did the system just eat forbidden jutsu into his skull, but this wasn't even the normal Edo Tensei. No DNA required? Just something the target left behind? Did you steal this from the goddamn Holy Grail War? His stomach dropped as the realization hit. Wait. If I need something left behind by Kushina. A look of horror appeared in his face as his eyes slowly turned toward the direction of Naruto's apartment. Oh no. Tick-tock, host. Goddammit. Yato took off running like a man possessed, sandals slapping against the pavement. Naruto's front door, 2 minutes later. Yato. Naruto blinked at his panting friend. You good? Bathroom. Now. Yato gasped, hands on knees. You sprinted across the village to use my toilet. Best friend privileges. Yato nodded gravely. Naruto's face scrunched up. That's a thing. It is now. Move. Yato locked the bathroom door and stared at his reflection in the mirror. Okay. Deep breaths. You're just about to. 1. Summon your best friend's dead mom. 2. In his own house. 3. To hit on her. This is fine. 30 seconds remaining. Shut up. Hand signs. Deep breath. Here goes nothing. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. The bathroom tiles began glowing an ominous purple. Somewhere outside, Naruto called, you okay in there? I hate my life. Bonus alternate ending, because why not? A coffin started rising from the floor. Yato's soul left his body. I'm going to hell for this. The lid creaked open. A red-haired woman blinked awake. Where? Yato's brain asterisk. Abort mission abort. His mouth, however, had other plans. Hey girl, are you a Ninetales? Because you're destroying me right now. Task complete. New quest unlocked. Survive the next 24 hours. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howled and he wished he was that dog right about now. Let me know if you like the story. This was way too fun to write. Face with tears of joy. Chapter 3. Confessions and Consequences, the Kushina Incident. The bathroom erupted into a glittery explosion of confetti-like sparkles, swirling like a drunk fireworks show before condensing into the very shapely silhouette of a woman. Long, wine-red hair cascaded down her back, dressed in a dark green dress with a white high-collared blouse underneath. A lovely face paired with a gentle demeanor. It was none other than Naruto's mom, Kushina Uzumaki, aka Konoha's famous red-hot-blooded habanero. The red-haired lady slowly opened her eyes, glancing around in confusion before finally settling her gaze on the young man in front of her. She parted her lips, about to say something. Bam! A dull sound echoed as a burst of those glowing papery particles erupted from her body. The clothes covering her completely disintegrated, leaving her stark naked. Holy sh. Yato's jaw dropped at the sight. Snapping back to reality, he immediately lowered his head. What kind of budget Edo Tensei was this? Since when did Edo Tensei come with a wardrobe malfunction feature? Kushina, too, was stunned for a few seconds before quickly crouching down, arms crossed over her chest. Upon closer inspection, her current state was nothing like the Edo Tensei in the original series. No cracks on her skin, no clay-like texture, just a semi-transparent, ghostly form. She wasn't reanimated. She was practically a full-on spirit. Sorry. Yato awkwardly apologized. From his lowered gaze, all he could see were Kushina's curled-up toes. They looked symmetrical. Kinda wanna touch wait, hold up. Now's not the time to be admiring toes, dumbass. Warning, you have 5 seconds to confess your love to the target. Oh, come the hell on. Can you not, you trashy system? She's naked right now? You want me to confess my love like this? That's just perverted, dude. The system ignored his protests, the countdown mercilessly ticking away. Fine. Marking this grudge down in the list of grudges. Taking a deep breath, Yato kept his head lowered and shouted. Kushina-san, I love you. Kushina, still clutching her chest, visibly flinched. Her eyes widened as she stared at the boy like he was some kind of eldritch horror. First, he summons her out of nowhere, explodes her clothes off, then immediately hits her with a love confession. Kushina couldn't even process this. Since when did kids get so wild? If she weren't feeling so floaty and weak, she'd have already punched him into next week. Mission complete. Reward obtained. Soul Nurturing Orb. Soul Nurturing Orb? What's that? A blood-red sphere materialized in Yato's hand, pulsing warmly like a heartbeat with an eerie connection to his very being. After a moment, its purpose became clear. Nourishes souls, continuously strengthens spiritual energy, and can merge with the user's flesh and blood. Damn, this thing's legit. By all accounts, it was a top-tier treasure. But right now, completely useless to him. He wasn't a ghost. Sorry about that, Kushina-san. Now that the mission was done, Yato figured he should spare the poor woman further suffering. That was just a joke. I'll undo the Edo Tensei and send you back now. Kushina's eyes had been locked onto the red orb. Something about it tugged at her instincts. But hearing him dismiss her, she finally relaxed. That was one hell of a joke, kid. My bad. Yato genuinely meant it. Disturbing the dead and pulling this kind of stunt? Yeah, no sugarcoating it, that was messed up. Just, don't do it again, you know. Still curled up, Kushina sighed, choosing to forgive him. Not like she had much choice. In this wispy, powerless state, revenge wasn't an option. At least this nightmare was ending. Yato, what the hell are you doing? Naruto's voice suddenly called from outside the door. Who are you talking to in my bathroom? Wait, someone else's bathroom. Kushina's eye twitched as she stared at Yato with newfound disdain. You summoned me in someone else's bathroom, just to play confession games. Ahem. Just, reading manga. Yato forced a stiff smile. Reenacting a scene. You brought a manga to my house just to read on the toilet. Naruto sounded baffled. I'm almost done. Just, wait for me in the living room, Naruto. TCH. You really know how to boss me around, huh? Grumbling, Naruto's footsteps faded away. Silence. The bathroom was now dead quiet. Kushina's gaze sharpened like a kunai and her hair was floating like it was about to wrap around his throat. That friend of yours. What was his name again? N.A. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Yato's face burned like a skinned lamb on a grill. Kushina took a deep breath, looking at Yato like he was human garbage. Summoning your friend's dead mother in his own bathroom to confess your love. Even bandits had standards. Kushina-san, I swear there's a reason. Oh, her eyebrow arched. I'm cursed. Yuta scrambled to explain, twisting the truth just enough. Replacing the system with curse. And honestly, it might as well be one. All he wanted was to laze around as a carefree, pretty boy neat. But this damn system ruined everything? Somehow, he just knew his future was gonna be a train wreck from now on. If that wasn't a curse, what was? So, if you hadn't summoned me, Yoshino-san, Shikamaru's mom, would have been erased. Still crouched defensively, Kushina frowned. That's one weird curse. Normally, no one would buy such a wild story. But something about Yato's sincerity made her believe him. His Edo Tensei was weird, and his panic felt too real to fake. Honestly, I'd rather the curse just killed me instead. Yato sighed. At least then I wouldn't have to suffer this embarrassment. Don't say that. You've got your whole life ahead of you, you know, with a motherly smile, and one arm still shielding her chest. Kushina patted his head. Kushina-san. Touched, Yato was about to speak when whoosh, Kushina's spirit zipped straight into the soul-nurturing orb. Yato blinked. Since when could this thing store people? Just like you said, this orb really does nurture souls. Kushina's voice echoed cheerfully from inside. Looks like I'll be sticking around for a while, Yato. Wait, you're not going back. I want to stay to watch Naruto grow up. Her voice softened. But, hey, kid. Naruto still has some of my chakra in him. You don't want him finding out you saw his mom naked and confessed to her, right? Yato's face contorted asterisk. Oh, you sneaky red-haired. Now you're blackmailing me. _____. Bonus alternate ending. Yato, okay, new plan. I'll date everyone. No one can call me a creep if I'm equally creepy to all. Achievement unlocked. Harem protagonist X. Yato, curse you, system. Kushina, from the orb, this is the best entertainment I've had since Minato wore the sexy jutsu. Creators THOUGHT Chapter 4, Mizuki's Introduction, and Yado's Interrogation. Konoha Next Morning Academy. The morning sun filtered lazily through the classroom windows as Yado slumped at his desk, looking like he'd wrestled a bear, and lost. Dark circles under his green eyes suggested he'd either pulled an all-nighter or was just that done with life already. Beside him, Shikamaru nursed a headache, while Naruto vibrated in his seat like an overcaffeinated squirrel. You absolute menace, Shikamaru hissed, jabbing a finger at Yado. You dodged the bill last night, then hit me with the wildest excuse I've ever heard. Wild excuse. Naruto perked up, always eager for drama. I sacrificed my dignity to save Shikamaru's mom from exploding, and this is the thanks I get. Yado sighed, pressing a hand to his heart like a betrayed soap opera heroine. Who in their right mind would believe that? My mom was fine all day yesterday. Shikamaru's eye twitched violently. For context, last night, after Yado left, Shikamaru had sprinted home like man possessed only to find her mother knitting peacefully. The eyes deceive, young Shikaboy, Yado intoned sagely, stretching like a cat. Truth is but an illusion. Shikaboy, stop making up weird nicknames. When Shikamaru's soul was halfway to Pure Land, the classroom door slid open, and in strolled Sasuke, oozing I'm too cool for this energy. Oi, that smug bastard is staring at us again. Naruto barked, pointing at Sasuke, who had just strutted in like he owned the place. TCH dead last, Sasuke muttered, flipping his bangs like the protagonist of a teen angst novel. Who you callin' dead last, you emotally stunted jerk. Naruto shot up, fists raised. The idiot who can't even spell emotionally, Sasuke deadpanned. You're asking for a beating. Naruto lunged, only for Shikamaru to yank him back by the collar. Chill out, Shikamaru groaned. He shot Yado a do-something glare. Ah, youth. So passionate, Yado sighed dreamily, resting his chin on his hand like this was the best soap opera ever. Let 'em fight. I brought popcorn. Then Sakura with Ino arrived in a flurry of pink and Naruto's rage instantly morphed into awkward preteen crush mode. Sakura side-eyed Yado, then immediately huddled with Ino. Hey, I heard we're getting a new teacher this year. Yeah, apparently they're gonna teach us the will of fire, Ino said, nodding politely at Yado unlike Sakura, who couldn't be bothered. Wonder what they'll look like. Probably some nerdy bookworm type. Naruto, eavesdropping, asked. Yado, do we really need someone to teach us the will of fire? Naruto whispered. The village hidden in the leaves, where the fire blah blah never dies. He'd heard this from the third Hokage since he was in diapers. At this point, he could recite it in his sleep backwards. You know the words, but do you get it? Yado yawned, dead fish eyes half-lidded. And even if you do, it's your version not the village-approved propaganda they're shoving down your throat. Huh? There's more than one way. Naruto scratched his head. What they're teaching is the official brainwash, I mean, interpretation, Yado said smoothly. The one where you nod and don't ask why 8-year-old toddlers got tossed into the Third Great Ninja War. Naruto's face scrunched up like he'd bitten a lemon. Yado, shut up, Shikamaru hissed. Fine, fine. Yado closed his eyes, mentally checking out. Just then Kushina's voice echoed in his head. So, you don't believe in the will of fire? Nope. It's a fantasy like Naruto's love life, Yado replied. Hey, I mean, Yado continued, your son's entire existence kinda proves my point. Hearing this, Kushina fell silent. Just then a young man in a Konoha flak jacket stepped onto the podium, a headband tied around his forehead. His silver blue hair was neatly trimmed, and his smile was suspiciously warm. Oh, it's him. Yado's eyes narrowed slightly and he recognized this guy from the original story. Good morning, everyone, the new teacher said politely, writing his name on the board. I'm Mizuki, and I'll be your instructor for the next 3 years. Wow, he's kinda handsome, Sakura whispered. Yeah, total gentleman vibes, Ino agreed. Pfft, I don't think he's that cool, Naruto muttered from the back. Looks kinda girly. Though he thought he was being quiet, Sakura's ears were sharper than a ninja hound's. She whipped around and glared. Shut it. Yes, ma'am, Naruto deflated like a punctured balloon. Naruto's into this type of girl. Kushina mused. Not sure she's the right fit. Too late. He's already fallen for her Yado side. Honestly, it's like watching a clown audition for Gotham. Gotham. A city infested with clowns. Pfft, wait, that's my son? How can you laugh? You laughed first. Just then, Yado froze. What's wrong? Kushina asked. Not this again. Curse incoming. That was random, Kushina thought. A translucent golden screen visible only to Yado popped up in front of him, displaying 3 glorious options. Choose. 1. Go to the village square and expose how the third Hokage used his crystal ball to peep on the meat vendor's wife using the bathroom this morning. 2. Use a memory stone to broadcast Sakura's parents role-playing as slimes in their bedroom last night. 3. Ask Mizuki in front of the entire class if he was practicing CPR on a red koi fish by the river yesterday. Wow, Yado's eyes widened. Are these secrets real? Damn, this village is sick. The third Hokage peeping on a meat vendor's wife? Bold choice, old man. Sakura's parents into slime play? Kinky. But Mizuki was the real MVP. A fish? How do you even do that? Swallowing hard, Yado picked option 3. For science and stuff. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and stood up. As Mizuki began his lessons, smiling like a used car salesman, Yado's hand shot up. Mizuki-sensei, I have a burning question. ________. P.S. If you enjoyed this wholesome chapter, don't forget to bookmark, or don't live your truth cherry blossom. Chapter 5. Mizuki's downfall and the will of fire. Mizuki had spent hours preparing this lecture on the will of fire. He'd even rehearsed his inspirational hand gestures in the mirror. But now, just as he was hitting his dramatic climax, ahem, a single raised hand. Mizuki's eye twitched. It was him. Yato Hayashi, the kid who usually slept through class like it was a ninja meditation technique, was now staring at him with the dead-eyed focus of a shinobi who just spotted a weakness. Mizuki forced a smile. Yes, Hayashi-kun? Something unclear about the will of fire. Yato shook his head. No, sensei. Your explanation was deeply moving. As moving as a parked car. At this moment, all eyes in the classroom were on Yato, including. Only Shikamaru sensed something amiss. Troublesome. Since when does he volunteer? This'll be nuclear. He knew his friend all too well. Yato wasn't the type to raise his hand and draw attention in class. This sudden change in behavior made Shikamaru certain something outrageous was about to happen. Mizuki's smile strained. Then, sure enough, the next second, Yato hesitantly asked, Mizuki-sensei, do you remember what you did the day before yesterday? What? Mizuki was still processing the question. On the riverbank that afternoon, you were bending over a red koi fish, performing aerobic respiration. As Yato spoke, he even mimicked the motion with his hands. I was just curious, what exactly were you doing? Silence. Deafening silence. The students' expressions morphed into a mix of shock, horror, and disbelief as they stared at Mizuki. This seemingly refined teacher had actually... Mizuki's face cycled through the entire emotional spectrum before settling on mortified rage. And who could blame him? Getting caught doing something that bizarre by a student was beyond humiliating. For someone as image-conscious as Mizuki, Yuato's bombshell was nothing short of devastating. How did you know? I mean preposterous, he spluttered, slamming the podium. Sit down. Yuto Hayashi. Yes, sir. Yato plopped down obediently as a golden notification flashed before his eyes. Mission complete. Reward, 20 years worth of chakra. Chakra. Holy crap, this choice system could actually grant chakra directly. 20 years worth meant his reserves had just skyrocketed to a 30-year-old's level. Feeling the surging energy coursing through his veins, Yato took a deep breath. Though he'd just gotten a power boost, he couldn't bring himself to celebrate yet. Hey. Naruto's oblivious voice cut through the tension as he turned to Shikamaru. What's aerobic respiration on a red koi supposed to mean? Shut it. Shikamaru tried to intervene, but it was too late. Uzumaki Naruto, Hayashi Yato, both of you get out. Mizuki's face flushed crimson with rage as he roared. But Naruto barely got a word in before Yato dragged him out of the classroom. Sorry, Yato apologized, feeling guilty for dragging Naruto into this. Nah, it's fine. Naruto waved it off, still burning with curiosity. But seriously, what's Gilrisusai thingy? Don't ask. You're too young. Yato patted his shoulder, gazing solemnly at the sky. Pfft, as if you're old enough, Kushina's voice chimed in sarcastically. Different standards, Yato replied with a smug smile. Oh, I'm the guy who confessed to his best friend's mom. This is child's play for me. And you're proud of that? Kushina's eye twitched. Not proud. Just, resigned, Yato deadpanned, his fish-eyed stare brimming with faux wisdom. Kushina sighed. That curse of yours is seriously messed up. Yep, Yato sighed, not wanting to reopen old wounds. A short while later, Shikamaru slumped against the wall beside them. Shika, you got expelled too? Naruto asked Shikamaru with a shit-eating grin. It's Shikamaru. He replied with a smug smile and no, the classroom's stuffy. Unlike some drama queens, I chose to walk out myself. A true friend? Sacrificing my dignity for your mom was worth it. Yato added grinning. I will shadow strangle you in your sleep, Shikamaru said while his shadow wriggled like a worm. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Mizuki's face was stormy. His accidental admission had just torpedoed his reputation, career, and future in Konoha. That damn Hayashi Yato had to die. And that demon brat Naruto too. He itched to storm out and decapitate them both with a kunao, but a sliver of restraint held him back. Revenge would come, but not now. There was only one path left. Mizuki resolved to contact that man tonight. Later that night in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed his pipe kindly. Iruka, how's Naruto behaving in class lately? Normally, Iruka would cheerfully recount Naruto's antics. Today, however, his expression was complicated. Something happened. Hiruzen's instincts kicked in. Lord Third, during today's Will of Fire class, Iruka averted his gaze. Mizuki kicked Naruto out. Oh, Hiruzen relaxed slightly. Naruto getting ejected was practically routine. Still, he feigned concern. What happened? According to the students, it started with Yato-kun. Iruka hesitated. He exposed Mizuki's embarrassing secret in front of the class. Yato, Hayashi Yato. Hiruzen knew all of Naruto's friends. Yato was unremarkable, neither a genius nor a dropout. Just average. Yes. Iruka's face reddened. He publicly asked Mizuki why he was performing aerobic respiration on a red carp by the riverbank. Clunk. Hiruzen's pipe hit the desk. On a fish. Apparently, Mizuki's first response was, how do you know, before denying it. Hiruzen gripped the edge of his desk, inhaling sharply. On a fish. We really should screen the academy teachers better. Bonus scene. System Mechanics Deep Dive. Romantic Life Choice System. Upcoming quests. 1. Survive Mizuki's revenge. Reward, Stealth Jutsu. 2. Resolve Shikamaru's nickname trauma. Reward, Shadow Clone Blueprints. 3. Explain fish CPR to Naruto. Penalty, permanent gill breather nickname. Yato sighed. Why couldn't I get a normal power-up system? Bonus ending alternate reality. Ichiraku ramen, evening. Naruto was mid-slurp when Yato casually dropped the bombshell. So, I may have told Hinata you like it when girls step on you. Naruto chokes on noodles what? Asterisk. Shikamaru without looking up from his bowl troublesome. Yato relax? It was for a system quest. He flashed a golden notification. Mission, spread 1 embarrassing rumor about a friend. Reward, 50% off Ichiraku coupon. Naruto grabbing Yato's collar. You sold my dignity for discount ramen. Tuka leaned over the counter. Yo, be fair, it's really good ramen. Ayam nodding. We do have a loyalty program. Hinata suddenly appeared behind them, eyes gleaming. And Naruto-kun. I brought sturdy sandals today. Naruto whirling around. Yato, you're dead meat. Yato is already halfway out the door, stealing Naruto's untouched pork slice worth it. And thus began the chaotic noodle-fueled chase through Konoha as Shikamaru sighs and steals Naruto's abandoned bowl. Creators THOUG Chapter 6. Chapter 6. A Hokage's disbelief, a traitor's fall. The moon hung lazily over Konoha as Iruka bid farewell and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, remained, alone in the dimly lit office. He sighed, puffing on his pipe like a man who had just witnessed something profoundly confusing. How, just what series of life choices led Mizuki to this moment? It made no sense. Hiruzen genuinely couldn't wrap his head around it. Human fetishes were as vast as the ocean, but Mizuki's little stunt had left him shaken to the core. Knock, knock, knock. A low, rhythmic rapping snapped him out of his thoughts. Hiruzen frowned slightly. Enter. The door creaked open, revealing a man leaning on a cane, his head, right eye, and entire right arm swathed in bandages. Revealing a man who looked like he'd just walked out of a mummy convention. Deep wrinkles carved into his face, and an aura of perpetual gloom clung to him like a second skin. Ah, Danzo, Hiruzen greeted, raising a brow. What brings you here so late? Danzo wasted no time. You already know, don't you, Hiruzen? Hiruzen's eyes widened. You know too. Danzo scoffed, tilting his chin up. Don't underestimate the intelligence-gathering prowess of my root operatives. Your root collects intel on this. Information is not about scale, but about seizing the moment. Ah, how does this relate to the moment? Hiruzen gaped. Is this some kind of trend sweeping the shinobi world now? Danzo calmly took a seat across from him. I can't speak for the entire world, but it's certainly common in the smaller nations around us. HSSSS__. Hiruzen sucked in a sharp breath. The world has truly gone mad. Absolutely, irredeemably mad. He'd thought Mizuki was an isolated incident, but apparently, this was a cultural phenomenon in neighboring countries. At this rate, he'd never look at fish the same way again. Give the order, Hiruzen, Danzo said coolly, narrowing his eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What order? Hiruzen sputtered. Even if it's disturbing, issuing a ban seems excessive for a personal preference. Danzo paused. Hiruzen, what are you talking about? Wait, are we not discussing the same thing? The land of waves is in upheaval. Mizuki from the academy slept with a fish. Silence. Absolute, priceless silence. Danzo's visible eye twitched. Slept with a fish. Ahem. Right. Upheaval. Hiruzen coughed awkwardly, turning away. What's happening in Wave? The fishermen and dockworkers have revolted against the major shipping and fishing corporations, Danzo explained, before pausing. Hiruzen, did someone in our village actually? Unfortunately, the evidence is conclusive. Hiruzen took a long drag of his pipe. But Wave's unrest doesn't concern us. What order did you want me to give? Dispatch our shinobi to seize control of the land of Wave. Danzo clenched his fist. Absolutely not. Hiruzen snapped. The other villages would see it as an act of aggression? It could spark another war. If we move swiftly, war won't be an issue. You're too reckless, Danzo. The village needs peace. And you are a fool, Hiruzen. Letting this chance slip is nothing short of cowardice. Enough. Hiruzen waved him off. Danzo, I'm Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo snarled, storming out and slamming the door behind him. Watching his old friend leave, Hiruzen turned to the window. The night was serene, the village aglow with warm lights. Such a peaceful sight. Which, naturally, made him think of Mizuki again. Didn't he live in the southern district? Hiruzen strolled back to his desk and lifted the cloth covering his crystal ball. Logically, after being exposed by Hayashi, Mizuki should have stopped his activities. But what if the humiliation only excited him more? Hiruzen had met that kind of deviant before. Not that he was interested in Mizuki, Hiruzen's tastes were very normal, thank you. He was just academically curious. How did one even achieve that? The crystal ball flickered to life, zooming in on the southern district. No fishy business this time instead, Mizuki was talking to a shady figure in black. Konoha Southern District. I'll head to Lord Orochimaru's hideout tomorrow evening, Mizuki muttered to the cloaked man. Originally, he'd planned to prove his worth before defecting. But thanks to that damned Hayashi Yato, his reputation was now worse than garbage. He had to leave. But first revenge. I have one last thing to take care of, Mizuki hissed, eyes burning with murderous intent. Tomorrow, then. The man nodded. They parted ways. Mizuki headed west straight to Hayashi's house. He dug up the brat's address from the academy records. Tonight, that little snitch would regret ever opening his mouth. Then, he'd lure out the demon brat, make him watch his friend's corpse, and then slit his throat. Perfect. The house was lit. Mizuki grinned, licking his lips. No need for stealth. Even if the kid screamed, no one would save him. He kicked the door open. Empty. What? Looking for me, sensei? Yado's voice came from behind. Yado leaned against a tree outside, arms crossed, looking way too calm for someone about to be murdered. Mizuki sneered. You think you're clever? I'm a Chunin. You're a brat. Yado shrugged. And yet, you're the one standing in a trap. Mizuki looked down. Oh, the shuriken's wire coated in oil, coiled around his legs glinting in the moonlight. You little. Did you really think I'd try to fight you head on? Yado's hands flew through the seals. I've been preparing for this. Mizuki's blood ran cold. That jutsu? Wait. Fire style, phoenix flower jutsu? Yado exhaled and the wires erupted into flames. As Mizuki's screams filled the night, the firelight danced across Yado's face. Bonus alternate ending. Konoha interrogation room. The Umbu captain, codename Tiger, stared at the crispy, slightly whimpering Mizuki tied to a chair. Across from him, Cat and Hound exchanged glances. Tiger, so, let's start from the beginning. Mizuki, muttering I regret everything. Hound, leaning in we need details. Mizuki. 4. Official reports. Mizuki, groaning do we have to talk about the fish? Cat, nodding solemnly yes. Especially the fish. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room. Kakashi leaned against the wall, flipping through Ika Paradise as Iruka paced furiously. Iruka, how could one of my instructors know? How could anyone? Kakashi, turning a page Iruka, fetishes are like ninja techniques. Some are unconventional. Iruka, whirling on him. Unconventional? He. Kakashi, raising a finger allegedly. Innocent until proven really weird. Back inside. Tiger, rubbing temples okay. Let's try this again. Why the fish? Mizuki, defensive it was a moment of weakness. Hound, scribbling notes a moment? Our intel suggests this was a pattern. Mizuki, whisper yelling it was a phase. Cat, blinking a phase where you. Mizuki, covering face I was lonely, okay. Awkward silence. Tiger, standing up I need a raise. Creator's Thought Chapter 7, Ghost Mom's Bathroom Etiquette. Yado woke up in his bed, stretched with a yawn, and was halfway out the door when. Brush your teeth. Wash your face. Kushina's voice, loud and unmistakably mom-like, echoed inside his skull. Ugh, fine, Yado grumbled, trudging back to the bathroom with the enthusiasm of a condemned man. That's better. Gotta keep up appearances, you know. Kushina chirped, sounding way too pleased for someone who technically didn't even have a body right now. Yeah. Whatever you say, Mom, Yado muttered, rolling his eyes so hard they might have gotten stuck. Ha 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 ha. Kushina laughed even louder, then added pointedly, if you were my kid, you wouldn't be standing there with those dead fish eyes. Oh, so I'd just be the Joker card instead? The biggest joke in the deck. Yado shot back, unfazed. You little? That's your friend you're talking about. Kushina huffed, then immediately switched to proud mom mode. Say what you want, but at least Naruto had the guts to confess to his crush. My boy's got spirit. Oh, and I haven't confessed before. Yado countered. You. Kushina immediately choked, speechless. Mom. I'll need to pee. TCH fine. I'll close my eyes. Their relationship was unique. Thanks to the spirit pearl, Kushina could see, hear, and experience everything Yado did, including bathroom breaks. If she opened her eyes at the wrong time, well, let's just say privacy was a luxury. Think the third's gonna call me in today? Yado mused midstream. Probably. An academy student taking out a Chunin? That's prodigy material. The old man loves his geniuses. Funny how that works. The better you are at killing young, the more they praise you. Shinobi life's real wholesome. Kid. You're aiming wrong. Thanks. He adjusted, then paused. Wait. You said your eyes were closed. I was, but then we started talking and I kinda forgot my privacy. Relax, you're 12. Nothing I haven't seen before. I'm the victim here. Ninja Academy. Yado walked into class to find Naruto and Shikamaru already there, a rare sight. Yado over here. Naruto yelled, waving like an overexcited puppy. Ugh, that smile. Who's he even inherited that from? Kushina groaned. Living inside Yado's head had given her a front row seat to Naruto's life. The loneliness, the glares, the expired milk broke her heart. But also, how was her kid this much of a himbo? Minato was a dork, sure, but this level of dense? Unprecedented. Blame genetics, Yado muttered before plopping into his seat. Why are you two here early? Mom dragged me out for morning training, Shikamaru sighed, looking like he'd rather be napping in a cloud. I drank expired milk, Naruto admitted cheerfully. Explosive diarrhea. Almost didn't make it. You idiot, Yado deadpanned, flicking his forehead. Ow, what was that for? Your mom's orders. Oh, and she said to buy you 2 extra homework sets. Naruto's face went white. No, you monster. Told you, Mom. He called you a monster. You're the one delivering the punishment. Wow, using and discarding me. Cold. Pfft. Like I've got pants to pull up right now. Yato had no comeback. Just then a student burst into the classroom, shouting, "Guys, I just got insider info, Mizuki-sensei quit." What? Quit? Seriously? He only taught us yesterday. The class erupted into chaos. Ino, what do you think? Sakura whispered to the girl in front of her. Probably related to that incident, Ino replied, subtly glancing at Yato, which kinda confirms he really did go after the fish. That's disturbing, Sakura shuddered. Kids in the shinobi world matured fast, they knew way too much about certain things. Except Naruto, of course. Right now, he was still a pure, clueless himbo. Even his crush for Sakura was pure as milk. Mizuki quit, huh? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Yato. You don't seem surprised. Sakura and Naruto also turned to stare at him. As Shikamaru pointed out, Yato looked completely unfazed. He shrugged. Yeah, I knew last night. Last night. Sakura frowned. How? Well, the evil Mizuki decided to sneak into my house for revenge instead of sleeping like a normal person. Yato leaned back lazily. Turns out he messed up and lost half his life in the process. Silence. Sakura, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru all froze. Pfft. Naruto was the first to crack, doubling over with laughter. Mizuki's such an idiot. Wait, you believe him? Sakura's eye twitched. First of all, would Mizuki-sensei even do something like that? Second, a Chunin getting wrecked by his own student? That's impossible. I am curious, though, Ino giggled. Did you use your secret art, Stardust Surprise again? Shikamaru instinctively clutched his eyes in phantom pain at the mention of that technique. Choose. The golden system screen appeared. Yato's soul left his body. 1. Explain Advanced Stardust Surprise to class. Gain their respect. 2. Drop your pants in front of Ino. Debut Flying Waters Fall 3,000 feet. Yato wanted to strangle the system. Option 1. What advanced version? Option 2. What kind of technique even is that? No matter what he picked, his dignity was toast. But for the sake of his best friend's mom he had to choose the less catastrophic option. Underscore. Bonus alternate reality. Yato stood frozen as the golden system screen taunted him. 1. Explain Advanced Stardust Surprise. 2. Drop your pants in front of Ino. Easy. Pants. Now Kushina cackled in his head. I will literally disown you as my ghost mom. Naruto elbowed him. Come on, man. What's the move? With a deep breath, Yato picked option 1 only for his body to lurch forward dramatically. His body lunged onto the desk. Behold, the Advanced Stardust Surprise is. A chalkboard eraser smacked him mid-speech. Iruka stood in the doorway, unamused. Yato, sit down. Kushina wheezed. Should have gone with the pants. Achievement unlocked. Worst presentation ever. Creators though Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Becoming Naruto's dad, an offer you can't refuse. Clap. Clap. The sound of 2 slow, deliberate hand claps cut through the classroom chatter. Ino's pencil slipped from her fingers, Sakura's eyebrows shot up, Naruto choked on his ramen cup, and Shikamaru just sighed like a man who already regretted today's existence. Yato rose from his seat like a dramatic stage actor, his usual dead fish eyes suddenly burning with the intensity of a man who had nothing left to lose. Aishan. His voice was grave. You dare mock my Stardust Surprise technique? Ino blinked. I what? No, I just said it was kinda dusty. Dusty. Yato gasped, clutching his chest like a betrayed shoujo protagonist. You wound me, Aishan. You wound me. Stop calling me Aishan. Shikamaru rubbed his temples. I don't even wanna know why he's calling you that. I just know it's gonna be annoying. Ignoring them, Yato turned to the class with the solemn air of a man about to drop the most disastrous bombshell of the century. Listen well, my fellow future shinobi. What you witnessed earlier was merely. He paused for effect. The basic version of the Stardust Surprise technique. I wouldn't use the advanced version on my friend Shikamaru over there. Wow, I should be thanking you then, huh? Shikamaru muttered under his breath, veins visibly popping on his forehead. A beat of silence. Then, wait, there's an upgraded version. Naruto yelled, half excited, half terrified. Yato nodded gravely. Indeed. The advanced variant doesn't use sand. Sakura paled. What does it use? Yato closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, feces. The classroom exploded. What? No. That's illegal. Even Suzuki, the king of emotional constipation, looked like he'd just been slapped with a wet fish. His Sharingan might as well have short-circuit. That's Sakura gagged. That's not a jutsu. That's a war crime. Yato crossed his arms, smug. Try dodging that, losers. Every single student, male or female, looked at Yato with expressions of utter awe. This guy was truly a legend. What kind of twisted mind could come up with something as diabolical as feces surprise Stardust? Counter it? How the hell were they supposed to counter that? Forget a bunch of students, even the Hokage would be powerless against such a move? Mission complete. Congratulations! You have acquired water, fire, wind, and earth chakra nature transformations. The system rewarded Yato with 4 new chakra natures, adding to his existing lightning release. Just like that, he had unlocked all 5 basic chakra affinities. But if given the choice, Yato would have gladly refused. Lacking strength just meant he could laze around as a carefree slacker. But losing his dignity? That was a soul-crushing blow? Internally, Yato wept. Why, system? Why must you force me to sacrifice my dignity for power? Externally, he maintained the aura of a man who had zero regrets. And just then, Iruka's voice laced with indescribable complexity sounded from the doorway. Hayashi Yato, come with me. The scar-faced homeroom teacher looked deeply shaken, clearly having overheard Yato's earth-shattering declaration earlier. Feces surprised Stardust. As a humble, law-abiding educator, what had he done to deserve teaching such a prodigy? With a heavy sigh, Iruka led Yato toward the principal's office, his expression one of profound melancholy. Watching them leave, Shikamaru frowned slightly and muttered, wait, did Yato actually injure Mizuki? Outside the principal's office, Iruka knocked lightly. Enter. You go in alone. Watch what you say, Iruka warned before stepping aside. Yato pushed the door open and, as expected, was greeted by the sight of the aged third Hokage. Wow, the old man's really let himself go, Kushina remarked inside Yato's mind. Before meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi, she'd held a grudge against him. But now, seeing how withered he looked, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Spying on people with your crystal ball all day will do that to you. Kidney deficiency leads to premature aging, Yato replied flatly in his mind. Pft ha ha ha. Kushina burst out laughing. Kid, you're savage. I just call it like I see it. While mentally roasting the old man with Kushina, Yato outwardly bowed respectfully. Lord Hokage, you wished to see me. Ah, Yato. Hiruzen gave him an appraising look and smiled warmly. You truly are your parents' child, such fine bearing. You flatter me, Lord Hokage, Yato replied humbly. Do you know why I called you here? Hiruzen cut straight to the point. Is it about Mizuki-sensei? Yato ventured. Don't call him sensei. Mizuki is scum. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He's been colluding with a missing nin, plotting to steal village secrets. Is that so? Yato feigned surprise. Of course, as someone who knew the original story, Yato was well aware that Mizuki was one of Orochimaru's pawns. You've done well, Yato. Hiruzen patted his shoulder approvingly. For an academy student to single-handedly subdue a Chunin? Remarkable. Mizuki just fell for my trap, Yato replied modestly. No need for humility. Hiruzen shook his head. I witnessed the entire encounter. Your timing, your tactics are truly the mark of a genius. Yato stayed silent, bowing his head slightly. You've earned a reward. Is there anything you'd like? Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Choose. Before Yato could answer, the golden system interface popped up again. 1. I want to be Naruto's dad. 2. I want to be Danzo's personal groin attendant. 3. I want your decades-old, crusty boxers. Yato's eye twitched violently. Here we go again, you godforsaken system? What kind of deranged options are these? Taking a deep breath, Yato kept his head lowered and forced out the words. I want to be Naruto's dad. Hiruzen's jaw dropped. Hey, what the hell, kid? Kushina's voice exploded in Yato's mind. 1 second, she'd been happily spectating. Next, she'd become part of the show. Curse? It's the curse acting up. Yato quickly assured her. Really? I swear on your son's mother. You little. Mission complete. Congratulations. You have gained 20 years worth of chakra. Another massive chakra boost. At just 10 years old, Yato now had the reserves of a 4-decade veteran without lifting a finger. Not gonna lie, it felt good. And for some reason, this choice didn't feel as wrong as the others. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was still processing what he'd just heard. Yato, some things shouldn't be said lightly, he finally managed. Understood, Lord Hokage, Yato replied obediently. I know you just want to care for Naruto, Hiruzen said, nodding sagely. But his father's spirit might take offense. Oh, so now you care about his father's feelings. Kushina fumed. What about mine, you old fossil? I understand, Lord Hokage, Yato said again. You may request something else, Hiruzen offered. Just nothing too outrageous. After thinking for a second, Yato asked hopefully. Permission to leave the village sometimes. Hiruzen stroked his beard. As long as you never use feces Stardust surprise technique on allied nations. Yato placed a hand over his heart. No promises. Underscore. Bonus ending alternate reality. Yato groaned as he trudged toward the Hokage's office, kicking a pebble. Cheer up, kiddo. The third just wants to congratulate his favorite little murderer. Kushina chirped in his head. I'm not a murderer. It was self-defense. Tomato. You turned a Chunin into a cautionary tale before puberty? Yano. As Yato reached the office door, a familiar voice called out. Ah, Yato-kun. Come in. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. To his side, a certain white-haired pervert leaned against the wall, grinning. Oh no, Yato thought. It's Jiraiya the Gallant. Also known as Jiraiya the Absolutely Should Not Be Alone with Children. A.K. Arrow Senin. Kushina gasped. Arrow Senin? Oh, this is perfect asterisk. No, whatever you're thinking, no. Jiraiya's eyes twinkled. So you're the kid who wrecked Mizuki, huh? Tell me, how'd you do it? Yato opened his mouth, but Kushina took over. Say I kicked him in the balls and yelled Stardust surprise while throwing salt in his eyes. Yato's body moved on its own. I kicked him in the balls, he announced robotically, and yelled Stardust surprise while throwing salt in his eyes. Silence. Hiruzen's pipe nearly fell out of his mouth. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Huh? I like this kid. Achievement unlocked, unhinged combat reporting. Yato's soul left his body. I hate you so much. Kushina, cackling, worth it. Jiraiya wiped a tear from his eye. Kid, you're a riot. Wanna be my apprentice? Hiruzen choked. Absolutely not. System notice, potential future, Pervy Sage Jr., avoided. Creator's thoughts. Raven_scroll. Support my Patreon patreon.com/Raven_scroll Chapter 9. No more sweetness. Sound Village, Underground Laboratory. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Lanterns flickered against damp stone walls, casting long, shifting shadows. At the center of the room, Orochimaru stood over the dissection table, his black hair clinging to his shoulders like spilled ink. His fingers pale, almost translucent, were stained crimson as he lifted the heart from the open cavity before him, examining it with detached fascination. When he was finished, he let it drop back into the corpse with a wet cloth. Thud. Dispose of this one, Kabuto, he murmured, his voice a low, silken rasp like a snake sliding over dry leaves. It has served its purpose. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching the dim light as he stepped forward. Of course. From within his coat, he produced 2 vials, their contents shimmering faintly. Without ceremony, he poured them over the body. A sharp, acrid hiss filled the air as flesh dissolved into nothing, leaving behind only scraps of fabric and the faint, sickly sweet smell of decay. Orochimaru wiped his hands slowly, his golden eyes settling on Kabuto. You're distracted today. Kabuto bowed his head slightly. Kusuno and Mizuki have been captured by Konoha. A pause. Orochimaru exhaled, amused. And Kabuto kept his expression neutral, but his pulse quickened. He'd received word that Hayashi Yedo, the boy from the orphanage, the one who'd saved him from killing his own mentor, had been involved in the capture. That detail stayed locked behind his teeth. Orochimaru's gaze lingered, heavy with unspoken understanding. How disappointing, he murmured at last, turning away. But no matter. I'll be leaving the village soon. You'll oversee things in my absence. Kabuto dipped his chin. Understood. The silence stretched, thick with things neither of them would say aloud. Forest outside Konoha night. Branches whipped past as Yedo cut through the trees, his breath steady despite the punishing pace. Kushina's voice flickered at the edge of his awareness, spectral and sharp with concern. You're going to break your neck if you keep this up. I'll be fine, he muttered. Where are we even going? Grass Village. Asterisk village hidden in the grass asterisk. The stench of blood and sweat hung heavy in the cramped hut. Karen's mother lay on the stained futon, her skin waxy and pale as a dozen grass shinobi took turns feeding on her chakra. More, snarled the village elder, his yellowed teeth bared. The war effort requires it. Karen trembled in the doorway, her small fists clenched. She wanted to scream, to fight, but the hulking form of Shirakawa Ryuun blocked her path. Don't be selfish, girl, Ryuun sneered, his face a mask of cruel amusement. Your mother's bloodline is a gift to our village. Be grateful we let you live. Behind him, the other shinobi laughed as they took their turns, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. One of them, a woman with scarred lips, ran her tongue along her teeth after drinking. Sweet, she purred. Like fine wine. Karen's vision blurred with tears. She lunged forward. Ryuun backhanded her across the face. Know your place, brat, he growled. Then the wall exploded. A blur passed before Karen's eyes. Crunch. Ryuun's body left the ground before he even registered the impact. Yedo didn't give him time to recover. He was on him in an instant, driving a fist into his ribs hard enough to crack stone. The other grass ninja burst from the shadows, weapons drawn. Yedo's hands moved. Earth style, mountain's wrath. The ground erupted beneath them in a forest of spikes. Karen stared at the carnage, her mother's weak hand clutching hers. The monsters who had tormented them for years lay broken in the rubble. Yedo turned to her. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 10. Kushina's Ultimatum, change my last name. In a clearing near the woods outside Kusagakuer, hidden grass village. By the flickering campfire, a lanky teen with messy dark hair that stubbornly refuses to stay tame, bright green eyes that glint like jade in the firelight, and pale skin that practically glows under the moon. His baggy green and white outfit hangs off his frame, giving him the vibe of a disheveled but oddly charismatic heron. Next to him a short-haired girl with ash-brown hair channeled a faint glow from her hands, desperately trying to heal Karen's mother. Only when her strength was completely spent, her forehead drenched in sweat, did she finally withdraw her hands. Mummy, how is she? Yedo asked in a low voice, turning to the girl. Mummy didn't answer, just shook her head regretfully. Sorry. You did your best, Yedo said, patting her shoulder. If only I'd sent you the signal sooner, Mummy muttered, guilt written all over her face. She and Yedo had grown up together in the Konoha orphanage. Unlike his distinctly average existence, Mummy had a real talent for medical ninjutsu. She'd been personally trained by Nono Yakushi for 2 years before being adopted by a wealthy merchant at age 8. That merchant later bought an entire street in the land of grass and settled there, making Mummy an honorary grass citizen by default. Despite the distance, the two had stayed close. Mummy's adoptive mother was in the food business, with trade routes spanning half the shinobi world. Mummy often traveled with her, occasionally swinging by Konoha to catch up with Yedo. It was Yedo who'd told Mummy about Karen and her mother's plight. Being the kind soul she was, Mummy had been quietly looking out for them. But Mummy and her adoptive mother were just merchants, they couldn't exactly strong-arm Kusagakuer's higher-ups. And when war came, Karen's mother ended up exactly like in the original story, designated as the village's walking blood pack. Realizing how bad things had gotten, Mummy had her merchant caravan leave a coded signal only Yato would understand, hoping he could think of something. She never expected her childhood friend to personally storm Kuzagakur and kidnap the patient. He got them out, sure, but it was already too late. Even if you'd sent the signal earlier, it wouldn't have mattered. Just bad luck, Yato sighed, glancing at the hollow-eyed little Karen. An earlier signal would have been useless, he wasn't strong enough back then to pull this off. Sorry, Mrs. Uzumaki. Yato crouched in front of Karen's mother, looking at the emaciated redhead with genuine remorse. I wanted to surprise you. This isn't your fault, kid. Kushina's voice was oddly gentle, like a quiet stream. The surprise. I already got it. Now she finally understood why Yato had demanded to leave the village freely as his reward from the third Hokage. It wasn't for himself, it was for her. Faced with such sincerity, Kushina would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. If she were still a young, unmarried girl instead of a married woman, she might have done more than just feel touched. She might have actually fallen for him right then and there. Kushina. I hate this world. Yato's desire to change everything burned even fiercer. Seeing Karen's mother in this state lit a fire in his chest. What do you plan to do? Kushina could practically feel the heat radiating from him so intense it almost seemed like it could ignite the world itself if unleashed. I'm gonna remake it. Yato declared, dead serious. Turn this bloody, filthy world into the paradise he envisioned, not just for Karen's mother, but for everyone suffering in it. He took a deep breath and started to stand, only to freeze mid-motion. Remake. Kushina, oblivious to his sudden pause, was still mulling over the word. After a long moment of confusion, she gave up. Explain. What do you mean by remake? No response. Hey, kid. She frowned. Shush, old lady. I'm thinking. A familiar selection screen materialized before Yato, glowing with golden radiance. Choose. 1. Use the elixir of life from your mouth to save Karen's mother via mana transfer. 2. Summon Karen's mother's spirit via Edo Tensei so she can keep Kushina company. 3. FC while she's still warm. WH while she's still warm. This godforsaken system was as shameless as ever. First off, option 3 was immediately out of the question. Between the remaining two, the choice wasn't that hard. A living human was still better than an undead ghost. If she could live, why would anyone choose death? But the real issue was, where the hell was he supposed to get elixir of life from his mouth? Was this system just trying to trick him into taking advantage of a corpse? Wait. Maybe not. Back when he didn't know Edo Tensei, the system had just handed him the technique after he made his choice. Maybe this was the same deal? Taking a deep breath, Yato decided to go for it. He shifted from crouching to kneeling, slowly leaning in toward Karen's mother. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Kushina's voice shrieked in disbelief. Stop? Have you lost your mind? Curse technique, Yato muttered. Curse technique, my ass. Kushina was livid. Since when does a curse technique involve defiling a corpse? If you're gonna try something taboo, at least pick a living person. And you two, are you just gonna stand there? She meant Mimi and Karen. Both girls were completely shell-shocked, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape. This made no sense. Yato's actions were so far beyond logic that their brains short-circuit, leaving them frozen in total system failure. Stop? You can still stop this. Kushina's yelling wasn't reaching their fried neurons, so she switched back to desperate bargaining. You're walking into the abyss, kid. Yato ignored her, fully committed to the mana transfer, silently explaining, shut up, Kushina. I can save her. If this works, I'll change my last name to yours. She's already dead, you. Kushina's rant cut off mid-sentence. Because Karen's mother was previously skeletal, her skin stretched over bone was visibly plumping back up. The bite marks covering her shoulders, arms, and calves vanished, and her dull, lifeless hair regained its vibrant hue. Inside the spirit pearl, Kushina's jaw dropped. This was a miracle. A straight-up resurrection. How? Yato, what did you just do? Yato couldn't answer. Karen's mother had woken up, and her very enthusiastic lips showed no intention of letting him go, voraciously demanding more. Congratulations? Your elixir of life has been enhanced. All bodily fluids now possess life-restoring properties. Yato ignored the system message for now, trying to pull away, but Karen's mother wasn't just using her mouth anymore. Her arms locked around his head in a vice grip. Mama. Karen's cry finally loosened her hold. Yato scrambled back, wiping his mouth. My apologies, ma'am. Desperate times. He assumed Karen's mother had been unconscious and wanted to clear the air. My name is Rina. Uzumaki Rina. Hugging her daughter tightly, Rina knelt and bowed deeply. You owe me no apologies. It is I who must thank you for your mercy. If you'll have me, I pledge my life to you from this day forward. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Poetry, Pirates, and Poor Life Choices. The waves rolled, the boat bobbed, and life went on. The ocean stretched endlessly under the clear blue sky, its waves lazily lapping against the sides of a small wooden boat. At the bow, Yato stood with his arms crossed, the sea breeze ruffling his hair like an over-enthusiastic barber. Ah, the majesty of nature, he thought dramatically. This calls for poetry. Poetry. Kushina blinked, her eyebrows nearly disappearing into her hairline. You? Poetry. Indeed, Yato declared, striking a pose. Behold, oh mighty sea, you're very wet. Oh little frog, 4 legs you get. Silence. Kushina stared. Then, very slowly, she turned to the ocean as if considering a tactical retreat. Well, Yato prompted. That was awful, she deadpanned. Rude, I bared my soul just now. You bared something, all right. Nearby, Rina adjusted her lavender umbrella, shielding Yato from the sun with the grace of a woman who had long accepted the absurdity of her life. Lord Yato, please be mindful of heat stroke, she said serenely. I told you not Lord, Yato groaned. We're friends. Equals. Yes, Lord Yato. Why do I even try? Karen, blissfully ignoring the chaos, suddenly pointed ahead. Look, is that the land of waves? A distant cluster of buildings peeked over the horizon, their outlines shimmering in the sunlight. He'd never been to the land of waves before, but according to their route, they should be on track. Why go there? First, to complete the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned him before leaving the village scouting for foreign ninja activity. Second, to settle Rina and Karen. Yato had no intention of taking them back to Konoha. Given how rotten the village's higher UPS were, they'd just be jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. The land of waves was perfect. One of the people Yato trusted most was currently taking refuge there. Yakushi no. Kushina sighed softly. I never imagined so much would happen after mine and Minato's deaths. Danzo really took a winning hand and played it into the ground. She and Nono were old acquaintances who had gotten along well. Back in the 4th Hokage's era, Danzo hadn't been nearly as brazen. Minato's efforts had eased tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, and Root had all but vanished from public view. But after Minato and Kushina's deaths, when Sarutobi retook power, everything went downhill. Root expanded rapidly, the Uchiha were massacred, and loyal shinobi like Nono were forced into hiding in the land of waves. Just as Yato had said, the real cancer of Konoha was its rulers. They fed on the village's vitality to grow stronger, only to hasten its demise. Whatever. It's not like I'm on Konoha's side anyway, Yato shrugged. Rina's safe, but this filthy, rotten world hasn't changed. If we don't fix the root of the problem, the same tragedies will keep repeating. Kushina said nothing. She knew he was right. This kid was around the same age as her son, yet he saw the world with more clarity than anyone else in the shinobi world. Sometimes, Kushina wondered, how did Yato know so much? The academy didn't teach these subversive ideas. Hell, even the 3rd Hokage probably couldn't grasp some of Yato's theories. Add his bizarre curse that flared up unpredictably. The boy seemed shrouded in mystery, unfathomable, yet impossible to ignore. Huh? The land of waves has buildings like that? Rina's puzzled voice snapped Kushina out of her thoughts. Everyone on the boat turned to where she was pointing. A strange, cylindrical house came into view, glittering, icy, and refracting sunlight like crystal. Is that ice release? Kushina muttered, surprised. I'll check it out. Stay back for now. Yato frowned, channeling chakra to his feet as he stepped onto the water's surface. Meanwhile, on shore a black-haired boy stood atop a glistening pillar of ice, looking down at a ragtag group of fishermen and dock workers armed with everything from fishing spears to a particularly menacing oar. Please, he said, sounding more tired than threatening. Just go home, don't want to hurt you. Damn it, why should we? I've had enough. If I don't get the pay I'm owed today, my wife and kids will starve. Yeah, we're not scared, you damn ninja. Even if I let you pass, you won't make it into that building. The black-haired boy sighed. There are ninja inside who are far stronger than me. They won't hold back. If you value your lives, turn back now. But we. A bearded dock worker, his face livid, started to argue. Then a woman in her late 20s spoke calmly. Since this ninja is showing us kindness, perhaps we should reconsider, she said gently. Miss Nono, we can't just, the dock worker protested. Trust me, Mr. Takamura, Nono replied softly. Fine. Her words carried weight. The mob reluctantly dispersed, though not without grumbling. Thank you, the black-haired boy said, relieved. No, thank you, Nono smiled. For sparing these poor souls. The boy said nothing, turning to leave. People shouldn't be tools, child, Nono suddenly called after him. A student of mine once said one must learn to follow their heart. The boy paused but kept walking. You're still too soft, Yakushi-sensei, Yato remarked, stepping out from a nearby alley. If you'd let me handle it, we could have captured him right then. He's just a lost boy with a good heart, Nono chuckled warmly. And he did let them go. Her eyes softened. It's been a while, Yato. You've grown? Choose. 1. Unbuckle your belt and show your dear teacher exactly where you've grown. 2. Use the gender reversal jutsu and inform her you're now a woman. 3. Drop to one knee and propose to her on the spot. God damn it. Yato's face turned ghostly white. Underscore. Bonus alternate ending. Yato's eye twitched as the choose prompt hovered in his vision like a particularly judgmental ghost. Nono tilted her head. Yato, are you feeling tired? 1. Unbuckle belt. His hands moved against his will, fingers fumbling at his waistband. No. Kushina materialized beside him in a puff of smoke, gripping his wrists with manic glee. Don't fight it, kid. Let the chaos flow. This isn't funny, ghost lady. 2. Gender reversal jutsu. Poof. Suddenly, Yato stood in a cloud of smoke, now sporting a very feminine figure, complete with a high-pitched voice. Nono blinked. I leave you alone for 2 years, and this happens. Kushina wheezed, collapsing onto the dock. Ha ha ha, you're even prettier than me now. Yato, KO, growled, which sounded disturbingly cute. I will end you. 3. Propose. Against all self-preservation instincts, Yato dropped to one knee, seizing Nono's hand. Yakushi Nono, will you irk? A fishing net suddenly yanked him backward into the harbor. The bearded dock worker, Takamura, grinned from the pier. That's for scaring my kids with your weird ice house, ya damn ninja. As Yato spluttered in the water, Nono sighed. Some things never change. Kushina, now floating upside down in midair, best day ever. System notice, choices completed. Reward, eternal humiliation. Yato's scream echoed across the waves. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 11, Chapter 11. Poetry, Pirates, and Poor Life Choices. The waves rolled, the boat bobbed, and life went on. The ocean stretched endlessly under the clear blue sky, its waves lazily lapping against the sides of a small wooden boat. At the bow, Yato stood with his arms crossed, the sea breeze ruffling his hair like an over-enthusiastic barber. Ah, the majesty of nature, he thought dramatically. This calls for poetry. Poetry. Kushina blinked, her eyebrows nearly disappearing into her hairline. Poetry. Indeed, Yato declared, striking a pose. Behold, O mighty sea, you're very wet. O little frog, 4 legs you get. Silence. Kushina stared. Then, very slowly, she turned to the ocean as if considering a tactical retreat. Well, Yato prompted. That was awful, she deadpanned. Rude, I bared my soul just now. You bared something, all right. Nearby, Rina adjusted her lavender umbrella, shielding Yato from the sun with the grace of a woman who had long accepted the absurdity of her life. Lord Yato, please be mindful of heatstroke, she said serenely. I told you not Lord, Yato groaned. We're friends. Equals. Yes, Lord Yato. Why do I even try? Karen, blissfully ignoring the chaos, suddenly pointed ahead. Look, is that the land of waves? A distant cluster of buildings peeked over the horizon, their outlines shimmering in the sunlight. He'd never been to the land of waves before, but according to their route, they should be on track. Why go there? First, to complete the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned him before leaving the village scouting for foreign ninja activity. Second, to settle Rina and Karen. Yato had no intention of taking them back to Konoha. Given how rotten the village's higher UPS were, they'd just be jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. The land of waves was perfect. One of the people Yato trusted most was currently taking refuge there. Yakushi Nono. Kushina sighed softly. I never imagined so much would happen after mine and Minato's deaths. Danzo really took a winning hand and played it into the ground. She and Nono were old acquaintances who had gotten along well. Back in the 4th Hokage's era, Danzo hadn't been nearly as brazen. Minato's efforts had eased tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, and Root had all but vanished from public view. But after Minato and Kushina's deaths, when Sarutobi retook power, everything went downhill. Root expanded rapidly, the Uchiha were massacred, and loyal shinobi like Nono were forced into hiding in the land of waves. Just as Yato had said, the real cancer of Konoha was its rulers. They fed on the village's vitality to grow stronger, only to hasten its demise. Whatever. It's not like I'm on Konoha's side anyway, Yato shrugged. Rina's safe, but this filthy, rotten world hasn't changed. If we don't fix the root of the problem, the same tragedies will keep repeating. Kushina said nothing. She knew he was right. This kid was around the same age as her son, yet he saw the world with more clarity than anyone else in the shinobi world. Sometimes, Kushina wondered, how did Yato know so much? The academy didn't teach these subversive ideas. Hell, even the 3rd Hokage probably couldn't grasp some of Yato's theories. Add his bizarre curse that flared up unpredictably. The boy seemed shrouded in mystery, unfathomable, yet impossible to ignore. Huh? The land of waves has buildings like that. Rina's puzzled voice snapped Kushina out of her thoughts. Everyone on the boat turned to where she was pointing. A strange, cylindrical house came into view, glittering, icy, and refracting sunlight like crystal. Is that ice release? Kushina muttered, surprised. I'll check it out. Stay back for now. Yato frowned, channeling chakra to his feet as he stepped onto the water's surface. Meanwhile, on shore a black-haired boy stood atop a glistening pillar of ice, looking down at a ragtag group of fishermen and dock workers armed with everything from fishing spears to a particularly menacing oar. Please, he said, sounding more tired than threatening. Just go home, don't want to hurt you. Damn it, why should we? I've had enough. If I don't get the pay I'm owed today, my wife and kids will starve. Yeah, we're not scared, you damn ninja. Even if I let you pass, you won't make it into that building. The black-haired boy sighed. There are ninja inside who are far stronger than me. They won't hold back. If you value your lives, turn back now. But we. A bearded dock worker, his face livid, started to argue. Then a woman in her late 20s spoke calmly. Since this ninja is showing us kindness, perhaps we should reconsider, she said gently. Miss Nono, we can't just, the dock worker protested. Trust me, Mr. Takamura, Nono replied softly. Fine. Her words carried weight. The mob reluctantly dispersed, though not without grumbling. Thank you, the black-haired boy said, relieved. No, thank you, Nono smiled. For sparing these poor souls. The boy said nothing, turning to leave. People shouldn't be tools, child, Nono suddenly called after him. A student of mine once said one must learn to follow their heart. The boy paused but kept walking. You're still too soft, Yakushi-sensei, Yato remarked, stepping out from a nearby alley. If you'd let me handle it, we could have captured him right then. He's just a lost boy with a good heart, Nono chuckled warmly. And he did let them go. Her eyes softened. It's been a while, Yado. You've grown? Choose. 1. Unbuckle your belt and show your dear teacher exactly where you've grown. 2. Use the gender reversal jutsu and inform her you're now a woman. 3. Drop to one knee and propose to her on the spot. God damn it. Yado's face turned ghostly white. Underscore 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 underscore. Bonus alternate ending. Yado's eye twitched as the choose prompt hovered in his vision like a particularly judgmental ghost. Nono tilted her head. Yado, are you feeling tired? 1. Unbuckle belt. His hands moved against his will, fingers fumbling at his waistband. No. Kushina materialized beside him in a puff of smoke, gripping his wrists with manic glee. Don't fight it, kid. Let the chaos flow. This isn't funny, ghost lady. 2. Gender reversal jutsu. Poof. Suddenly, Yado stood in a cloud of smoke, now sporting a very feminine figure, complete with a high-pitched voice. Nono blinked. I leave you alone for 2 years, and this happens. Kushina wheezed, collapsing onto the dock. Ha ha ha, you're even prettier than me now. Yado, KO, growled, which sounded disturbingly cute. I will end you. 3. Propose. Against all self-preservation instincts, Yado dropped to one knee, seizing Nono's hand. Yakushi Nono, will you irk? A fishing net suddenly yanked him backward into the harbor. The bearded dock worker, Takamura, grinned from the pier. That's for scaring my kids with your weird ice house, ya damn ninja. As Yado spluttered in the water, Nono sighed. Some things never change. Kushina, now floating upside down in midair, best day ever. System notice, choices completed. Reward, eternal humiliation. Yado's scream echoed across the waves. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 11, Chapter 11. Poetry, Pirates, and Poor Life Choices. The waves rolled, the boat bobbed, and life went on. The ocean stretched endlessly under the clear blue sky, its waves lazily lapping against the sides of a small wooden boat. At the bow, Yado stood with his arms crossed, the sea breeze ruffling his hair like an over-enthusiastic barber. Ah, the majesty of nature, he thought dramatically. This calls for poetry. Poetry. Kushina blinked, her eyebrows nearly disappearing into her hairline. Poetry. Indeed, Yado declared, striking a pose. Behold, oh mighty sea, you're very wet. Oh little frog, 4 legs you get. Silence. Kushina stared. Then, very slowly, she turned to the ocean as if considering a tactical retreat. Well, Yado prompted. That was awful, she deadpanned. Rude, I bared my soul just now. You bared something, all right. Nearby, Rina adjusted her lavender umbrella, shielding Yado from the sun with the grace of a woman who had long accepted the absurdity of her life. Lord Yado, please be mindful of heatstroke, she said serenely. I told you not Lord, Yado groaned. We're friends. Equals. Yes, Lord Yado. Why do I even try? Karen, blissfully ignoring the chaos, suddenly pointed ahead. Look, is that the land of waves? A distant cluster of buildings peeked over the horizon, their outlines shimmering in the sunlight. He'd never been to the land of waves before, but according to their route, they should be on track. Why go there? First, to complete the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned him before leaving the village scouting for foreign ninja activity. Second, to settle Rina and Karen. Yado had no intention of taking them back to Konoha. Given how rotten the village's higher UPS were, they'd just be jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. The land of waves was perfect. One of the people Yado trusted most was currently taking refuge there. Yakushi Nono. Kushina sighed softly. I never imagined so much would happen after mine and Minato's deaths. Danzo really took a winning hand and played it into the ground. She and Nono were old acquaintances who had gotten along well. Back in the 4th Hokage's era, Danzo hadn't been nearly as brazen. Minato's efforts had eased tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, and Root had all but vanished from public view. But after Minato and Kushina's deaths, when Sarutobi retook power, everything went downhill. Root expanded rapidly, the Uchiha were massacred, and loyal shinobi like Nono were forced into hiding in the land of waves. Just as Yado had said, the real cancer of Konoha was its rulers. They fed on the village's vitality to grow stronger, only to hasten its demise. Whatever. It's not like I'm on Konoha's side anyway, Yado shrugged. Rina's safe, but this filthy, rotten world hasn't changed. If we don't fix the root of the problem, the same tragedies will keep repeating. Kushina said nothing. She knew he was right. This kid was around the same age as her son, yet he saw the world with more clarity than anyone else in the shinobi world. Sometimes, Kushina wondered, how did Yado know so much? The academy didn't teach these subversive ideas. Hell, even the 3rd Hokage probably couldn't grasp some of Yuato's theories. Add his bizarre curse that flared up unpredictably. The boy seemed shrouded in mystery, unfathomable, yet impossible to ignore. Huh? The land of waves has buildings like that. Rina's puzzled voice snapped Kushina out of her thoughts. Everyone on the boat turned to where she was pointing. A strange, cylindrical house came into view, glittering, icy, and refracting sunlight like crystal. Is that ice release? Kushina muttered, surprised. I'll check it out. Stay back for now. Yado frowned, channeling chakra to his feet as he stepped onto the water's surface. Meanwhile, on shore a black-haired boy stood atop a glistening pillar of ice, looking down at a ragtag group of fishermen and dock workers armed with everything from fishing spears to a particularly menacing oar. Please, he said, sounding more tired than threatening. Just go home, don't want to hurt you. Damn it, why should we? I've had enough. If I don't get the pay I'm owed today, my wife and kids will starve. Yeah? We're not scared, you damn ninja. Even if I let you pass, you won't make it into that building. The black-haired boy sighed. There are ninja inside who are far stronger than me. They won't hold back. If you value your lives, turn back now. But we. A bearded dock worker, his face livid, started to argue. Then a woman in her late 20s spoke calmly. Since this ninja is showing us kindness, perhaps we should reconsider, she said gently. Miss Nono, we can't just, the dock worker protested. Trust me, Mr. Takamura, Nono replied softly. Fine. Her words carried weight. The mob reluctantly dispersed, though not without grumbling. Thank you, the black-haired boy said, relieved. No, thank you, Nono smiled. For sparing these poor souls. The boy said nothing, turning to leave. People shouldn't be tools, child, Nono suddenly called after him. A student of mine once said one must learn to follow their heart. The boy paused but kept walking. You're still too soft, Yakushi-sensei, Yato remarked, stepping out from a nearby alley. If you'd let me handle it, we could have captured him right then. He's just a lost boy with a good heart, Nono chuckled warmly. And he did let them go. Her eyes softened. It's been a while, Yato. You've grown? Choose. 1. Unbuckle your belt and show your dear teacher exactly where you've grown. 2. Use the gender reversal jutsu and inform her you're now a woman. 3. Drop to one knee and propose to her on the spot. God damn it. Yato's face turned ghostly white. Underscore 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 underscore. Bonus alternate ending. Yato's eye twitched as the choose prompt hovered in his vision like a particularly judgmental ghost. Nono tilted her head. Yato, are you feeling tired? 1. Unbuckle belt. His hands moved against his will, fingers fumbling at his waistband. No. Kushina materialized beside him in a puff of smoke, gripping his wrists with manic glee. Don't fight it, kid. Let the chaos flow. This isn't funny, ghost lady. 2. Gender reversal jutsu. Poof. Suddenly, Yato stood in a cloud of smoke, now sporting a very feminine figure, complete with a high-pitched voice. Nono blinked. I leave you alone for 2 years, and this happens. Kushina wheezed, collapsing onto the dock. Ha ha ha, you're even prettier than me now. Yato, KO, growled, which sounded disturbingly cute. I will end you. 3. Propose. Against all self-preservation instincts, Yato dropped to one knee, seizing Nono's hand. Yakushi Nono, will you irk? A fishing net suddenly yanked him backward into the harbor. The bearded dock worker, Takamura, grinned from the pier. That's for scaring my kids with your weird ice house, ya damn ninja. As Yato spluttered in the water, Nono sighed. Some things never change. Kushina, now floating upside down in midair, best day ever. System notice, choices completed. Reward, eternal humiliation. Yato's scream echoed across the waves. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 12, Chapter 12. Home is where the teacher is. Oh, come on. Why? Yato's eye twitched violently as the ridiculous options hovered in front of him like a bad joke. This was supposed to be a heartwarming reunion with his beloved teacher, but no, the universe just had to slap him with this nonsense. Choose. 1. Unbuckle your belt and show your dear teacher exactly where you've grown. 2. Use the gender reversal jutsu and inform her you're now a woman. 3. Drop to one knee and propose to her on the spot. Yato's soul left his body for a solid 3 seconds. He and Nono had a perfectly wholesome student-teacher relationship. Thank you very much. She'd bandaged his scraped knees, scolded him for skipping training, and even tucked him in when he fell asleep studying. She was family. And now this stupid system wanted to turn their reunion into some kind of bizarre romantic comedy? Yato, are you feeling all right? Nono tilted her head, her glasses glinting with motherly concern. A curse. Kushina, currently residing inside Yato, was quicker on the uptake. Yeah, Mom, try not to laugh at me later. Yato took a deep breath, then dropped to one knee in front of Nono. Then, with all the grace of a man walking to his execution, he dropped to one knee. Nono blinked. Yato, did you drop something? Will you marry me, Nono-sensei? Silence. Absolute, deafening silence. Somewhere in the distance, a seagull squawked, as if nature itself was judging him. Huh. Nono froze as if struck by lightning, stumbling back 2 steps in shock. Just then, Karen and her mother arrived, their eyes nearly popping out of their skulls at the scene before them. He said it. He actually said it. Yato's soul was crumbling. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. What he was doing right now felt like proposing to his own mother, a mix of sheer embarrassment and the crushing guilt of crossing some unspoken moral line. It was double torture. But little did he know, the real torture was yet to come. Option completed. Congratulations! You have obtained Moral Enhancement Jutsu and Heart of Gold. Grants resistance to moral corruption. Yato's lips trembled as he read the reward notification. Heart of Gold? And Moral Enhancement, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? His already shattered psyche took another devastating hit. Why Yato, did you just propose to me? Nono finally managed to speak, her voice shaky. Don't mind it, Yato muttered, not daring to meet her eyes. Please pretend it never happened, sensei. Oh, of course. Nono blinked, her cheeks faintly pink as she added in a whisper. I do think it's a bit too soon for that, though. Sensei, what did you say? Yato didn't catch the last part. I said, that was a very inappropriate joke, Yato-kun. Nono quickly regained her composure, her expression softening into her usual gentle smile. You've become quite the mischievous student, haven't you? My apologies. Yato didn't even try to explain himself, he just bowed his head. You're forgiven? Nono reached out and patted his head affectionately. Now, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? I'm Uzumaki Rina, and this is my daughter, Karen. Rina stepped forward gracefully, bowing. Thanks to Yato-sama's help, we were able to escape the hell that was the Hidden Grass Village. Survivors of Kushina's clan? I didn't know any remained. Nono's eyes widened slightly in surprise before she quickly corrected herself. Forgive my rudeness. This isn't the place for such talk. Yato-kun, Rina-san, Karen-chan, please, follow me. As they walked through the village, Yato noted how everyone greeted Nono like she was the town's favorite auntie. Fishermen waved, kids grinned, and even the stray cats trotted over for head pats. Seems like wave country suits you far better than Konoha ever did, sensei, Yato remarked. Nono chuckled. It's nothing special. I just help where I can. Their destination was a cozy, slightly worn house cluttered with medical scrolls, herbs, and framed photos, including one of a much younger Yato and Kabuto covered in mud. Mid-argument, Yato spotted the photo on the bedside table and asked, "Does that guy visit often?" "You should call him Kabuto Nii-san," Nono chided gently. "He's under Orochimaru's watch. How could he visit frequently? Guess he's not doing too hot under Orochimaru, then." Yato shrugged. "Probably spends every day worrying about becoming a lab specimen." Nono didn't reply, only sighing softly. Kabuto had ended up working for Orochimaru because of her. Back when Danzo had ordered them to kill each other, it was only thanks to Yato's quick intervention that they avoided tragedy. But before they could even celebrate, Orochimaru had shown up. To protect his useless teacher, Kabuto had no choice but to become the snake's subordinate. That was a joke. Seeing his teacher's downcast expression, Yato scratched his head awkwardly. He's got a good head on his shoulders, doubt he'll get dissected. That's your idea of comforting someone. Kushina groaned internally. Want to give it a shot, Mom? Yato shot back. Kushina huffed. Just tell Nono that Orochimaru isn't that cruel, he'll at least leave the body intact. Asterisk. Bravo, truly, the wisdom of a mother. Yato mentally gave her a thumbs down before turning to Karen and Rina. You two should stay with my teacher for now. That's all right. Of course. We're grateful for your concern, Lord Yato, Rina replied warmly. Will you visit us often, Lord Yato? Karen asked shyly. First of all, stop calling me Lord, I'm younger than you. Yato rolled his eyes. Second, I won't be visiting, I'll just be coming home. Yato Nono's eyes softened with emotion. She remembered this kid had once told her that wherever she was, that was his home. Even after all these years, he still remembered. Though this home's got some nasty neighbors that need dealing with first. Yato's gaze shifted to the window, where a towering building loomed in the distance. A gaudy golden sign read Gato Overseas Trading Company. Sensei, those dock workers and fishermen, you organized them, didn't you? Yes. Nono didn't deny it. I wanted to help them reclaim their hard-earned wages, but I didn't expect Gato to hire such powerful shinobi. Among them are the infamous Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Mamakai, Black Lightning Reiga Kurosuke, Uegaku's Star Maruyama. Wow, that's quite the lineup. Yato smirked. Must have cost him a fortune. He'd rather spend that much hiring elite shinobi than pay his workers. Karen blurted out, shocked. That's the arrogance of rulers for you. Yato's smile turned cold. It's not about the money, it's about crushing anyone who dares challenge his authority. Scum like that deserves to die. Land of Wave wasn't ruled by a hidden village or a daimyo, it was controlled by a shipping and fishing merchant group, with Gato at the top. In other words, Gato was the ruler. And now, the workers Nono had organized were rebelling. To Gato, that wasn't just about money, it was a direct threat to his power. Yato, I know you've grown stronger, Nono said worriedly. You even infiltrated Kusagakure alone before graduating. But Zabuza and the others are not like those second-rate Kusagakure shinobi. Don't be reckless. Who said anything about fighting them alone? Yato's deadpan stare didn't waver. Then you mean, if Gato's playing dirty, we can call in reinforcements too. I already sent Mami to deliver a message before coming here. They should be arriving soon. Yato grinned, confidence oozing from Eve Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Akatsuki's White Tiger and the Therapy Arc. Waves rolled and tides roared. Yato stood at the shoreline, gazing into the distance where the azure sea merged with the sky. So, who exactly did you hire as backup? Kushina's voice echoed in his mind. Didn't you read the letter when I wrote it? Yato asked, puzzled. Nope. Kushina took a deep breath. I was asleep at the time. Souls can sleep. This spirit pearl of yours is weirdly magical. I can feel myself growing stronger, and every time I hit a milestone, bam. Instant nap time. Huh. That is pretty magical, Yato mused, nodding thoughtfully. Focus, kid. Kushina's voice went full disapproving mom mode. Who? Eyes. The. Backup. Patience, oh impatient one, Yato said, grinning. It's more fun as a surprise. Ugh, you're worse than Minato hiding the last dango. She huffed. Is it someone from Konoha? Wait, don't tell me you dragged poor Kakashi into this. Pfft, please, Yato snorted. I'd have better luck hiring a goldfish to fight Zabuza. Rude. Kakashi's trying his best. His best involves being fashionably late to his own funeral. Kushina gasped dramatically. You monster? He's just a socially awkward bean who reads smut to cope. His words died in his throat as Kushina's spectral form suddenly materialized in front of him, arms flailing. She lunged at his head, mouth wide open like a rabid ghost. Deadly spirit snack attack. Though her teeth harmlessly phased through him, the psychological damage was immense. Humph. Noticing his stunned gaze lingering on her very solid-looking body, Kushina's cheeks pinked. She quickly retreated into the spirit pearl with a haughty sniff. Well, brat? Learned your lesson, she huffed, trying to mask her embarrassment with anger. Why yes. Yato replied robotically, still mentally replaying the very distracting scene. His heart pounded wildly. Thanks to their soul symbiosis, Kushina could feel his emotional turmoil, and right now, that meant she was also experiencing a weird, fluttery sensation. Just then, a shadow passed overhead. Incoming, Kushina said, blinking up at the sky. Yato followed her gaze. Oh, didn't expect her to show up in person. Whoosh. The figure landed with a gust of wind and a dramatic dust cloud. Yato's hair and clothes flapped wildly. As the dust settled, a woman wrapped in paper wings slowly stood, her wings dissolving to reveal her true form. She was striking, purple eyeshadow, a lip piercing, black and red cloak, and nails painted in eerie blue-violet. Her golden eyes scanned the area before locking onto Yato. You're the client. Her voice was ice-cold, like an angel who'd never tasted ramen. Yeah. Hayashi Yato, he nodded. Akatsuki. Codename, White Tiger, she said bluntly. Target location. That Byulding. Yato pointed at Gato's towering HQ. Enemies include 4 elite rogue ninja, Demon of the Mist Zabuza, former 7 swordsman Black Lightning Reiga, XIWA prodigy Maruyama. She barely reacted. Your associate already paid 10 million Ryo. If those 3 are all, I'll refund 2 million post-mission. Not worried about the money, Yato scratched his head. She didn't even blink. Alive or dead? Ideally, alive. I'm running a redemption arc for them. What? You know? Therapy, community service, maybe some light farming. No, I don't know. Or we could just knock them out and call it therapy. White Tiger's eyebrow twitched. This kid's got ideas, shame they're all terrible. Rogue ninja, redeemed. If they could be redeemed, they wouldn't be rogue ninja? But hey, not her problem. She wasn't that idealistic girl anymore. Paid to kill? Kill. Paid to capture? Capture. Also, Yato added, mind if I tag along? That'd make it a bodyguard mission, she said tonelessly. No refund. Yeah, I wasn't counting on it anyway, he muttered. Without another word, she grabbed his waist, paper wings sprouting as they shot into the sky. Woo, we're flying. Kushina cheered. Since when does anyone have flight jutsu? Who is this woman? Where'd you find her? Wait, you don't recognize her. Yato blinked. Should I? She's one of Jiraiya's students from Rain Village, though I did expect someone else from Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sensei's? Oh, right. Kushina gasped. He mentioned them once at dinner, but I thought they died. One did. 2 lives. That's so sad. Sad. Yato snorted. Sure? What's sadder than fundraising while collecting all 9-tailed beasts? Truly tragic. What? Kushina's soul nearly popped out of the pearl. Tailed beasts. Yato dropped the bomb. Oh, and that guy your husband thought was Madara? Yeah, he's in Akatsuki too. What? Relax, Yato said breezily. We're the ones in the shadows now. Plus, Madara and Jiraiya's students hate each other. Madara's a what now? Kushina latched onto his phrasing. The woes of a lovesick man, Yato sighed. Yato explain? Kushina's tone promised violence. Fine. Uchiha Madara is actually he paused for effect. Obito. Silence. Kushina's soul short-circuit. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 14. Origami of Death, Conan's Wrath. Land of Waves, Gato's Building. Nearly 100 rogue ninjas and samurai patrolled the floors of the building, armed to the teeth and looking like they'd bite your head off for fun. Meanwhile, in Gato's office lobby, a few elite ninjas lounged lazily on sofas and benches, their amused gazes fixed on the tall and short duo in the corner. The tall one was wrapped head to torso in bandages, leaving only a pair of icy eyes visible. The shorter one was a delicate-looking boy in a drab brown robe. These two were none other than Kirigakuer Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Mamakai, and his ever-loyal sidekick, Haku, fresh off his stellar performance of failing to massacre a bunch of defenseless fishermen. Zabuza wasn't thrilled. He narrowed his eyes and growled, "So, you just waltzed back here like a kicked puppy? I ordered you to turn those peasants into minced meat, not give them a motivational speech." "My apologies, Lord Zabuza," Haku mumbled, head bowed like a scolded puppy. "Ninjas are tools. Tools they don't feel," Zabuza said coldly. "And if this tool stops being useful, I'll snap it in half myself." Haku said nothing. "Because what do you even say to that? Man, you're pathetic, Zabuza," a voice drawled from the side. Reiga Kurosuke, rocking a bowl cut and dual lightning swords, leaned back with a grin. "That tool of yours is clearly defective. Why not toss it and get a new one?" "Mind your own business, Reiga," Zabuza snarled. They technically came from the same village, but Kirigakuer's bloody missed graduation exam, child murder free for all, didn't exactly foster lifelong friendships. But we're teammates now," Reiga sneered. "What if your broken little tool gets us killed? Maybe I should just fix the problem for you. Are you trying to pick a fight?" Zabuza's murder aura spiked. "Wow, you are perceptive," Reiga shot back, fingers twitching toward his swords. I've always wanted to see if the demon of the mist lives up to his name. The tension was so thick you could slice it with a kunao. Just as the two were about to throw hands. Boom. The door exploded into splinters. A barrage of paper spears shot in like angry origami, pinning Reiga to the wall like a bug in a display case. The other ninjas barely dodged in time. Click. Clack. The sound of footsteps, and then came a woman in a black and red cloud robe, rocking a cute little flower hairpin. Who the hell are you? Zabuza demanded, sword at the ready. The Akatsuki. Maruyama, the former ninja from Iwagakure, paled. Why are they here? The who now? Shoka, the resident swordsman, blinked. Back in the war, Iwagakure hired 2 of them to fight Kimagakure, Maruyama babbled. They wiped out 10 elite squads. Alone. Shoka's sweat could have filled a bucket. You're joking? Yeah, nah, I'm out. Maribashi bolted for the window. Thunk. A paper spear nailed him to the wall. Lord Zabuza. Haku squeaked. Stop her. Zabuza yelled while backpedaling and slamming his hands together. Hidden mist jutsu? The room vanished into fog. Konan didn't even blink. Secret technique 1000 flying water needles. Haku lunged from an ice mirror, kunao poised. Yoink. Konan caught his wrist like a mom confiscating a toy. Half-hearted attacks just get you killed faster, kid. I just. Bonk. Haku, nap time. Swoosh. A sword stabbed through Konan's back. Shoka grinned. Got her. Until her body dissolved into paper. What? Thunk. Another spear. Another wall decoration. Damn, Zabuza's voice echoed from the mist. Didn't think anyone could be scarier than Mei, that crazy broad. Whoosh. Konan's spear impaled a pillar. Mist. Annoying fog. Then, a hand shot from the mist. Stabbing Konan spun. Puff. Purple smoke erupted at her feet. Poison. Great. Her legs wobbled. Ha ha ha, told ya not to move, Reiga croaked, bleeding from his new hole in the torso but somehow still standing. Zabuza wasn't faring better, one arm hanging limp. But we win, Reiga gloated. Moral of the story? Cheating works. Konan spat blood, silent. If she was going down, she'd take them with her. Ahem. A small figure strolled through the wrecked door. Did I miss the party? Deadpan. Tiny. Unimpressed. Yato had arrived. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Konan's first kiss, a system's gift. Where did this brat come from? Kurosuke Reiga looked down at the kid who barely reached his waist, his bushy eyebrows furrowing. He turned to Zabuza with a low growl. Another one of your trained tools. Shut it, Zabuza snapped irritably. Like I've got time to run a damn kindergarten. Ha, so an enemy then, Reiga sneered. Once someone was marked as an enemy, age and gender meant nothing to him. Chop first, ask questions never. What are you doing here? Konan glared at Yato, her brow furrowed. I told you to stay away. I'm here to save you, Yato said, stepping up beside her tiny frame. Not needed. Leave. Now. Her voice was ice cold. It wasn't out of concern, just professionalism. Yato was her client, and a mission was a mission. She could die, but the Akatsuki's reputation couldn't. Young lady, Yato sighed, you're flopping around like a beached sunfish at this point, and you're still talking tough? Is your mouth the only hard part on you? And that wasn't just an expression, her body really was soft. He'd noticed earlier when she carried him mid-flight. Warm and squishy, like a sponge. You. Konan choked on her rage, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Whoa, easy there. That poison's no joke. Seeing the blood turn black, Yato quickly knelt, ready to slit his wrist. His bodily fluids were now elixir of life with insane healing properties. But let's be real, other fluids weren't exactly appropriate here. Blood it was. Something's off, Kushina's voice suddenly piped up. What? Another ambush. Yato stayed low, senses locked onto the 2 rogue mist ninjas. No, your curse hasn't triggered yet. Kushina sounded puzzled. Damn it, don't jinx me. Yato's eye twitched. You're yelling at me. It's not yelling. It's commentary. Woe is me. Just a poor woman betrayed by her student, cast aside for some Konan lady. Kushina fake subbed in her spirit orb. Jealous much? Yato deadpanned. But seriously, it's weird, Kushina mused. That curse of yours always acts up around pretty women. No way I'd ignore her. Silence. The atmosphere turned awkward. After a long pause with no response, Kushina asked, why so quiet? Lady, are you a crow in disguise? Yato's lips trembled, his expression crumbling. Before him, the golden interface unfurled. Choose. 1. Sneak a kiss, steal Konan's first kiss while she's immobilized. 2. Taste of friendship, gift Reiga a friendship bracelet. Earn his friendship. 3. Stab while she's down, give Konan a backstab. Teach her the meaning of betrayal. What the? Option 1 was already unhinged. Options 2 and 3? Peak villainy. Could this system be any less human? It's here? Really here? Kushina gasped. Thanks for the heads up, ma'am, Yato muttered, his face red. He turned to Konan. This is for your own good. Don't misunderstand. Before she could react, he went for it. Mwah. Time froze. Konan's golden eyes widened in shock. I got kissed? By a kid. As she snapped back to reality and tried to shove him away, a wave of warmth flooded her body. Every cell sang in bliss, her mind fogged with craving for more. Reiga and Zabuza stared, dumbfounded. Bro, this is your dynamic. Lady, you're old enough to be his mom? And this is how you act during a life or death fight. Disgusting, Reiga spat, shaking off his shock. Then died together. He hurled another poison vial at them. Snap. Yato caught it without looking, then gently pushed Konan aside. Reward, memory transfer jutsu. Huh. Not bad. Worth the perversion? Debatable. Wait, did I just accept being a creep? No? Outwardly calm, Yato examined the vial. Your secret weapon? What's in it? Try it, Reiga sneered, pale from blood loss. Good idea. You're so kind. Yato chugged it like a shot, exhaling purple smoke. Everyone. Tastes floral, he mused, tossing the empty vial. Not bad. How are you alive? Reiga screeched. Don't worry about me. Yato cracked his knuckles. Mr. Reiga, ever heard of the 8 gates? Instantly Reiga's face drained of color. You. Whoosh. Yato vanished, reappearing to kick Reiga's thigh inward. Crack. This isn't the 8 gates. Reiga howled, crumpling. Never said it was. Yato winked, then turned to Zabuza. Are you still fighting? Zabuza sweated bullets. This kid was not normal. And Konan? Fully healed, skin glowing. What kind of scam is this? Time for plan B. Zabuza steeled himself. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Zabuza's Last Stand. The tension in the air was thicker than a bowl of day-old ramen. Reiga's right leg had been turned into modern art by Yato's foot, and a follow-up punch sent him straight to dreamland. Now, only Zabuza was left, crouched like a grumpy cat who just realized the food bowl was empty. Yato and Konan had him cornered, watching with the patience of two people who know the Wi-Fi's about to come back on. This was just entertainment now. Yato was dying to see what Zabuza's final act would be. A dramatic speech? A hidden weapon? A last-minute confession about his secret love of gardening? Failure? Please. Zabuza wasn't Naruto. He couldn't just yell believe it, and suddenly grow a third tail. If he somehow pulls this off, I'll personally teach his entire family the art of upside-down taco eating. Yato's grin was downright wicked. Across from him, Konan looked about as stressed as someone who just remembered they left the stove on, which, for her, meant mildly concerned. Honestly, this mission had been one awkward mess after another for the so-called angel of Omegakure. She'd signed up for quick rogue ninja disposal, not oops, almost got poisoned by discount bandits. And then her own client had to save her in a way that left her face hotter than a miso soup left boiling too long. Could she complain? No. Did she want to? Also no. Was she maybe, slightly, replaying it in her head? No, he's just a kid. That doesn't count. Her thoughts were spiraling faster than a shuriken in a tornado when Suo, Kushina's voice piped up in Yato's mind like an uninvited radio. How was Kanan's lips taste? Huh. Pretty moist. Wait, I mean what taste? No taste. Purely life-saving measures. That's it. Yato played dumb, eyes darting everywhere. Nothing else. Aha. Noble of you? Obviously. Back in Konoha, they called me honest little gentleman. They called you that little menace and you know it. Yato deployed his signature topic dodging only for his wandering eyes to accidentally lock with Konan's drifting gaze. Both instantly whipped their heads away like they'd just seen the other picking their nose. Ahem. Yato coughed so hard he might have dislodged a lung. Fight. Still happening. Focus. Fight. Looks more like ninja speed dating to me, Kushina sing-songed. Speed dating. Mom. I'm 10. Oh, now you're 10? Last week you were mature for your age and stop calling me mom. Call me sis. But I'm technically Naruto's. Different relationships, different titles. Problem. Yato was baffled. Since when did she care about titles? But before he could overthink it, Zabuza finally made his move. In a move that screamed I didn't think this through, he chomped onto his sword, backflipped, show off, and yanked the shivering, bald meatball hiding under the desk blade now at his throat. Let me leave, or he dies. Help? Please. The bald man flailed, but against an elite ninja's strength, he might as well have been a twig fighting a hurricane. Konan's eyes narrowed. Hostage situation? Zabuza really did have some tricks left. She glanced at Yato, waiting for his reaction. Surely this guy was important, why else would Zabuza use him as a bargaining chip? But the boy just tilted his head, confused. Who's this old man again? He doesn't even know him. Konan blinked. Quit screwing around. Zabuza's patience snapped. I know you were hired by those villagers to get their wages from this bastard. Wrong. I'm the one who hired them, Yato muttered under his breath. TCH didn't expect those useless commoners to hire someone like you. Fine, I admit defeat this time. Zabuza exhaled sharply. Let me go, and I'll hand over Gato. What if I say no? Yato's deadpan stare vanished, replaced by something far more intense. Then your villagers' employers get nothing, Zabuza hissed. A ninja like you wouldn't want a failed mission, would you? So in your mind, it's Gato feeding those villagers. Yato smirked. Wow, this is how a legendary ninja thinks? Pathetic. The hell's that supposed to mean? Zabuza's grip tightened Gato's neck, now bleeding. Please? I'll pay anything. Gato whimpered, a far cry from his usual tyrant self. Exactly what I said. Yato ignored Gato entirely. Workers feed their bosses, not the other way around. That thing you're holding? Just a blood-sucking parasite. Go ahead, kill him. I'll applaud. Why you think I won't? Zabuza's hands trembled. Why you're bluffing. Konan's mind word. Workers feed bosses. She'd never considered that before. Am I? Yato leaned and then smacked Zabuza's sword forward. Squelch. Gato's gurgle was almost comedic. Welp. No hostage. Now Yato yeeted Zabuza into the floor. Cornered, Zabuza spat a senbon from his mouth. Yato caught it right through his palm. Then, without flinching, he yanked it out with his teeth, the wound healing instantly. What are you? Zabuza's voice shook. A monster. Yato scoffed. Compared to scum like you who treat people as tools? I'd say I'm way more human. Zabuza had no retort. Bite down. This'll hurt. Yato's fist crashed into Zabuza's skull. Thud. Out cold. Thanks for the assist. Yato stood, turning to Konan. So Miss White Tiger of Akatsuki. My name is Konan. She finally introduced herself properly. Konan ne. MN. Give me a sec to clean up. There's something I want to discuss, just us. Cool. Fine. Konan nodded calmly. Outwardly, at least. Inside, she was panicking. Is he about to confess? Like in those romance novels? What do I do? He's a kid. Creator's thoughts. Raven_scroll Chapter 17, Chapter 17. Konan's crisis, dreams, doubts, and a 12-year-old visionary. Gato's office. The office was finally clean, which was more than anyone could say about Kato's business practices. Zabuza, Haku, and Reiga were currently napping in the world's least comfortable Airbnb, aka the underground prison, courtesy of Ayato's negotiation tactics. Wearing her glasses, Yakushi Nono sat in Gato's office chair, carefully flipping through the documents in her hands. After a while, she finally looked up at Yato beside her and said, all the land deeds and company shares are intact. They can be directly transferred. Then transfer them under your name, sensei. Yato nodded. These were all things he had found in Gato's vault. Alongside the documents were 5 billion ryo in cold, hard cash and a mountain of gold, silver, and jewelry to make a dragon jealous. That's right. Not 1 million, not 10 million, 5 freaking billion ryo. At the underground bounty exchange, the Hokage's head was only worth a measly 20 million ryo. A decent bowl of ramen was worth 60 ryo, meaning with 5 billion, you could buy 250 Sarutobi Hirizons. The sheer absurdity of a backwater shipping tycoon hoarding this much cash was absurd. Under my name. Nono was startled and immediately refused. No, that's not appropriate. Sensei, hear me out first. Yato gently tapped the desk with a smile. While the land deeds and shares will be under your name, the actual profits can be distributed to all the employees. You'll temporarily hold executive control over the company. Once we've spread proper education, we can then distribute the shares to the workers. Why go through all this trouble? Nono asked calmly. Why not just divide it among them now? They're not ready yet. Yaifeng shook his head. Without you overseeing things, it just lead to chaos. The people's awareness wasn't there yet. Blindly pushing for collective ownership would likely end in disaster. That's exactly why Yato insisted on spreading education. Proper ideological training was key to raising awareness? Alright then, I'll give it a try. Nono exhaled in resignation. Also, I suggest rebranding this shipping company, Yato mused. Transportation shouldn't be the backbone industry. It's not good for the Land of Waves' development. If the people are always running around, they won't have the time or energy to build their homeland. Nono nodded in agreement. How do we proceed? Mergers and splits, Yato scribbled on a piece of paper. First, consolidate all the other big and small companies in the Land of Waves. Prioritize developing industrial and high-tech sectors, then use those to fuel other fields. Fine, we'll do as you say. Nono nodded. Where do we start? Truth be told, she was completely lost. She'd been a spy, not an economist. But one thing was certain, listening to Yato was never wrong. This kid had been ridiculously capable since childhood, with eyes that seemed to see through the world's very fabric. He could pinpoint the core of any problem with surgical precision. The first step, of course, is giving our new company a kick-ass name. Yato stroked his smooth chin, his dead fish eyes gleaming. How about Umbrella Corporation? Nono stared. That sounds like we sell rain gear. Or super shady bioweapons, Yato added cheerfully. Versatility is key. Somewhere, in another universe, a red-clad woman sneezed. Later, under a sky so starry it looked like a ninja had thrown glitter at the heavens, Yato strolled along the shore. Konan followed, her Akatsuki cloak flapping dramatically in the breeze like a villainous bedsheet. Her gaze filled with awe and disbelief. The boy hadn't hidden his Land of Waves development plan from her when drafting it with Nono, and Konan had witnessed every detail. And it blew her mind. From industrialization, technological advancement, to compulsory education. Though she didn't fully grasp some of the jargon, one thing was clear, if Yato's plan succeeded, the Land of Waves would soar. A 12-year-old with this level of foresight and knowledge was already mind-boggling. But the real shocker? He wasn't doing any of this for himself. With his skills, Konan had no doubt he could turn this island nation into his personal kingdom. Yet he didn't. Every policy he crafted benefited the common people. That was what truly stunned her. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The seaside night view is pretty nice, huh? Yato turned to her with a grin. What do you think, Konan ne? Konan nodded softly, pulling herself together. It really was beautiful. The starry sky was like a jeweled tapestry, the crescent moon casting a silver glow over the endless ocean. How long had it been since she last admired a nightscape like this? Not just because of the perpetual rain in a megakur, she simply hadn't been in the mood. Ever since Yahiko's death, she and Nagato had been chasing the Ten Tails fusion, supposedly for world peace, but deep down, she had no faith in it. Even if they succeeded, would it really bring peace? She didn't know. Nagato probably didn't either. They were just clinging to a shattered dream. Would Yahiko have wanted this for them? No. But what other choice did they have? Before today, Konan would have said none. But now, her gaze drifted to the boy beside her. If anyone could guide us out of this maze, it was him. But how do I even bring it up? If she told him the truth, would he think she was insane? Konan-ne, Yato suddenly spoke, snapping her out of her thoughts. Yes. You seem troubled. Silence. She hadn't figured out how to explain. What if she scared him? Konan-ne, remember how I said I wanted to talk earlier? Yato met her eyes, his expression serious. I think now's the perfect time. It's happening? Konan's heart pounded like a drum, but she forced calm into her voice. Go ahead. Before that Yato scratched his head awkwardly. Could you, give me your hand? Give him my hand. Konan's mind short-circuit. Was he about to propose? Wasn't this way too fast? I should refuse. And yet, her hand moved on its own. Pathetic. Just as she expected, the boy took her hand but then softly said, relax. Don't resist. Before she could react, a flood of information surged into her mind. Yato was using the memory transfer jutsu, a god-tier jutsu that allowed selective memory sharing. Konan froze. The moment she processed the influx, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. Magical Girl. Uchiha Madara. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Kushina's Descent into Fanfic Hell. Hey, wake up already. In his groggy state, Yato heard someone calling. Blinking his bleary eyes open, a semi-transparent redhead popped up from the foot of his bed, right in his line of sight. Holy crap. Yato yelped, instantly wide awake. Ha ha ha, your face is priceless. Brushing away the hair covering her face, Kushina beamed with delight. Yato's lips twitched, his expression deadpan. You could scare someone to death like that, sis. You're right, but you're not exactly someone, are you? Kushina winked. Yato had no comeback for that. Sighing, he got up and threw on his jacket. Aren't you worried someone might see you? What's the big deal? You're the only one left in the house. Kushina buried most of her body under the bed, leaving just her head poking out. Your teacher Nono, Rina, even little Karen, they've all been up for ages? Don't you think you should reflect on your life choices? Hard pass. Self-reflection isn't in a slacker's vocabulary. He shuffled into the bathroom to wash up. Oh, by the way, your Nasan already left. She even stopped by to check on you before she went, Kushina added. Wait, why didn't you wake me up then? Yato mumbled aloud with his toothbrush. Well, she stood there staring at your sleeping face for ages. Pretty sure she was enjoying the view, Kushina teased, her tone dripping with mischief. It would have been a shame to ruin her fun, right? What kind of weird nonsense are you spouting now? Yato's voice echoed from the bathroom. Tisk tisk, kids these days. So naive. Kushina recalled the way Konan had been eyeing Yato's sleeping face, practically undressing him with her gaze. That Nasan of yours has some bold tastes, huh? Age gap? What age gap? Huh? Yato emerged, drying his face with a towel, not quite catching her words. Anyway, you still owe me an explanation about magical girl Uchiha Madara. Kushina abruptly changed the subject, floating up and phasing into Yato's body. The process inevitably exposed parts of her form, but by now, both of them were desensitized, no more awkward blushing like before. Trust me, you don't want to know. It's a one-way ticket to the Forbidden Zone, Yato sighed. That abomination was a cursed fanfic he'd stumbled upon years ago, a mental scar he'd never fully recovered from. As if I'd be scared of something like that. Kushina scoffed, oozing confidence. Come on, hit me with it. Let's see how forbidden it really is. As far as she was concerned, her current relationship with Yato was already pushing boundaries. What could possibly be more taboo than reality? Besides, her curiosity was officially piqued. Magical girl Uchiha Madara. The name alone was a train wreck she couldn't look away from. A male Uchiha Madara as a magical girl? What fresh insanity was this? Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Yato sighed. Less talking, more sharing. Kushina impatiently waved him on. She'd already heard about Yato's memory transfer ability thanks to Konan hogging the experience first and was itching to try it herself. Alright, brace yourself. The memory transfer technique required trust, a relaxed mind, and physical contact. But since Kushina was a spirit bound to Yato's soul pearl, they could skip the formalities. The moment the memory stream hit Kushina's consciousness, she froze like a deer in headlights. Several seconds later, her entire body began trembling. What in the actual hell is this? Exploding battles, a trapped magical girl Uchiha Madara, the sinister cackling of evil scientist Senju Tobirama, and a writhing, tentacled monstrosity dubbed the ultimate kaiju Senju Hashirama. Kushina felt her soul leaving her body. She'd give anything to unsee this. Told you it was forbidden knowledge, Yato shrugged, heading out the door. Who even thinks of this stuff? Jiraiya's smut looks like children's literature next to this. Kushina raged from inside the soul pearl, her voice twitching with horror. Youthful ignorance, Yato defended weakly. No way I'm suffering alone, Kushina declared suddenly. We're sharing this masterpiece with the entire shinobi world. Gasped woman, you're evil. Yato clutched his chest in mock horror. Meanwhile, in a dark underground prison cell, Zabuza groggily woke up on a pile of straw, his head pounding. Zabuza-sama? You're awake. A familiar voice chirped beside him. Haku. Zabuza turned to see the delicate-faced boy. We're alive. He vaguely remembered the chaos of their last battle. So why aren't we dead? Oh, I can fix that for you, Zabuza. A snide voice drawled from the shadows. Zabuza's eyes adjusted to reveal not just Haku, but also Reiga, and a few other cellmates. Reiga smirked. Miss me. Zabuza's glare could have melted steel. Keep talking. See what happens. Gentlemen, let's not waste energy, one of the others, Maruyama, interjected tiredly. We're all prisoners here. Reiga scoffed but stayed quiet. Why can't I sense my chakra? Zabuza suddenly realized, his brow furrowing. Took you long enough, Reiga sneered. You think they'd capture us without sealing our powers? It's an advanced sealing technique, Maruyama sighed. No ordinary jutsu can break it. What do they want from us? Zabuza growled. Oh, nothing much, a cheerful voice cut in as the cell door creaked open. A black-haired boy with green eyes, in white and green robes smiled at them. Just a tiny favor. Zabuza's blood ran cold. Him again. That creepy little. You want my help? Reiga barked a laugh. Dream on, brat. Yep. Just me? The boy's smile didn't waver. And what, pray tell, do you require? Maruyama asked cautiously. There's a mountain in southern Wave Country. I need it cleared and cultivated in 2 weeks. The boy clasped his hands. Simple, right? Cultivate a mountain. Maruyama's eye twitched. Even the reasonable one was struggling. Zabuza and Reiga? They looked ready to commit murder. You dare treat me like some farmer. Reiga roared. I dare, the boy sang. And since you're not cooperating, he raised a hand, silver light swirling around his fingers. I'll just have to persuade you. Moral enhancement technique? Poof. Reiga's chest suddenly ballooned outward like an overinflated tire, his shirt ripping at the seams to reveal generous assets. The entire cell fell silent. Persuasion. This was terrorism. The devilish boy tilted his head, still smiling. So, convinced yet? Creator's thoughts. Raven_scroll. Support my Patreon patreon.com/Raven_scroll. Chapter 19. Yado's homecoming. The sun was warm, the sky a brilliant blue. Yado walked along the road back to Konoha, the dense forest on either side alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and birdsong. You called me evil earlier, but aren't you the real evil one here? Kushina's voice chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You literally drove Kurosuke Reiga into an existential crisis. He's just stuck in his old ways, Yado replied, a faint smirk curling his lips. Once he gets used to it, he might even realize it's not so bad. Get used to it? Kushina's eye twitched in disbelief. There's no way anyone could ever get used to that. Just imagine a grown bloodthirsty man with a pair of assets bigger than hers. Never say never, Yado chuckled. People change over time. Who knows? He might grow to love it. Oh yeah? Then what about you? Kushina shot back. Would you learn to love it? Not my thing, Yado answered. Pft ha ha ha. Kushina burst out laughing at his blunt honesty, rolling her eyes. You won't even like it yourself, yet you assume others might. People have all kinds of weird kinks you never know. Oh really? I mean, just think about magical girl Uchiha Madara. Would any sane person be into that? And yet, it's got a market. Shut up, don't even mention that thing. Inside the spirit pearl, Kushina's face twisted as if she'd bitten into a lemon. Nightmare. That thing was her personal nightmare? She deeply regretted her past curiosity. *L so, still planning to spread it across the whole shinobi world. Yado asked, amused. Yes. Kushina roared without hesitation. That's exactly why we have to spread it. If I had to suffer, the entire world will suffer with me. Spoken like a true legend. As they bantered, the gates of Konoha came into view. Presenting his pass, the guards at the gate blinked in surprise before quickly waving him through. Back on the familiar streets, Yado took a deep breath. It's only been a few days, but it feels like a lifetime. Well, your status has changed, Kushina teased. You left as a mere academy student, but now you're the supreme leader of the Land of Waves. Indeed, Yado was now the de facto ruler of the Land of Waves. Originally, he'd planned to install Yakushi Nono as the figurehead leader only for his dear teacher to pull a spectacular backstab during the inauguration ceremony. In front of the entire nation, she'd publicly declared him as the new leader. Kushina would never forget the look on his face, priceless. Ah yes, the classic Return of the King storyline, Yado deadpanned. He never wanted this position. He knew his limits running a village would have been pushing it, let alone a whole country. But the people of the Land of Waves had insisted. After learning he was the hero who toppled Gato, they'd practically forced the title onto him. Some craftsmen had even started drafting designs for a statue of him in the town square. Yado had immediately shut that down, suggesting they build one for Zabuza instead. After all, he was the one who'd actually killed Gato. Plus, making Zabuza the hero of Waves helped Yado maintain his low profile in Konoha. He wasn't planning to defect, not yet. Doing so would only put the Land of Waves and Nono in the crosshairs of Konoha's higher-ups. Slow and steady wins the race. So, what's next? Kushina asked. First, we pay Lord Danzo a visit, and hand him a loyalty offering. His grin turned downright sinister. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki hideout, the Project Tsuki no Mi, Nagato, frail and wheelchair-bound, stared wide-eyed at Konan. Konan stood before him, her expression unreadable. That so-called Uchiha Madara, his ultimate goal is to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi with the Rein-Sharingan, trapping the entire world in an illusion. So that's his plan. Nagato lowered his gaze, deep in thought. You're not actually considering this cyber peace, are you? Konan raised an eyebrow. It's just escapism, Nagato. Cyber peace. Think of it as collective delusion. Nagato sighed. You're right. Also, both the fake and real Uchiha Madara got scammed, Konan added. The real mastermind wants to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to free his mother. Those two just ended up as Gotham's finest. Gotham's finest. Yeah, clowns. Nagato's eye twitched. Where did you pick up these phrases? And who fed you all this intel? Weren't you just on a simple mission in the Land of Waves? What the hell happened over there? It's complicated. Short version, I picked up a little brother in the Land of Waves. Konan stated matter-of-factly. Nagato inhaled sharply. A little brother. He thought he knew his old friend well. After Yahiko's death, he'd assumed she, like him, had sealed her heart away. Yet here she was, dropping this bombshell on him. A little brother. Yes. He's young, but extraordinary. Konan, are you serious? Nagato's voice was low. Aside from Yahiko, he didn't believe anyone in this world was extraordinary, not even himself. He called himself a god, but Pain was the deity, not Nagato. Absolutely. I'd even call him the future of the shinobi world, though he'd disagree. Her gaze was unwavering. Nagato frowned, half convinced his friend was under a genjutsu. Yahiko himself had never earned such high praise from her. I know words alone won't convince you. Konan pulled out a document, handing it to him. This is his gift to you. A gift. Nagato took it, puzzled. The first of two. Nagato opened the cover and froze. Asterisk 5-year plan to revolutionize the shinobi world. Asterisk. Revolutionize. The term was intriguing. He flipped to the next page and was hooked. By the time he finished, he sat in stunned silence. Well? Konan asked. I see why you called him the future, Nagato admitted. He's a genius. A real one. Many understood that war stemmed from scarcity, but no one had ever proposed liberating shinobi from their roles as mere tools, redirecting their skills toward productive labor instead. It was a brilliant tangible path to peace. Yahiko would have loved this. He's already implementing this in the Land of Waves, Konan said proudly, handing him a small vial of crimson liquid. And this is his second gift. What is it? Drink it. It'll show you a whole new world. Chapter 20. Danzo's new apprentice. Konoha Hokage's office. So, you witnessed the hero of the Land of Waves, Zabuza, being defeated with your own eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk with one hand, his expression bewildered. And the person who did it was wearing a breathing mask and looked really old. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yato replied with utmost respect. How strange, Hiruzen muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Based on Yato's description, he quickly deduced who the perpetrator must be. An elderly face, a breathing mask, and the ability to dismantle a Jonin-level fighter like Mamakai Zabuza in just a few moves. There was only one person in the entire shinobi world who fit the bill, the so-called demigod, Hanzo the Salamander. But this made no sense. As the leader of a megacorps, why would he raid a transport company in the Land of Waves? Was the old man so bored at home that he decided to dabble in the logistics industry? And let's not even get started on Mamakai Zabuza, the infamous Kiri shinobi who attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, somehow becoming the hero of the Land of Waves. If not for the intel from his spies and the testimony of the boy before him, Hiruzen would have dismissed this as pure fantasy. Since when did the tiny Land of Waves become such a den of legends? I warned you to act quickly, Danzo, his face wrapped in bandages, sneered from the left side of the desk. Now that old fool Hanzo has beaten us to it. As always, Hiruzen, your weakness costs us. We are Konoha, a village that values peace, Hiruzen retorted, subtly signaling with his eyes that there was a young shinobi present and some topics were best avoided. We do not recklessly interfere in other nations' affairs. Hypocrite, Danzo scoffed, ignoring the hint entirely. If not for my operatives in the Land of Waves and this boy's quick thinking, Konoha almost would have suffered a massive loss this time. Hiruzen blinked. Wait, what loss? He frowned. You said almost. Show him, Danzo commanded, nodding at Yato. Yes, Danzo-sama. Yato pulled out a contract from his robes. Hiruzen took it, scanned the contents, and his expression froze. This is. My apologies, Hokage-sama, Yato said with a respectful bow. Lady Greyfeather and I took the liberty of using Konoha's name to secure a long-term contract with the Land of Waves Umbrella Corporation. They've agreed to pay 40 million ryo annually for our protection services. Lady Greyfeather was one of Danzo's planted agents in the Land of Waves and also one of Konoha's undercover operatives. Coincidentally, she happened to be a former protege of Nono, trained since childhood, and the two shared a deep bond. After Nono removed her cursed tongue eradication seal, Greyfeather had fully defected to their side. Of course, Danzo knew none of this, nor did he even realize Nono was still alive. Watching his old friend's stunned face, he smirked in satisfaction. There's no need to apologize. This benefits Konoha. Hiruzen fell silent. Benefit Konoha? Absolutely. The contract didn't even require Konoha to station shinobi there, just provide emergency support if the Umbrella Corporation faced trouble. Essentially, free money for doing nothing. Given the annual 40 million ryo income, Hiruzen could easily overlook the minor insubordination from Yato and Grey Feather. But that wasn't what bothered him. What truly unsettled him was the sudden closeness between Yato and Danzo. Since when were they so chummy? There's one more thing, Hiruzen, Danzo added smugly, chin held high. From now on, Hayashi Yato will join Root. What? Hiruzen's eyes darted between Danzo and Yato, who kept his head lowered. His brows furrowed, his expression darkening. Danzo, he's still a student at the academy. TCH. At his age, you and I were already fighting on the battlefield under the second Hokage. Danzo scoffed. Age is irrelevant. What matters is talent, and this boy has it. His first mission was executed flawlessly. I refuse, Hiruzen stated firmly. Yato must complete his education first. That's non-negotiable. In his mind, Yato had clearly been coerced. No sane person would willingly associate with Danzo otherwise. Damn it all. After years of nurturing Konoha's next generation, how could he let a promising seedling like this rot in Root's darkness? As Hokage, he would not allow it. Hiruzen, you. Danzo nearly erupted, but then, as if remembering something, he merely snorted. Fine. Have it your way. With that, he stormed out in a huff. If Danzo forces you into anything, come to me, Hiruzen said, guilt gnawing at him. He suspected his earlier private meeting with Yato had sparked Danzo's interest. It's alright, Hokage-sama, Yato said softly, as if reading his thoughts. This was my choice. But Hiruzen didn't miss the faint bitterness in his eyes. Definitely coerced. His resentment toward Danzo grew. His old friend was crossing the line. As Yato left the Hokage's office and headed toward the southern training grounds, Danzo emerged from the shadows. What did the old man say to you? He asked coldly. The Hokage told me to stay away from you, Yato answered honestly. TCH. Still playing the saint, Danzo sneered. Hayashi Yato, you're a smart boy, and Root needs smart people. I understand, Danzo-sama, Yato replied respectfully. Danzo nodded, satisfied. I've decided to take you as my disciple. What do you say? This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Danzo genuinely wanted an apprentice, one who could surpass Hiruzen's famed Sunin. His old friend had 3 legendary students, while Danzo had none. Root had plenty of skilled shinobi, but none with the potential to reach that level. Yato, however, was different. Defeating a Chunin like Mizuki before even graduating? Sharp wit, quick adaptability? This boy had the makings of a prodigy, one that could rival the Sunin themselves. As Danzo finished speaking, a golden prompt flickered before Yato's eyes. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 21, Chapter 21. The system strikes again. Make your choice. 1. Present Naruto's authentic, slightly used ninja boxers as a token of respect. 2. Tell Danzo you don't want to be his disciple but you do want to be his brother. 3. Dance the full Euphoria disco in front of him and ask, do you like a disciple like this? Yato stood there, silent. His mouth twitched like he'd just been hit with a static shock. Seriously? These are the options. He stared blankly at the air in front of him, where the 3 choices floated like cursed gotcha pulls. No matter which one he picked, it felt like a one-way ticket to social suicide. Option 1. Sacrifice his dignity by pulling out a pair of Naruto-themed, previously worn underwear from his pocket. Sure, he didn't have them now, but if he selected it, he knew the system would make one appear. That's how it always worked. Reliable in the worst way possible. Weirdly thoughtful when it came to ruining his life. And Naruto's used boxers. No thank you. Just imagining it made Yato, a proud semi-germaphobe, want to cry. And the idea of holding them? Nope. Pass. Option 2, equally cursed. It was just words, yes, but they crossed the emotional cringe threshold so hard, there was no going back. Some things couldn't be said out loud, even as a joke. That line was buried 6 feet under the earth. Option 3, wasn't any better. Euphoria disco sounded suspiciously like something that belonged in a nightclub or an exorcism. Either way, it couldn't be good. But, when comparing stomach-churning shame levels, dancing might be the least humiliating. Maybe. Taking a deep breath, Yato pressed the 3rd option. Thunk. Loud, energetic music erupted in his head without warning, like a flash mob had set up shop in his brain. Across from him, Danzo stared, confusion etched deep into his weathered face. Yato slowly raised his arms, then started doing these tiny little shimmies, like a microwave burrito trying to dance. His palms slid awkwardly down his thighs, then up his chest like he was in a cheesy music video from the early 2000s. Hayashi Yato, Danzo asked, voice dark and suspicious, what exactly are you doing? He didn't respond. Because his feet had started moving. His body began to spin slightly, hands gripping his waistband with a flair that screamed accidental male lead in a rom-com striptease. His hips were really committing to the beat. Now the Root Guard's stoic ninja trained to ignore almost anything were watching. Intently. One even dropped his kunao. A teenage boy was dancing the Euphoria disco in front of the Root commander like it was open mic night at Konoha's Got Talent. Danzo's eye twitched. You little punk, cut it out, he finally exploded. This was too much. As an old-school shinobi, Danzo could tolerate war, espionage, and even betrayal. But interpretive dance? In broad daylight? In front of his men? From a teenager? Nope. Nope. Then Yato, now fully embracing the role of embarrassment incarnate, leapt into the air, pulled off a shaky but committed backflip, and landed in a deep, dramatic split. With one hand raised and a faint smile on his lips, he looked up at Danzo and said, "Lord Danzo, how do you like this disciple?" Silence. Not a single breath. Danzo's face twitched like his mustache was trying to resign. After a very long pause, he turned around silently, cane in hand, and left. No words. No goodbye. Turns out, he'd only wanted a disciple for appearances to outshine Hiruzen Sarutobi. But this one might accidentally make headlines. Or kill him with stress. Hard pass. Yato dusted off his pants and stood up, deadpan. Well, guess that's the end of my journey to becoming Elder Danzo's beloved student. Are you embarrassed? Came Kushina's voice, casual and amused. Huh? What do you mean? Yato tried to play it cool, even striking a stoic pose. You know, pretending you don't care while your soul is shriveling up like a raisin? That's kind of embarrassing. Shut up. Don't call it out like that. The emotional damage was immediate. Sure, Danzo saw him as a lunatic, but he knew he was a functional human being. Mostly, he didn't want to dance. The system had made him do it? If Kushina had just kept quiet, maybe he could have suppressed the trauma. But no, she had to say it out loud. I mean, I was trying to compliment you, Kushina added innocently. Yato raised an eyebrow. Compliment. Yeah, you've got good hip movement. Very seductive. I think if you ever apply to a nightclub, you'd get top billing. Excuse me. Yato turned purple. Why did he even ask? Who says something like that to a teenager? Was it just him, or had Kushina gotten way more unfiltered lately? Wait, was he the one who taught her that? Oh, yeah, that tracks. Mission complete. Congratulations, you've received the Sosuke Aizen, Hueco Mundo version, character card. The system alert blinked across his vision. Yato froze. No freaking way, yes. What happened? Kushina tilted her head. Another curse? What is it this time? Running around the village naked with I Heart Suit Kakashi painted on your chest. Nope. We're winning, baby. Yato said, holding up the shining card like it was a golden ticket. Humiliation was temporary. This payoff is eternal. I'm going to be invincible. This character card can be used immediately. Gain full access to Sosuke Aizen's power, memories, knowledge, and science tech. Bonus items included. Invincible. Kushina blinked. She felt it before she saw it when Yato slapped the card to his chest. A wave of strange energy surged through both their spiritual spaces. As a soul linked to Yato, Kushina got hit with the upgrade too. It was like being hit by a tsunami of caffeine and starlight. When the flood finally stopped, Kushina realized her spiritual domain had transformed from a shoebox apartment into a glowing pocket dimension, complete with floating energy and enough space to host a small mountain. She blinked and wiggled her fingers. Energy rippled. With a small motion, a white dress wrapped around her like magic. Yato, seriously, what did you do? She asked, poking her head out of her spirit orb. That dress suits you, milady, Yato replied with a calm smile. Ugh, that tone again. Kushina flinched. You sound like a soap opera villain? I hate it. You'll get used to it, my lady, Yato replied, totally straight-faced. From now on we fear nothing. Okay, no. Hit the brakes. Kushina waved her hands. Where's your dead fish face? You look confident now. What did you even get? And where are you going now? Me. Yato blinked. Just to the optician. What? I feel like my face is missing something. Gonna go buy some glasses. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The Butterfly Effect. How One Change Alters Fate. Ah, the old academy. Feels like forever. Yato stood at the ninja school gates, hands on his hips, striking a dramatic pose like he'd just returned from a decade-long war. Kushina's voice piped up in his head, dripping with sarcasm. 4 days. It's only been 4 days, drama queen. 4 days packed with life-changing events. Yato countered, undeterred. That's, like, a whole shounen arc in ninja time. Kushina sighed. Fine, whatever. Just don't start monologuing about the weight of existence or something. Too late, I've already wrote a poem about it. Ugh. Well then, let's enjoy what little remains of our student life, Yato said with a faint smirk, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Your student life, Kushina huffed. I'm your legal guardian. Sure, whatever you say. He didn't bother arguing, there was no point. Speaking of which, did you really gain all of Aizen Sosuke's powers? Kushina asked again. She had already received the memories of the Bleach anime from Yato, so she knew exactly what kind of monster Aizen Sosuke was. Invincible. Kushina had to admit Yato was literally unstoppable now. Even if the legendary rabbit goddess herself showed up, she'd probably end up crying after taking 2 slaps to the face. Didn't you already see for yourself last night? Yato chuckled. That was just a fraction of it, and not even his actual power. Kushina muttered under her breath. And are you sure that thing you made won't cause problems? If it leaks out, it'll be a disaster. It's just a prototype, so of course it looks unstable, Yato said confidently. Once it becomes what we truly want, that's when we'll reap the rewards. I can't even imagine how the shinobi world would react if they saw that, Kushina sighed. Ambitious schemers would crave it. Ordinary people would fear it. Yato paused before adding softly, but for us, it's just a means to an end. No need to overthink it, dear wife. Call me sis. Sure thing, old sis. And stop doing that Aizen roleplay when talking to me, it's creepy. Kushina demanded. Anyone familiar with Aizen knew just how cruel and domineering he was beneath that gentle facade. Kushina didn't want Yato to become like that. Even if he was role-playing, she wanted to be his anchor to make sure that, at least when facing her, he'd stay true to himself and not get consumed by Aizen's persona. Otherwise, it'd be an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire world. Compared to that, even Kagaya Atsutsuki's invasion would be child's play. If Yato knew what she was thinking right now, he'd probably laugh out loud. As a staunch materialist, how could he possibly confuse fiction with reality? His personality couldn't be overridden by anyone, he'd always be himself. Of course. Right now, Yato was blissfully unaware of Kushina's concerns. He just took it as a reasonable request and nodded. Fine. Why Yato-kun? A timid voice suddenly called out. Yato and Kushina turned to see a short-haired girl with pale lavender eyes staring at him. Her expression, a mix of delight and hesitation. It's been a while. It's only been 4 days, Hinata, Yato replied with a warm smile. But I appreciate the sentiment. Hinata's face turned pink. I just meant, it felt long. Currently, Yato was wearing Aizen's signature black-framed glasses, and his eyes no longer had their usual deadfish look. Even Kushina had admitted that unless someone knew him well, they probably wouldn't recognize him. Yet somehow, this girl who he'd barely spoken to instantly called out his name. Such a sweet girl. Your son is a lucky guy, Yato mused inwardly. Having seen all of Naruto's plot, Kushina knew exactly what he meant, but her expression turned oddly conflicted. Yato, are you sure Naruto ends up with her? Huh? Of course. It's Kishimoto's divine pairing, Yato chuckled. Have you considered that you might be the butterfly flapping its wings? What? Did you used to see Hinata often before? Pfft, no way. She's the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yato laughed exaggeratedly. A commoner like me would have been shooed away if I got too close. But we did meet a long time ago. Remember that scene in the original story where she got bullied as a kid? I took Naruto with me to help her out. Oh, then it makes sense. Kushina sighed deeply before muttering, what if she transferred the admiration she was supposed to have for Naruto, onto you? Wait, what? Yato froze. You really didn't notice? That girl clearly has a crush on you, Kushina said flatly. Hold on, that's... Yato had never considered this possibility. In fact, he'd never paid much attention to how Hinata acted around him. Now that Kushina pointed it out, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness washed over him. This is basically stealing my own future son's love interest? Honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. Fate isn't set in stone, Kushina exhaled, her tone weirdly reassuring. If my dumb son couldn't win her over, that's his own fault. But, Yato-kun. Why yeah, Yato stiffened. If she had just yelled at him or told him to stay away from Hinata, he could have handled it. But this? It was torturing his conscience? After a long pause, Kushina spoke in an eerie, ethereal voice. You already have enough girls around you. You'd better sleep with one eye open from now on. That's a threat? Yato was certain that it was a threat. Why Uto? A certain blonde knucklehead's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him out of his moral crisis. You jerk? You went off sightseeing all by yourself? Not cool. Since when do you wear glasses? Shikamaru, standing beside the blonde, noticed Yato's new accessory. Therefore roleplay, Yato said solemnly, adjusting his frames. And I wasn't sightseeing, I was saving a country. Silence. For a solid 10 seconds, nobody spoke. Then, pft ha 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 ha. Naruto doubled over laughing, wiping tears from his eyes. Man, I missed you. You always come up with the best jokes. Sis, your son's laugh is painfully dumb, Yato sighed internally. Just whose genes made him this much of an idiot? Kushina wondered aloud. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 23, Chapter 23. Yato's Blind Date. Alright, spill it, what did I miss while I was gone? Yato plopped into his seat, tossing his bag aside like it owed him money. Next to him, Shikamaru yawned like a cat who'd just woken up from a 5-hour nap, while Naruto vibrated in his chair like an overcaffeinated squirrel. The classroom buzzed with the usual morning chaos, pencils scratching, chairs scraping, and someone, probably Kiba, already snickering in the back. Oh, you know, the usual, Naruto grumbled, slouching. Suzuki got another love letter. Big surprise. He rolled his eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. Shikamaru sighed, propping his chin on his hand. Naruto, at this point, that's just background noise. Right on cue, Sakura and Ino strolled in, Sakura with her signature ribbon bouncing, Ino flipping her ponytail like she was the main character. Sakura-chan, good morning? You look super cute today, not that you don't always, but today's extra. Naruto's simp mode activated instantly as he beamed at her. Sakura and Ino, long accustomed to Naruto's over-enthusiastic vibes, ignored him completely and instead zeroed in on the newly transformed Yato. You're Hayashi Yato. Whoa, you look totally different. Now even Sakura was staring. Who knew this usually sloppy guy could radiate such unreasonable charm when he actually tried? Sakura suddenly understood why Ino had always given him extra attention. This was a glow-up in progress. Both girls stared, wide-eyed, at his fresh new look. Good morning, Miss Harano, Miss Yamanaka, Yato greeted them warmly. Huh. Ino's eyes bulged like she'd just seen a ghost. Miss Yamanaka. Ino's voice cracked. Who are you and what did you do with the guy who called me Aishan the loud blonde last week? Yato replied with a serene, sunshine smile. I had some time to think. You know how it is. Gulp. Naruto, meanwhile, was studying him like a math problem he couldn't solve. Dude, those glasses. Where'd you get 'em? Why, I need 'em. Naruto nodded, deadly serious. Sakura-chan looked at you for 3 whole seconds. That's, like, a record. Yato sighed. Naruto, buddy, some things aren't meant to be replicated. Like your face. Kiba called from the back. Like your chances of passing this semester, Yato shot back, without missing a beat. Shikamaru, ever the peacekeeper, cut in. Seriously, though, what were you doing out of the village? Don't say saving a country again. Yato leaned back, tapping his chin. Fine. I went on a blind date. The entire front row whipped around so fast necks audibly cracked. You. Ino shrieked. With who? Sakura demanded. Dude, you willingly went on a blind date. Shikamaru squinted, skeptical. Blind dates weren't unheard of in the shinobi world, teenagers married young, after all. But Shikamaru knew Yato shared his girls are trouble philosophy. No way he'd volunteer for this? Oh, I didn't want to, Yato said wistfully, half-truthfully. But sometimes, fate forces your hand. What can you do? Fate forcing his hand? Shikamaru sensed deeper meaning there, but before he could probe, Sakura derailed the conversation. So, what did she look like? Was she pretty? A very nice girl, Yato said solemnly. She had gorgeous wine-red hair, gentle yet bright like a big, ripe tomato. You little. Kushina's eye twitched violently inside the spirit pearl. Tomato was the insult bullies used to mock her back in the day. This brat was absolutely messing with her. Hey, tomato. Sakura blinked. That was a compliment? A tomato? Huh. Naruto pondered before nodding sagely. Yeah, that does not sound cute. What is wrong with you? Sakura shot Naruto a look. Did this guy think she looked like a tomato too? Hear that, sis? Your son thinks you're cute, Yato teased inwardly. Shut up. Kushina seethed. I swear, I'll possess someone and stab you. Oh, Sasuke's here. Sakura squealed, instantly switching to full fangirl mode mirroring Naruto's earlier simp energy. But Sasuke, cool as a cucumber, ignored her. Only Yato's new look earned a brief flicker of surprise before he lost interest and slunk to his seat. Anyway, Ino said, twirling a strand of hair, the grade tournament's coming up. Sasuke's obviously representing us, but who's the second? Shino, Sakura said immediately. He's definitely hiding, like, 8 secret jutsu under that collar. Hey, what about me? Naruto protested. Sakura gave him a look. Dead last, have some self-awareness. Even Yato has better odds than you. Thud. Right on cue, Iruka walked in, dropping a stack of papers. Looking way too cheerful for someone about to drop chaos. Class, tournament representatives are decided? Uchiha Sasuke and Hayashi Yato. Silence. Then, wait, what? From the back, someone whispered, oh god. He's gonna use that jutsu, isn't he? Sasuke, meanwhile, had gone very still, because he'd just realized something horrible. Before the tournament, there's the class preliminaries. Which meant he had to fight Yato. Sasuke's blood ran cold. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Yato's underground lab, where ethics go to die. The 2 students whose names were called, if you have any objections, you may voice them now. Iruka demonstrated remarkable humanity by immediately soliciting opinions from Sasuke and Yato. If these 2 really didn't want to participate, he wouldn't force them. I have no issues here, Iruka-sensei, Yato agreed almost without hesitation. Now the pressure was on Sasuke. Truth be told, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan desperately wanted to refuse. He wasn't afraid of a fair, head-on fight and had complete confidence he could defeat anyone his age. The only exception was this damn Hayashi Yato, the one opponent he never wanted to face in this lifetime. Imagine fighting seriously when suddenly your opponent whips out a surprise feces attack. What kind of bullshit is that? Who the hell could handle that? So should he refuse? But if he backed out now, wouldn't that mean he was scared of the other guy? His personal reputation didn't matter much, but right now he represented the entire Uchiha clan's dignity. If he refused, wouldn't that bring shame upon the entire Uchiha name? After considering this, Sasuke took a deep breath, his eyes gradually firming with resolve. I have no problem either. He hoped Hayashi Yato would fight him properly for once, but just in case, he'd have to use that secret equipment he'd prepared. That Mikato's kid. I bet he went through some intense mental gymnastics just now, Kushina said in a tone that suggested she'd seen right through everything. What do you mean? Yato asked, feigning ignorance. Still playing dumb? Have you forgotten what you said in front of the whole class? Kushina scoffed. Facing an opponent who flings feces around would give anyone a headache. What feces? I have no idea what you're talking about. Playing the amnesia card won't work. Everyone in this class knows about your signature move now. What should we eat tonight? So even you have moments you don't want to face your dark history. Kushina teased with amusement. Yato continued playing dumb, gazing at the sky. Maybe something simple like tomato and eggs. Shut up. Don't you dare mention tomatoes to me again. As you command, my queen. Get lost. Amidst the laughter and banter, time passed quickly. With the crisp chime of the school bell, Yato immediately grabbed his backpack to leave. Hey, Yato. Naruto grabbed him, grinning. Let's get ramen tonight. Rain check got a dinner date today, Yato replied mildly. Huh. Naruto blinked. With who? Don't tell me you've secretly made other friends. Blind date, Yato answered decisively. That red-haired girl. Naruto scratched his head. Yep, I'll introduce you someday. Yato patted his shoulder solemnly. But not today, we're preparing a candlelit dinner. With that, he turned and left. Damn it, that bastard is so enviable. Naruto muttered with clear jealousy. That blind date, is she from Konoha? Shikamaru watched Yato's retreating figure, frowning. If so, then why would he leave the village? Very mysterious. Shikamaru had always found his friend's thought processes hard to follow, but now he seemed even more inscrutable. Yato's small house. When are you planning to come clean to those friends of yours about what you're doing now? Kushina asked softly. After our plans take more concrete shape, I'll gradually reveal things to them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they might not be able to handle it. Ha, true. Kushina snorted with dark amusement. If Naruto found out the person you're dating and having candlelit dinners with is his own mother, you think he'd beat you to death on the spot? I don't think so. After a thoughtful pause, Yato said with complete seriousness, I'd tell him to his face that what I share with his mom is true love. Pa? Who's your true love, you brat? Kushina's cheeks flushed as she retreated back into Yato's body. Just joking, don't be mad. Humph, are you going to keep researching that dangerous thing now? Not for the moment. Yato lightly knocked on the left wall of his house. With a click, a dark passage opened in the floor. Descending the stairs revealed an enormous excavated space. The ceiling was embedded with glowing fluorescent stones that illuminated the entire area. On the left side stood a massive transparent tank containing a milky white amorphous substance suspended in liquid. As Yato approached, the strange white mass seemed to come alive, constantly shifting forms. This object and the underground space had been created by Yato in a single night after obtaining all of Aizen's abilities. The excavation itself had only taken minutes. The real-time investment had been that bizarre white substance. Creating a completely new energy foreign to the ninja world wasn't easy, even with the combined knowledge of a transmigrator and the Shinigami Big Boss Aizen. But in the end, he succeeded. Just looking at that thing makes my scalp tingle, Kushina remarked. Don't be so resistant. For us, this represents the future of reshaping the ninja world. Yato smiled faintly. And ultimately, you'll need to merge with it too. Hearing that just makes it even creepier. Kushina took a deep breath. It just needs more time to grow. Yato glanced at the Hogyako floating above the tank. Perhaps we should find some volunteers. You're planning to do human experiments. Kushina sounded shocked. Already have some candidates in mind. What do you think about Lord Danzo? Yato's lips curled. I don't approve of human experimentation. Kushina paused, then added cheerfully, but Lord Danzo absolutely doesn't count. Exactly. Yato walked to another section of the space as another dark passage opened. I knew you wouldn't object. Human experiments were unethical, but in their eyes, Danzo barely qualified as human. Wait. Kushina stared at the new exit in surprise. You tunneled all the way to the memorial stone? On purpose. I thought you already knew. Yato shrugged. Who pays attention to underground routes? What are you even trying to do? Kushina's eye twitched. Stop right there, grave robbing is illegal. Can't do that. Yato shook his head firmly. I've already prepared a little surprise for our friend Obito. You. Kushina was at a loss, suddenly realizing the boy was doing all this for her. How am I ever supposed to repay you, you idiot? Let's begin. As Yato located Rin Nohara's gravestone and prepared to work his magic, that familiar golden text suddenly popped up again. Choose. 1. Use Edo Tensei to summon the White Fang of Konoha, then ask him to personally witness your romantic relationship with his son Kakashi. 2. Use Edo Tensei to summon Sarutobi Baiwako, then order her to seduce Danzo. 3. Use Edo Tensei to summon Uchiha Mikato, then inform her you want to be the father to her children. God damn it. His bright smile vanished from Yato's face, replaced by utter darkness. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Kushina's Verdict, Certified MILFCon. Chapter 26, Chapter 26. The World's Most Awkward Proposal. I grew up in the Konoha orphanage as a kid. Yato gave a gentle smile and said, Mrs. Mikato used to volunteer at our orphanage sometimes, teaching the little ones how to read and write. She was such a patient, kind teacher, though it's a shame. He trailed off with a sigh. My mom actually did that. Sasuke was visibly moved, he had no idea. Meanwhile, inside the spirit orb, Kushina piped up, wait, is that true? You volunteered at an orphanage. I did, Mikato, currently dressed in a sleek black dress nodded, then tilted her head in confusion. But I don't remember ever seeing this young man before. He had dead fish eyes back then, Kushina helpfully supplied. Oh, Mikato gasped in realization. Yato is little lamb. Little lamb. Kushina's expression shifted to pure intrigue. Yeah, I wasn't exactly social as a kid. Mostly just slept in the dorm wrapped in a blanket like a burrito, Yato sighed. Somehow, Mrs. Mikato started calling me Little Lamb and completely forgot my actual name. Well, lambs do love napping all day, so it fits. Mikato laughed warmly. I just never expected you'd grow up to look so different. Sorry for not recognizing you right away. Honestly, if you'd seen him a few days ago, he still wouldn't have looked like that, Kushina added mischievously. My, what a shame, Mikato giggled behind her hand. Yato's entire conversation with the two women was happening telepathically, so Sasuke was completely oblivious. The broody Uchiha was too busy drowning in sudden guilt. Had he ever really paid attention to what his mom did? Had he ever asked about her day? No, he had not. Thanks, for remembering her, Sasuke muttered, genuine for once. Even if this guy's surprise feces technique was the most disgusting jutsu in existence, at least he'd shown up to pay respects. No problem, Yato smiled. I'm sure she'd be proud of you. Sasuke almost admitted he hadn't been the best son, but choked it down. Even if you knew my mom, don't expect me to go easy on you in the tournament. Wouldn't dream of it, Yato said cheerfully. She'd want to see you at your best. TCH obviously, Sasuke scoffed, instantly reverting to Tsundere mode. And just to keep things fair. Yato's glasses flashed ominously in the moonlight. I'll be using my ultimate move too. Be ready, Sasuke. And with that, he walked away. Ultimate move. Sasuke's entire body tensed. Oh no, he's actually going to use it. Would his secret anti-feces gear hold up? Granny Cat had sworn it would work, but what if? Dread. Pure, unfiltered dread crawled up his spine. That kid's gonna have nightmares tonight, Kushina cackled. Why? Mikoto blinked. Because in Sasuke's mind, Little Lamb's ultimate move is called Feces Surprise, Kushina grinned. Who wouldn't panic? F feces. Mikoto recoiled. Yato, please tell me that's not real. It's not, Yato deadpanned. Who the hell weaponizes poop? I dunno, with your luck, a curse might force you to, Kushina mused. Curse. Mikoto gasped. For the love of stop tempting fate. Yato groaned. Later, underground. Ah, so that's why you suddenly proposed. Mikoto nodded sagely. You were cursed. Or, Kushina stage whispered, he's just a MILFcon and the curse gave him an excuse. What? Mikoto gasped. I can't hear you, Yato said flatly. Mikoto suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. And no, of course I don't believe that. Asterisk. Then why won't you look at me? Yato's eyes twitched. Ha ha ha, she's scared you'll pounce. Kushina howled. Yato decided silence was the better option and returned his attention to the cultivation tank. It seems to have grown more. What did you do just now? Kushina stopped teasing and focused on the white substance in the tank, which is now more defined compared to its previous amorphous state. Chakra. I added neutral chakra energy, Yato explained honestly. I didn't expect it to assimilate so well. This confirms the theory that chakra and souls share the same essence. So is it complete now? Kushina asked. Far from it, Yato shook his head with a meaningful smile. But we're past the theoretical phase now. Let's just hope our volunteer is ready. Volunteer. Mikoto looked lost. Human test subject, Kushina clarified. Human experimentation? Isn't that a bit unethical? Don't worry, Elder Danzo will definitely cooperate with us. D. Danzo. Late at night. Just as Danzo was preparing for bed, he received an urgent message from Greyfeather in the Land of Waves. Lord Danzo, I've discovered a major secret at the Umbrella Corporation in the Land of Waves. Under Hanzo of the Salamander's leadership, Umbrella Corp has been conducting underground human experiments, injecting subjects with a special energy to enhance their physical capabilities. Subjects gain tremendous strength, speed, and chakra amplification in short order. The project is codenamed Super Ninja Program. However, most subjects eventually mutate into inhuman monsters. I'm deeply concerned. Attached is a sample of the special energy. To prevent catastrophe across the ninja world, I implore Lord Danzo to petition the Hokage for a military strike against the Land of Waves. Sincerely, Greyfeather. After reading, Danzo frowned deeply, eyeing the vial of milky white liquid with contemplation. Super Ninja, V Chapter 27, Chapter 27. Naruto's biological warfare and Danzo's ruthless test. The crisp autumn morning was draped in a wispy haze, as if Konoha had been wrapped in a sheer, translucent veil. In front of the Ninja Academy, Yato, Naruto, and Shikamaru met up. Greetings Naruto, Shikamaru. Mornin'. Ugh, Yato, why you gotta sound like a fancy scroll now? Cut it out. Naruto scrunched his nose like he'd smelled something foul. Talk like a normal person. Got it, Nar bear, Yato nodded, immediately switching gears. Then, glancing at Shikamaru, he added, Shikabear. Oi, you trying to pull rank on me? Naruto scowled. Call me whatever. Just don't let my mom hear it. Shikamaru yawned, hands behind his head. Hey, Yato, Naruto suddenly leaned in, digging into his pocket before pulling out a suspiciously lumpy black plastic bag. Got you a little something for the grade tournament. Make sure you wipe the floor with that jerk Sasuke. Thanks, but hard pass. Yato took 2 quick steps back, already catching a whiff of the bag's artisanal street fragrance. Come on. I scooped this up fresh off the street just for you. Naruto pressed forward, swinging the bag like a biological weapon. Naruto, throw that away. Shikamaru finally snapped, pinching his nose. You seriously carried dog crap in your pocket? Relax, I've got a new ultimate move now. Naruto, Yato held up a hand like a peace treaty. That old trick's retired. Ditch the bag before your mom's ghost haunts us all. New move. Naruto perked up. Brand new. Yato confirmed. Fine. Naruto sighed and lobbed his treasured bag into the nearest trash bin. Phew. Yato dragged Naruto straight to the school restroom and watched him scrub his hands like a surgeon prepping for an operation before finally letting him return to class. Man, you're such a mom, Naruto grumbled, inspecting his now sandpapered hands. Maybe because that's what your mom would have wanted. Yato sighed. TCH ugh, look who's here, that jerk. Naruto's eyes locked onto a certain emo-haired Uchiha. He's looking at us? That's a challenge, Yato. What the heck? His jaw dropped as Yato smiled and waved at Suzuki, who unbelievably nodded back. Since when were they on speaking terms? Just saying hi, Yato shrugged. You greeted him. Naruto clutched his chest like he'd been emotionally stabbed. You know I hate that guy. He's not so bad, Yato patted his shoulder. Maybe try not declaring war for 5 minutes. Never. Naruto roared. I'm gonna punch that smug face into next week. Still salty about last time, huh? Shikamaru deadpanned. Shut it? Whose side are you on? Naruto flailed. Yato ignored the drama and closed his eyes, mentally running through hand seals. At this point, regular jutsu bored him. Sealless ninjutsu was the real challenge. Meanwhile, inside the spirit. Kushina, your kid's quite the character, Mikoto chuckled. Character? He's a menace. Kushina groaned. Sometimes I wanna jump out and bonk him for being such a simp. Boys will be boys, Mikoto said soothingly. So, who's the lucky girl? That pink-haired one in front of him, Sakura, Kushina muttered. Your future daughter-in-law, apparently. Mikoto froze. Her bestie's son was into her own son's future wife? How was she supposed to react to that? After a long, awkward pause, she changed the subject. Aren't you gonna set Naruto up with his future wife? Funny story, she's got a crush on Yato now, Kushina said flatly. Mikoto's soul left her body. But whatever. Let them figure it out, Kushina sighed. Just seeing Naruto grow up is enough for me. Mikoto nodded in silent, existential horror. School finally ended, and Naruto latched onto Yato's sleeve like a barnacle. Finally? You're not ditching me for another asterisk date, right? Ramen, now. Sure, Yato agreed. But just outside the gate, a root agent in a monkey mask, because of course they wear ridiculous disguises, blocked their path. Hayashi Yato. Come with me. Yato held back a fuming, flailing Naruto. Rain check, he said, then followed the agent into the shadows. Who the heck was that? Naruto growled. Drop it, Naruto, Shikamaru muttered. Those guys are bad news. His dad worked in Intel and Root was not to be messed with. But why was Yato tangled up with them? What was he really doing? Inside Root's super edgy villain lair, bandage-wrapped Danzo sat like a grumpy mummy. Lord Danzo, Yato bowed. You summoned me. Yato, I'm assigning you an official position, Danzo said coolly. But first, a small task. At your service, Yato replied, oozing fake enthusiasm. Danzo nodded, pleased. Sure, the kid was unhinged, but at least he was loyal. Tell me, Yato, how should we deal with traitors? Kill them all, Yato declared without hesitation. Even if it's someone you know. Yes. Good. Danzo smirked. Our agent Grey Feather in the Land of Waves has gone rogue. You know what to do. I'll bring you her head, Yato vowed. After your school tournament, Danzo added. Yes, Lord Danzo. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 28, Chapter 28. From Root's darkness to hollow pathways. Yato had already bid farewell and left. Danzo sat on the elevated platform, propping his cheek with one hand, facing the empty hall. His eyelids remained half-lowered, the dim yellow light casting shadows over the wrinkles and crevices on his face. The flickering silhouette behind him looked like a snarling demon, sending chills down anyone's spine. Tatsu, Danzo suddenly spoke, his lips barely moving. Yes, replied a man wearing a monkey mask, stepping out from the shadows behind Danzo. He had medium-length hair and was tall. When the Academy's grade competition is over, you'll go to the Land of Waves with Hayashi Yato, Danzo said flatly. Yes, Lord Danzo. Tatsu knelt on one knee, his tone respectful. How are things in the research lab? Danzo asked softly. Your prediction was correct, Tatsu reported, head still lowered. The duration each ninja can withstand the energy corrosion varies by rank. Among the 6 test subjects, one Jonin hasn't completely lost his sanity yet. Good, Danzo nodded in satisfaction, sighing. I thought that old fool Hanzo had lost his ambition in his twilight years. Turns out I underestimated him. To create something this extraordinary at his age, I'll admit, he's surpassed me in this regard. But Lord Danzo has something he lacks, Tatsu praised. Bootlicker. Oh, and what's that? Superior luck. Huh? Quite right. Danzo chuckled. Indeed, it's my sheer luck that allowed me to stumble upon his little scheme. Now, aside from ensuring Hayashi Yato eliminates Grey Feather in the Land of Waves, you know your other mission, correct? To secure more of that special energy substance from Hanzo the Salamander, Tatsu replied dutifully. Good. No need for me to spell it out then. Danzo slowly stood up, his gaze fixed ahead, eyes gleaming with ambition. Once I perfect the Super Ninja enhancement, the Hokage seat will be mine for the taking. In underground hideout beneath Konohamasu, sis. Yato smirked. Told you Danzo wouldn't make a move against Umbrella Corp. Your worries were totally unfounded. The urgent message in Danzo's hands had been drafted by Yato, passed to Lady Grey Feather, and then delivered to Danzo through her channels. When Kushina first saw the draft, she'd been terrified, convinced Yato was playing with fire. If Danzo actually followed the suggestion and reported Umbrella Corp's activities to Hiruzen Sarutobi, it could have sparked a full-blown conflict or even war. That would have ruined the Land of Waves' hard-earned progress. But reality took a sharp left turn from Kushina's fears, leaving her questioning her sanity. I just don't get it. Is Danzo mentally deficient? Not only does he not move against the Umbrella Corp, but he's also planning to off his own loyal subordinate. Lady Grey Feather isn't just a root spy, she's also Konoha's informant, Yato explained lightly. If she accidentally blabs to the Hokage, how's Danzo supposed to keep dreaming about that fancy hat? Grey Feather had already defected to the Land of Waves, but Danzo had no clue. Yet he still ordered Yato to execute her for treason, all in the name of keeping secrets. That's his reason? That's it. Kushina looked baffled. Yep. That's the whole tragicomedy, Yato sighed. When Shisui Uchiha was driven to suicide, it was pretty much the same deal. Back then, most of the clan thought Itaka did it, Mikoto added wistfully. Even Fugaku believed it deep down. The Uchiha tragedy was a perfect storm, Yato mused, tapping his chair armrest. The village's distrust, the radicals' recklessness, and your husband's indecisive leadership. That last bit was putting it very politely. In truth, Fugaku's wishy-washy governance, neither reining in his clan's extremists nor fully opposing the village, sealed the Uchiha's fate. And let's not even get into his stellar parenting skills, which basically outsourced Itaka's moral compass to Shisui. But hey, no need to rub salt in old wounds. Fugaku already paid the ultimate price. Enough gloom, Yato clapped, grinning. Ladies, wanna see something fun? Huh, what is it? Under the two women's puzzled stares, he snapped his fingers. Crack. The air split open like a zipper, revealing a yawning black void. Is that? Mikoto gasped. A Gorgante. Kushina, who'd inherited some Shinigami knowledge, recognized it instantly. Since when did you develop this? Didn't develop it, per se, Yato shrugged. The technique was always in my head, just needed to recalibrate for the ninja world's spatial physics. Well, this'll make travel way easier. Kushina peered into the abyss, seeing only darkness. Care to join me for a little interdimensional joyride, ladies? Yato extended a gentlemanly hand. After a glance at each other, Kushina and Mikoto whooshed into Yato's body as chakra manifestations. Stepping into the void, he vanished. And the rift sealed itself shut. Land of Waves, Central Plaza. After a long day's work, Zabuza, Haku, Reiga, Shoka, and Maruyama trudged past the plaza's giant statue, hose slung over their shoulders. Ah, if it isn't the hero of the Land of Waves, Kuroseki. Reiga snickered, eyeing the statue. Shut it, milk tank, Zabuza shot back. Why you? Reiga's ample chest heaved in rage. How many times do I have to say it? Stop calling me that. Hey, Lord Reiga, Shoka rubbed his hands sheepishly. What if I, traded 2 work shifts for a, hands-on experience? You what? Reiga's face turned green. I'm a dude? Since when is this a thing? Pft, ha ha ha. Zabuza nearly tumbled over. 2 shifts, Lord Reiga? That's a steal. Screw you and your entire bloodline. Reiga screeched. Crack. A black rift tore open in the plaza's center, and out stepped Yato, pristine in white. Long time no see, inmates, he smiled sweetly. Creators T. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. Divine Intervention. The atmosphere in Wave Country's central square fell into an eerie silence. Zabuza and his crew remained speechless, clearly shaken by Yato's bizarre entrance. As seasoned ninjas, they were well aware of spacetime ninjutsu's existence in this world. The 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had once dominated the ninja world with his Flying Thunder God spacetime technique. But strictly speaking, Flying Thunder God was just short-distance teleportation using markers. This freakish teenager before them had literally torn through space itself? This wasn't ninjutsu anymore, it was practically divine intervention. Lord Yato Haku was the first to recover, bowing respectfully. No need for honorifics, Haku. Yato smiled warmly. Have you enrolled in school yet? Mandatory education for all school-aged children was the first policy Yato implemented after becoming the Land of Waves leader. To him, education was paramount. The endless conflicts plaguing the ninja world was largely due to poor quality education. Konoha's current ninja academy had a 6-year system, equivalent to elementary school graduation in his previous life. And this was already an improvement from wartime, when students graduated in 3 years or even less for so-called geniuses. No wonder it produced so many peace elites who thought genocide equaled peace. No people left? No conflicts? Flawless logic. About that. Haku lowered his head timidly. Ironically, the boy before him was younger, yet Haku couldn't help but see him as towering, almost intimidating. I'll take that as a no. Yato's smile didn't waver. If you won't follow basic policies, you're welcome to leave the Land of Waves. My apologies, Haku whispered. I just wanted to stay by Zabuza-sama's side. Haku, you start school tomorrow, Zabuza suddenly interjected. Zabuza-sama. Haku looked puzzled. I don't need a tool like you anymore. Zabuza turned away coldly. After days in the Land of Waves, he'd figured out what this young leader was trying to build, some naive utopia in this backwater country. Pathetic, really. Yet, part of him respected that naivete. If Haku could stay and be part of this dream, maybe that wasn't so bad. Indeed, Zabuza now has, Yato adjusted his glasses, deadpan. If you want to stay and occasionally see him, school's your only option. Understood. Haku reluctantly agreed. So, Yato clapped cheerfully. Any complaints after working here for a few days? You made us level a mountain. Reiga blurted out before immediately cowering. I mean respectfully. Go on. Yato raised an eyebrow. That mountain has twin peaks. Reiga whined. Even with full chakra, we'd die of exhaustion before flattening it. My mistake. To everyone's shock, Yato nodded. As an apology, I'll handle those peaks. You. Reiga gaped. All 5 stared in disbelief. Those 2? Right. Yato peered at the southern mountains, conjuring a fiery orb in his palm. With a casual toss. Whoosh. The fireball skyrocketed, swelling like an inflating sun until, boom, a mushroom cloud erupted. The shockwave cleared the clouds, leaving only drifting dust. When it settled, the entire mountain peak had vanished. There. Carry on now. Yato smiled and left, leaving 5 jaw-dropped ninjas with expressions like they'd just seen a god. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella Corporation's office, Yakushi Nono and a silver-haired young man stood frozen by the window, staring at the now missing mountain. Only when Yato knocked did they snap out of it. Incredible. The silver-haired man turned to Yato. Is this your super ninja project? Nope, just basic ninjutsu. He grinned. It's been a while. Kabuto. Yes, this was his big brother, Orochimaru's right-hand man. Not even calling me brother anymore. Kabuto adjusted his glasses dramatically. Where's the camaraderie? The bonding? Is there a correlation between titles and camaraderie? Yato countered. If I'm the big brother of a top-tier ninja, that makes me semi-top tier by association, Kabuto reasoned. Logical. Still no. Yato smirked. Cruel. Kabuto clutched his chest theatrically. And after I hauled all those research instruments here for you, shouldn't big brothers pamper their little brothers? Yato batted his eyes innocently. Wow. Just wow. Kabuto sighed. As for the remains you wanted, some were buried deep in hidden villages. Not all of us can casually delete mountains. Thanks. This helps plenty. Yato finally relented. Brother. Worth the wait. Kabuto grinned, then sobered. Next steps. Take our super ninja project back to Orochimaru. Yato's smile turned devious. Can't let Danzo hog all the fun. Our dear Snake Sage would make excellent research material. Underscore. Bonus scene, parent-teacher meeting gone wrong. In the land of Wave's newly built school. Parent-teacher meeting. A nervous teacher stands at the front of the classroom, facing the most terrifying audience imaginable. Teacher, sweating profusely ahem. Welcome, parents. Let's discuss your children's academic progress. Zabuza, slouched in a tiny chair, arms crossed. I don't see why Haku needs algebra when he can already kill a man 6 ways with a senbon. Reiga, nodding aggressively. Exactly. Back in my day, we learned math by counting the bodies after a mission. Teacher, laughs nervously. Haha, yes, but modern education focuses on well-rounded development. Yato, suddenly appearing in the back row, sipping tea. I agree. For example, knowing geometry helps optimize explosive tag placement. Teacher, visibly shaking. Alright. Now, about homework completion rates. Haku, raising hand politely. I apologize, sensei. I was busy helping Zabuza-sama dig irrigation ditches. Zabuza, grumbling, which someone made mandatory for rehabilitation. Glances at Yato. Yato, innocently, manual labor builds character? Also, the rice yields have increased by 200%. Reiga, slams desk. Enough. When do they learn the important stuff? Like how to properly mourn your enemies? Teacher, whispering to Yato, is he serious? Yato, shrugs. He once held a funeral for a sandal. Just roll with it. Kabuto, pops head through window. Speaking of education, Yato, we need to talk about your ethics curriculum. Orochimaru-sama has notes. Yato, snaps fingers. Kabuto vanishes mid-sentence into a portal. Moving on. Any questions about the new no assassinations during school hours policy? Zabuza and Reiga, in unison. Boring. Teacher, faints dramatically. Yato, cheerfully. Great meeting. Same time next month. Creator's Thoughts. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Hollow Promise. Several days later, Konoha Underground Facility. Yato sat in the dim glow of his lab, fingers dancing across the keyboard of a device that looked suspiciously like a laptop if laptops were cobbled together from scrap metal and sheer audacity. This was his network terminal, a fusion of Bleach's pseudoscience and shinobi ingenuity. Once operational, it would allow long-range communication, something the shinobi nations had never seen before. Forget carrier pigeons or messenger hawks, this was real progress. Beyond the lab doors lay a cavernous hall, its walls lined with flickering monitors displaying every corner of Konoha in eerie clarity. Further back stood 2 massive steel doors, behind which rows of cylindrical pods hummed ominously. Some were empty, others were occupied. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikato, both recently freed from the Spirit Pearl, stood before 2 such pods, their expressions a mix of nostalgia and melancholy as they gazed at the familiar faces inside. In front of Kushina was Obito's beloved, Rin Nohara, one of the students of the 4th Hokage, resurrected via the impure world reincarnation. Next to her, Mikato stood before another pod, her gaze fixed on the hollow-eyed figure inside. Konoha's former genius, Uchiha Shisui aka Shisui of the body flicker. Shisui, she said softly. Finding his remains had been a challenge. Yato had scoured the banks of the Naka River, nearly crossing into grass country, before stumbling upon the sad remnants, a rusted headband and scraps of cloth clinging to bone. Unlike Kushina, Mikato, Rin, and Shisui, who existed as pure spirit forms, the others inside the pods had been revived via true Edo Tensei. Their bodies were clad in tattered versions of their old clothes, faces partially obscured by creeping white bone hollowification in progress. They were literally in the process of turning into hollows. But as Yato had warned, the tech wasn't fully stable yet. So these hollow-fied Edo Tensei zombies spent most of their time snoozing in their pods, waiting for the transformation to complete. But Shisui, Shisui was awake. Through sheer willpower, he'd resisted the pull of unconsciousness, spending the last few days absorbing the brutal truth of what had happened after his death. I apologize, Lady Mikoto, he said, voice echoing slightly inside the pod. I never imagined Itake would go so far. Mikoto waved a hand dismissively. Asterisk no need. You tried. That's more than most. But the massacre was inevitable, she finished, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But inevitable doesn't mean the children deserved it. Or the shopkeepers. Or the damn dango vendor. Asterisk so, you plan to take revenge on Konoha's elders and Itake. Shisui's face twisted in conflict. If that was the case, he'd rather just die again. He wouldn't stop Mikoto, but he also couldn't bring himself to help her attack Konoha or his best friend. Faced with that dilemma, suicide seemed like the only honorable option. If it was, he'd rather dissolve back into the earth. Revenge. Suddenly, a certain redhead materialized beside Mikoto, slinging an arm around her shoulders. What we're doing now isn't about revenge, silly, Kushina chirped, grinning. We're just making sure the Uchiha tragedy never happens again. That's all. Lady Kushina. Shisui took a deep breath. When you say never happens again, how far are you willing to go? If the fourth were still alive, would he support this? Shisui, Kushina said, ignoring his question, do you know how many workers it takes to smelt 5 kilograms of steel using bellows? Shisui blinked. No, 24. She held up both hands, fingers splayed. 24 workers, slaving non-stop for 2 hours, just to make 5 lousy kilos of steel. But you know how long it'd take if you replaced them with one fire-style user. Shisui stayed silent. 47 seconds. Kushina smirked. Now imagine if every blacksmith knew fire jutsu, every farmer knew earth and water jutsu. Would wars over resources even exist? Shisui's eyes widened. A beat of silence. Then, oh, it hit him like a kunai to the gut. This wasn't just idealism. This was possible. For the first time in years, Shisui felt something dangerously close to hope. Yado's the future of this world, Kushina said, smirking at his stunned expression. Now you get it. Shisui nodded numbly. A kid with that kind of vision? Yeah, future was an understatement. Welcome aboard, Shisui. Kushina beamed. But first, you've got some studying to do. Gotta lay those bricks for the new world, you know. I won't let you down, Shisui said, his voice firmer than it had been in years. Of course, we'll start you off slow, Kushina mused, stroking her chin. No advanced theories yet. Baby steps. Any recommendations? Shisui asked eagerly. Since you're just starting, we gotta break your old mindset first. Kushina's grin turned dangerously innocent. Luckily, I've got the perfect beginner-friendly material for you. With a tap on the pod's control panel, whether ghost or not, her newly formed spirit particles let her interact with physical objects. A small rectangular screen flickered to life in front of Shisui. Now playing, Magical Girl Uchiha Madara. The trap was sprung. Everything up until now, pure setup. Kushina had fully embraced the dark side. Shisui stared at the screen, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. Gonbit, Shisui. Kushina cheered, already dragging Mikoto away. Finish this, and the gates to the new world will open for you. Pay attention to episode 4. Madara-chan's Susanoo transformation sequence is fabulous. As the opening credits rolled complete with Madara twirling in a frilly dress, Shisui made a noise like a deflating balloon. Creator's thoughts. Raven_scroll Rave Chapter 31, Chapter 31. The Mommy Protocol. Creak. The lab door swung open. What's wrong? Not staying with your little apprentice. Yado didn't need to turn around to know it was Kushina who had entered, his voice quiet. So boring. She won't wake up. Kushina plopped herself onto his workbench, propping her chin on one hand. How's it going over here? Did you figure out that network thing yet? Almost. Yado nodded. Just need to set up the terminal server. You don't have to push yourself so hard, you know. You've already done plenty. Kushina studied the young man in front of her, her tone serious. Would it kill you to take a break once in a while? Where's Mikoto? Yado didn't pause his work, glancing up briefly. Reading those textbooks you wrote. Kushina frowned at his obvious subject change, her gaze drifting aside. Everyone's trying to keep up with you, even Mikoto's like that now. Yado didn't respond, silently reassembling the disassembled parts in front of him. Beep. A soft chime sounded. The equipment on the workbench flickered to life, green lights blinking on one by one. The laptop screen flashed before stabilizing into a clear image. Hey, it's working? It's really working. A high-pitched, excited voice crackled through Karen's red head, popping into view on Yado's screen. You're amazing, Lord Yado. You should move aside now, Karen. Rina's voice came from behind her. This is a technical test. Let Yakushi-sensei take over. Oh. Karen's disappointment was palpable, but she at least understood priorities. Yakushi, glasses glinting, appeared on screen with a bright smile, waving at Yado. Congratulations, Yado. Your experiment was a success. On behalf of all of the Land of Waves, please accept our deepest gratitude. Just got lucky. Yado chuckled, then glanced at Kushina, who was peering curiously at the screen. Thanks to the angle, Yakushi and the others couldn't see her. Now you can give orders remotely. This is really convenient, Yakushi mused. Is Kabuto back yet? Yado asked. Yes. He took 2 vials of that hollow substance you developed. Yakushi nodded. 2. Yado's eyebrow twitched. That wasn't the deal. Was Kabuto planning to inject one himself to win Orochimaru's trust? Yato had already made it clear the samples given to either Danzo or Orochimaru were defective, just to extract experimental data from them. And defective meant problems. Injecting that into yourself was basically asking for trouble. But knowing Kabuto, even if Yato warned him, he probably wouldn't care. Raised as a spy, Kabuto had long since learned to disregard his own well-being. If it served Yato's goals, a little danger meant nothing. Still, he had anticipated this and slipped in a safety net. Any word from Akatsuki? Yato continued. Actually, yes. Yakushi's lips curled. They delivered Hanzo's remains. How should we handle them? Have Lady Keijiro perform the Edo Tensei and explain the situation. See how he reacts. Yato absent-mindedly went to tap the desk only to smack Kushina's thigh instead. It didn't feel quite like real flesh, but there was a faint bounce to it. Meeting the redhead's glare, Yato offered an awkward smile. Understood. Yakushi, oblivious to the exchange, nodded. It's late, Yato. You should rest. You too, Yakushi-sensei. The screen went dark. So, research is done for now, right? Kushina's dark eyes fixed on him, her tone flat. No more all-nighters. Go to sleep. Yes, Mom. Yato sighed. Oh, so just being big sis isn't enough for your tastes anymore. Kushina smirked, voice dripping with implication. That's fine. Mommy can indulge you. Yato's eye twitched. Just as he was about to fire back, a golden prompt materialized. Choose. 1. Tackle her. Show her who's daddy. 2. Beg her, Mommy. I want a hug. 3. Burrow into her arms and demand feeding time. Oh, you're playing dirty, huh? Yato's glasses nearly cracked from sheer rage. Gritting his teeth, he hung his head and forced out, Mommy. I want a hug. Silence. The lab plunged into absolute stillness. Kushina hadn't expected him to actually say it. She stared, mouth slightly agape. Congratulations? You've unlocked inventory space. The reward notification popped up, but Yato was too busy wanting to vanish. He stood, ready to bolt, only for Kushina to shove him back into his chair with one hand. Was that the curse? She asked. Yeah, but do you actually want to? Her voice was soft, but the question hit like a truck. What? Don't play dumb. Do you want to? Kushina wagged a finger, grinning. You get one chance to be honest. This woman is toying with me. Yato's first instinct was to leave. Such a clumsy trap couldn't possibly ensnare a man of his iron will? Ridiculous? A cold smirk curled his lips as he deadpanned. Yes. Caught you? Kushina laughed, poking his nose. I knew you were using the curse as an excuse for your kinks. No rebuttal. Yato slumped, defeated. He'd walked right into that one. No point denying it, he had wanted to. Bracing for mockery, he was stunned when Kushina pulled him into a hug instead. Her body had no warmth, no real softness. Yet his heart hammered anyway, arms instinctively circling her waist. They stayed like that for a long moment before parting. But the tension didn't fade, if anything, it thickened. Their eyes locked, reflections mirrored in each other's gaze. Slowly, inevitably, they leaned in. Thud. Something hit the floor. Both turned to see Mikoto in the doorway, a hand over her mouth. At her feet lay a book titled Magical Girl Uchiha Madara. Did I interrupt something? Creator's Thoughts Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Reborn under different stars. Under the starry night. The night was deep and still. Countless stars shimmered in the sky like dazzling jewels sewn onto a black velvet curtain. Uzumaki Kushina, draped in a snow-white gown, sat cross-legged by the riverbank, gazing up at the celestial display with a relaxed smile. To her left stood Uchiha Mikoto, clad in a black dress, her expression hesitant, as if she had something to say but couldn't quite bring herself to speak. You think Yato's asleep yet? Kushina suddenly broke the silence. Mikoto paused before answering softly. Probably. I bet he isn't. Kushina chuckled lightly. That little rascal's been working himself to the bone lately, either researching hand seal-less jutsu or tinkering with some new invention. He's nothing like the guy I first met. Mikoto listened quietly, offering no reply. Back then, he always had those dead fish eyes, slacking off every chance he got. A fond smirk tugged at Kushina's lips as she recalled Yato's early days. Aside from Naruto and Shikamaru, he couldn't be bothered with anyone. All he cared about was napping and goofing off, just that harmless little lamb you remember. But now, he's changed so much. Maybe he found his purpose, Mikoto suggested. Purpose. Kushina shook her head. That's not quite the right word. His dreams were always there, he just didn't have the means to chase them before. That lazy act? Just a front. A front. It's painful to be the only one awake, knowing the right path but being powerless to take it. That kind of torment wears on you. So he numbed himself, played the part of a carefree slacker. Oh, Mikoto nodded in realization. Of course, he'd never admitted himself. Kushina grinned. That brat's a master at hiding his thoughts along with all those unique little quirks of his. Like his thing for his best friend's mom. Mikoto teased. Exactly. Wonder what his buddy would think if he knew. Kushina laughed breezily. Then again, someone as dense as Naruto probably wouldn't even care. And what about Minato? Mikoto's tone sharpened suddenly. Kushina fell silent for a long moment before murmuring, he'd want Yato dead. Then, softer, but Mikoto, what do you think we are now? Lingering echoes of the dead, or reborn? Mikoto pondered. For now, the former. If we regain physical bodies, then the latter. I think as long as we choose to keep living in this world, we're already reborn. Kushina tilted her face back toward the stars, her voice ethereal. If this is a second life, why cling to the past? So you're really serious about this? Mikoto sighed, her expression conflicted. You're right, we shouldn't dwell on what's gone. But at the very least, maybe wait until he's grown up. Seriously, what kind of logic is this? You spend all day mocking Yudo for crushing on his friend's mom, yet here you are, a full-blown Shotokan? If we're ranking degeneracy, you're clearly the bigger offender. We're not even at that stage yet. Besides, that brat's no actual child. Kushina smirked, batting her lashes. Adult mind, kid's body. And you've seen it too. Mikoto stiffened, plunged into abrupt, flustered silence. Both she and Kushina had witnessed Yudo's soul during an experiment au naturel, no less. Still hung up on the mental block, huh? Kushina elbowed her best friend playfully, whispering, don't worry, I can test drive him for you first. Pfft. Mikoto's elegant face instantly flushed crimson. Shut your mouth, you shameless Shotokan, she hissed. If you want to embarrass yourself, fine, but don't drag me into it. Shotokan, huh? Kushina mused, unbothered. Sounds creepy, but at least it's better than magical girl Uchiha Madara, right? Gah, we agreed never to mention that again. The tables had turned now. It was Mikoto's turn to wear the pain mask. Land of Sound, Otogakur. Deep beneath the hidden sound village, in a shadowy lab, Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru moved in a blur. Thud. Orochimaru staggered back several steps, his serpentine pupils contracting sharply. Across from him, Kabuto's face was half covered by a white bone-like mask, his eyes gleaming with feral bloodlust. Remarkable, Kabuto, Orochimaru rasped, clutching his bruised arm. Even I can't claim victory over you now. Super Soldier Serum, it lives up to its name. Pity the effects are temporary. Kabuto exhaled sharply as the mask receded. 10 minutes, maximum. How many battles last longer than that? Orochimaru smirked. Besides, this compound clearly has room for refinement. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed. According to Umbrella Corporation's researcher, the perfected version should last over an hour. Researcher. Orochimaru's grin widened. Yakushi no, was it? Kabuto tensed. Yes. I care not for your personal ties, Kabuto. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. Only your value. Fail to deliver, and you'll join the discarded. Understood, my lord. You've done well this time. Orochimaru licked his lips. The serum intrigues me. All thanks to your guidance. Kabuto kept his head low, though I could only secure 2 vials. Stealing from Hanzo's grasp is no small feat. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Who'd have thought the legendary demigod would sink to such desperate measures? Orochimaru, like most, assumes Hanzo leads Umbrella Corporation. Only a select few Konan, Pain, Obito, and the Zetsas know the god of rain is now a broken man. With Hanzo collaborating with Konoha's Danzo, could this backfire on us? Kabuto feigned concern. Hardly. Orochimaru's chuckle sent chills down the spine. I know Danzo. Once he gets this power, his first target will be my dear old sensei. And when that day comes, perhaps we'll lend him a hand. Bonus scene, the Great Ramen Betrayal. Asterisk location, Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen asterisk. The afternoon sun cast a lazy glow over the village as Naruto Uzumaki sat at his usual spot at Ichiraku, slurping down his 5th bowl of miso ramen with his trademark enthusiasm. Across from him, Yudo, now in his usual preteen body, poked at his own bowl with a look of deep contemplation. Naruto, mouth full, come on, Yudo. Eat up before it gets cold? You're actin' all weird today. Yudo, sighs, Naruto, my friend, I've come to a tragic realization. Naruto, pauses mid-slurp, huh. Yudo, dramatic whisper, I think I'm getting tired of ramen. Naruto, chokes, what? Stands up, knocking over his stool, that's blasphemy? Tookajiji, did you hear this? Took it, from behind the counter, wiping a bowl, kid, I've seen ninja betray villages with less drama than this. Yudo, holds up hands, look, I'm not saying it's bad, I've just eaten it, like, every day for the past decade. My taste buds are staging a rebellion. Naruto, clutches chest, I thought I knew you, man. Next you're gonna tell me you don't like orange. Yudo, avoids eye contact, I might have switched to navy blue. Naruto, gasp, traitor. Points accusingly, you've been replaced by a pod person. A fake? Sakura, suddenly appears, bonks Naruto on the head, will you pipe down? Half the village can hear you. Naruto, rubbing head, but Sakura-chan? Yudo's broken? He doesn't like ramen anymore. Sakura, deadpan, oh no. Anyway, turns to Yudo, so what do you wanna eat? Yudo, perks up, sushi. Specifically, that fancy place by the... Naruto, dramatic collapse onto counter, sushi? That's rich people's food? Who are you? Kakashi, materializes out of nowhere, reading makeout tactics, midlife crisis at 12? Impressive. Yudo, flatly, I'm mentally 30. Kakashi, early midlife crisis, then. Naruto, grabs Yudo's shoulders, shaking, snap out of it. Remember the ramen code? Brothers before. Yudo, interrupts, grinning, fine, but you're paying for my next experimental bowl. Ever tried chocolate ramen? Naruto, Sakura, Tuke, Kakashi, in unison, no. Yudo, laughs, perfect. Let's science this. Naruto's horrified scream as Tuke slowly backs away from the pot. Creator's thoughts. Raven_scroll Chapter 33, Chapter 33. The Catboy Uchiha Incident. Morning breeze and blazing sun. Today marked the annual Konoha Ninja Academy grade level tournament, and the school had declared a holiday for this special occasion. While not as grand as the multi-village Chunin exams, the Academy's tournament still packed the spectator stands to the brim. Among the crowd were students cheering for their friends and parents rooting for their kids. But the real VIPs? The four elders seated prominently in the front row. At the center sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To his left, root leader Danzo Shimura. To his right, strategic advisor Homura Mitokato. And beside Homura, Koharu Yudiden, sipping tea with an air of forced elegance. These four held absolute power over Konoha, true apex figures of authority. Their presence at the tournament was meant to showcase the village leadership's commitment to nurturing the next generation of shinobi. Naruto sat in the stands too, next to the perpetually lazy Shikamaru. Ino, with her golden ponytail, and Sakura, with her signature pink hair, occupied the seats to their left, separated by an empty spot. First up, contestants from Class 1A. With the announcer's call, the tournament officially began. The first-year participants were, well, literal children. Barely 6 months into the academy, their battles were about as threatening as a pillow fight. Tiny fists flailing, neck pinching, toe stomping. Danzo's eye twitched violently. Sarutobi, this is the result of your so-called improved academy curriculum. Education is a gradual process, Hiruzen replied, utterly unfazed, even mildly entertained. They must first master theory before practical combat. These brats wouldn't last 1 second against a real Kunao. Danzo hissed. They're children, Danzo, the Hokage said, side-eyeing him. You're being impatient. The shinobi world could change in an instant. Who knows what threat looms tomorrow? Danzo shot back, voice low. Better they learn under my methods than die uselessly on the battlefield. Perhaps I shouldn't have invited you, Hiruzen sighed. TCH. You've grown soft, Danzo muttered, lapsing into brooding silence. Inside, however, his fury burned brighter than ever. To him, Hiruzen was no longer fit to be Hokage. If I led Konoha, even these academy brats would be battlefield ready. Danzo, your mindset is too extreme for peacetime, Homura interjected, adjusting his glasses. Oppression breeds rebellion. Indeed, Danzo, Koharu added, setting her tea down. What you do en route is your business. But stay out of the light. Oh, so now you're all ganging up on me. Danzo's glare at his old teammates could have melted steel. The air grew thick with tension. Next up, contestant. The announcer's voice broke the stalemate. Hiruzen cleared his throat. The student Danzo and I have high hopes for. All four elders turned their attention to the arena, where a white-robed boy with black-framed glasses stepped forward. My, what a refined young man, Koharu remarked approvingly. I look forward to his performance. Refined? Ha, Danzo scoffed. This boy is born shinobi material, unlike those playing house in the lower grades. In Danzo's eyes, his newest recruit was flawless aside from being slightly unhinged. Even you praise him. Homura chuckled. He must be exceptional. Who's his opponent? Suzuki Uchiha, Hiruzen said. Silence. The Uchiha massacre was their doing. Facing the clan's sole survivor was awkward, to say the least. Go Yuto? Kick that prissy loser's ass. Naruto's screech shattered the heavy atmosphere. Shut up, Naruto. Sakura roared back, despite the seat between them. Have some decorum? And Suzuki-kun is not prissy. Naruto deflated like a punctured balloon, mumbling, he's still gonna lose. Right, Shikamaru. Who knows? Shikamaru yawned. Not getting involved in this nonsense. Hey, Yato's carrying a sword today, Ino noted, eyeing the blade at his hip. Since when does he know Kenjutsu? Whoa, really? Naruto bounced back instantly. Is that his new move? Like a samurai. Samurai are obsolete, Sakura sneered. Where is Suzuki-kun, anyway? I bet he looks so cool. Her jaw dropped. A boy in a full-body blue cat mascot suit strutted into the arena. That's Suzuki, the entire Konoha 12-1, gasped in unison. A cat. Naruto wheezed, torn between horror and disbelief. Is this a psychological tactic? To throw Yato off his game. His teeth ground audibly. Damn you, team. Up in the VIP section, the elders exchanged baffled glances. Sarutobi, is this a new youth trend now? Homura asked, glasses fogging from confusion. Even if it is, it's hardly tournament-appropriate attire, Koharu frowned. Perhaps it's a strategy. I theorize it's protective gear, Danzo mused. Sarutobi, what, precisely, is he protecting himself from? Hiruzen's brain short-circuited until he recalled Iruka's bizarre incident report. His eye twitched. Starburst diarrhea. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. What? Starburst diarrhea. Even Homura Mitokato, along with the other Hokage advisors, was utterly baffled. They had spent their entire lives as shinobi, yet they had never heard of such an absurd, unconventional method of attack. No wonder that Uchiha Kid had wrapped himself up like a red envelope facing such an unorthodox assault. Extreme measures suddenly made sense. But, surely that's just a joke, right? Koharu Yudiden took a deep breath, unable to believe it. That kid wouldn't actually use that move, would he? She shot a questioning look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I also think he's just joking. Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, murmuring, Yato doesn't seem like the type to have such eccentric tendencies. You can tell from his scholarly demeanor he's a boy with a certain level of moral standards, Homura chimed in. Only Danzo remained silent, head lowered, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. As someone who had personally witnessed Yato's moral standards and tendencies, he found it rather difficult to offer any positive assessment at the moment. Based on his understanding, there was a very high chance that kid would actually do something like this. Starburst diarrhea, technique, what the hell kind of move was that? At this moment, Danzo felt nothing but relief that he had decisively turned away that day, refusing to take in this little demon disciple who could make people's blood vessels explode just by existing. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Yato stared at the fully wrapped up Suzuki before him and sighed softly. Suzuki-kun, your outfit today is truly eye-catching. Though I can't help but wonder, doesn't this clash a bit with the cool, aloof image you usually maintain? Shut up. Suzuki's voice cracked slightly, his cheeks flushing behind his protective mask. This is specialized equipment to counter your techniques. Hayashi Yato, your ultimate move won't work on me anymore. Ah, I see. A tactical countermeasure, then. Yato nodded sagely, his tone breezy. Well, you've certainly gone to great lengths, Kitty-kun. Pfft. The moment Kitty-kun left Yato's lips, Suzuki froze in place, his face burning crimson. Why you? Don't call me that. I told you, this is tactical gear. I didn't choose to wear this for fun. Understood, Kitty-kun. Yato nodded solemnly. Thank you for the clarification, Kitty-kun. You bastard, are you mocking me? Suzuki's temper flared instantly, and he lunged at Yato with a furious punch. Though his outfit resembled a cat onesie, it was technically combat gear custom-made by the weapons merchant Granny Cat, designed for flexibility and mobility. His punch was nothing like the clumsy strikes of the younger students. This was a genuine killing technique. Even the notoriously hard-to-please Danzo couldn't help but frown slightly. The Uchiha clan, truly, is blessed by the heavens. Though this boy was nowhere near his elder brother, Itake, that punch alone was already at genin level. Thud. A dull impact echoed through the arena. Yato stood calmly, his palm effortlessly catching Suzuki's fist midair. He blocked it? Ha ha ha. Naruto burst into laughter, pumping his fist. See? I told you this pretty boy was no match for Yato. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura snarled. Huh. Didn't I warn you to stop calling Suzuki-kun a pretty boy? Sorry. He really blocked it, though, Ino murmured, covering her mouth in shock. Yato might actually be the dark horse here. Ino? Whose side are you on? Sakura glared. Just stating facts, Ino grinned, nudging her best friend. Don't worry, the match just started. Our Suzuki-kun hasn't even gotten serious yet. Humph. Sakura huffed but let it go, refocusing on the battle. Unlike Sakura's unwavering confidence, Suzuki himself was sweating bullets. How? This was not how he had imagined things going. Sure, he had attacked in anger, but his strike wasn't sloppy. If Yato had dodged or blocked it conventionally, he could have accepted it. But the fact that Yato had stopped his punch with one hand was downright humiliating. Surprised, Kitty-kun? Yato's voice was calm, almost detached. To be honest, I'm more surprised than you are. What? Suzuki's eyes widened. Your brother, Itake Uchiha, at your age, he was already far beyond this level, wasn't he? Yato released Suzuki's fist and took a step back. Or do you just accept that, compared to a genius like him, you're nothing special? Shut up. Suzuki's voice was low, trembling with fury. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Yato's glasses glinted, his smirk dripping with mockery. I said shut up. Suzuki roared, his hands flying into a rapid series of hand seals. He can already use that technique at his age. Even Hiruzen and the others on the high platform were visibly stunned. Fire release, great fireball technique? Suzuki inhaled deeply before unleashing a massive, roaring fireball straight at Yato. Oh crap, that's a C-rank fire jutsu. Shikamaru's lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by tension. Yato, is he gonna be okay? Naruto's face was etched with worry. Sakura and Ino, despite rooting for Suzuki, also paled, hands covering their mouths. They wanted Suzuki to win but not at the cost of their classmate's life. From their perspective, Yato, now engulfed in flames, would be lucky to escape with anything less than severe burns. Even the proctor hesitated, ready to leap in and stop the match. But then, a thick mist suddenly billowed across the battlefield. Suzuki's vision blurred. By the time he realized what was happening, the cold edge of a blade was already pressed against his throat. Whoosh. The mist cleared, revealing the shocking reversal to the entire audience. Looks like I win, Suzuki-kun. Yato smiled faintly. Suzuki's body trembled slightly before he exhaled sharply. What was that just now? A genjutsu of my own creation. Yato pulled the blade away, driving it into the ground. It uses mist and water reflections to disorient the enemy, making them hesitate at critical moments. Your own genjutsu. Suzuki's pupils contracted in disbelief. To create an illusion of this level at his age, even Itake hadn't been capable of that? Yes. Its name is Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. Yato's smile was serene. Unseen by anyone, the blade embedded in the ground flickered with a faint blue light the moment those words were spoken. So, this was your real trump card all along. Suzuki seemed to finally understand, exhaling roughly. I lost this time. Just as Yato, still smiling warmly, was about to respond, a golden selection screen abruptly popped up before him. Choose. 1. Reveal your true ultimate technique to Suzuki Uchiha, Super Outfit Change, Gothic Lolita Edition. 2. Reveal your true ultimate technique to Suzuki Ushicha, Morality Expansion Jutsu. Yato's eye twitched violently. Chapter 34, Chapter 34. Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. What? Starburst diarrhea. Even Homura Midokado, along with the other Hokage advisors, was utterly baffled. They had spent their entire lives as shinobi, yet they had never heard of such an absurd, unconventional method of attack. No wonder that Uchiha Kid had wrapped himself up like a red envelope facing such an unorthodox assault. Extreme measures suddenly made sense. But, surely that's just a joke, right? Koharu Yudiden took a deep breath, unable to believe it. That kid wouldn't actually use that move, would he? She shot a questioning look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. I also think he's just joking. Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, murmuring, Yato doesn't seem like the type to have such eccentric tendencies. You can tell from his scholarly demeanor he's a boy with a certain level of moral standards, Homura chimed in. Only Danzo remained silent, head lowered, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. As someone who had personally witnessed Yato's moral standards and tendencies, he found it rather difficult to offer any positive assessment at the moment. Based on his understanding, there was a very high chance that kid would actually do something like this. Starburst diarrhea, technique, what the hell kind of move was that? At this moment, Danzo felt nothing but relief that he had decisively turned away that day, refusing to take in this little demon disciple who could make people's blood vessels explode just by existing. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Yato stared at the fully wrapped up Suzuki before him and sighed softly. Suzuki-kun, your outfit today is truly eye-catching. Though I can't help but wonder, doesn't this clash a bit with the cool, aloof image you usually maintain? Shut up. Suzuki's voice cracked slightly, his cheeks flushing behind his protective mask. This is specialized equipment to counter your techniques. Hayashi Yato, your ultimate move won't work on me anymore. Ah, I see. A tactical countermeasure, then. Yato nodded sagely, his tone breezy. Well, you've certainly gone to great lengths, Kitty-kun. The moment Kitty-kun left Yato's lips, Suzuki froze in place, his face burning crimson. Why you? Don't call me that. I told you, this is tactical gear. I didn't choose to wear this for fun. Understood, Kitty-kun. Yato nodded solemnly. Thank you for the clarification, Kitty-kun. You bastard, are you mocking me? Suzuki's temper flared instantly, and he lunged at Yato with a furious punch. Though his outfit resembled a cat onesie, it was technically combat gear custom made by the weapons merchant Granny Cat, designed for flexibility and mobility. His punch was nothing like the clumsy strikes of the younger students. This was a genuine killing technique. Even the notoriously hard-to-please Danzo couldn't help but frown slightly. The Uchiha clan, truly, is blessed by the heavens. Though this boy was nowhere near his elder brother, Itake, that punch alone was already at genin level. Thud. A dull impact echoed through the arena. Yato stood calmly, his palm effortlessly catching Suzuki's fist midair. He blocked it? Ha ha ha. Naruto burst into laughter, pumping his fist. See? I told you this pretty boy was no match for Yato. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura snarled. Huh. Didn't I warn you to stop calling Suzuki-kun a pretty boy? Sorry. He really blocked it, though, Ino murmured, covering her mouth in shock. Yato might actually be the dark horse here. Ino? Whose side are you on? Sakura glared. Just stating facts, Ino grinned, nudging her best friend. Don't worry, the match just started. Our Suzuki-kun hasn't even gotten serious yet. Humph. Sakura huffed but let it go, refocusing on the battle. Unlike Sakura's unwavering confidence, Suzuki himself was sweating bullets. How? This was not how he had imagined things going. Sure, he had attacked in anger, but his strike wasn't sloppy. If Yato had dodged or blocked it conventionally, he could have accepted it. But the fact that Yato had stopped his punch with one hand was downright humiliating. Surprised, Kitty-kun? Yato's voice was calm, almost detached. To be honest, I'm more surprised than you are. What? Suzuki's eyes widened. Your brother, Itake Uchiha, at your age, he was already far beyond this level, wasn't he? Yato released Suzuki's fist and took a step back. Or do you just accept that, compared to a genius like him, you're nothing special? Shut up. Suzuki's voice was low, trembling with fury. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Yato's glasses glinted, his smirk dripping with mockery. I said shut up. Suzuki roared, his hands flying into a rapid series of hand seals. He can already use that technique at his age. Even Hiruzen and the others on the high platform were visibly stunned. Fire release, great fireball technique? Suzuki inhaled deeply before unleashing a massive, roaring fireball straight at Yato. Oh crap, that's a C-rank fire jutsu. Shikamaru's lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by tension. Yato, is he gonna be okay? Naruto's face was etched with worry. Sakura and Ino, despite rooting for Suzuki, also paled, hands covering their mouths. They wanted Suzuki to win but not at the cost of their classmate's life. From their perspective, Yato, now engulfed in flames, would be lucky to escape with anything less than severe burns. Even the proctor hesitated, ready to leap in and stop the match. But then, a thick mist suddenly billowed across the battlefield. Suzuki's vision blurred. By the time he realized what was happening, the cold edge of a blade was already pressed against his throat. Whoosh! The mist cleared, revealing the shocking reversal to the entire audience. Looks like I win, Suzuki-kun. Yato smiled faintly. Suzuki's body trembled slightly before he exhaled sharply. What was that just now? A genjutsu of my own creation. Yato pulled the blade away, driving it into the ground. It uses mist and water reflections to disorient the enemy, making them hesitate at critical moments. Your own genjutsu. Suzuki's pupils contracted in disbelief. To create an illusion of this level at his age, even Itake hadn't been capable of that? Yes. Its name is Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. Yato's smile was serene. Unseen by anyone, the blade embedded in the ground flickered with a faint blue light the moment those words were spoken. So, this was your real trump card all along. Suzuki seemed to finally understand, exhaling roughly. I lost this time. Just as Yato, still smiling warmly, was about to respond, a golden selection screen abruptly popped up before him. Choose. 1. Reveal your true ultimate technique to Suzuki Uchiha, Super Outfit Change, Gothic Lolita Edition. 2. Reveal your true ultimate technique to Suzuki Ushicha, Morality Expansion Jutsu. Yato's eye twitched violently. Chapter 35, Chapter 35. The Yin Release Acquisition. Winner Hayashi Yato. The head judge's booming announcement sent the entire audience into a frenzy. For a Ninja Academy student to witness a showdown between ninjutsu and genjutsu was already an extraordinary event. Even most academy graduates only mastered the basic 3 essential techniques. How could Suzuki lose? Harino Sakura muttered in disbelief, her expression blank. Yato, that guy's really something else, Yamanaka Ino murmured, far more composed. At this point, he's probably not far off from a full-fledged ninja. Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. Nara Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and sighed. This guy must have been training in secret. Damn it, he always acted like such a slacker before. Compared to his classmates, Naruto's reaction was much simpler. He whooped at the top of his lungs. He won? Yato actually won? Ha 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 ha. That stuck-up Suzuki finally got what was coming to him. Up on the high platform, the Leaf's ruling council, the so-called F4, also found the battle noteworthy. To think this child actually created his own genjutsu. He's on par with the geniuses in Konoha's history, Koharu Yudiden remarked, sipping her tea delicately. It seems the young shoots of our village are growing strong, Homura Mitokato said with a pleased smile. Hiruzen, what are your plans for this boy's future? Plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen side-eyed Danzo beside him, his tone loaded. Originally, I intended for him to complete the full 6-year curriculum. But now, it's clear his talent shouldn't be wasted in the academy. Homura blinked. You mean, next year's Chunin exams? Yato will participate, Hiruzen stated calmly. The Chunin exams. Danzo narrowed his eyes at his old friend. He could see right through this. Hiruzen was trying to poach someone from root. But why bring up the Chunin exams now? 2 days ago, the Tsuchikage sent us a formal request to jointly host this year's Chunin exams with Konoha, Hiruzen explained, exhaling a slow puff of smoke. 2 days ago. Danzo's brow furrowed. And why was I not informed? His gaze shifted to the other 2 advisors, who suddenly found the floor very interesting. We thought you might object, Koharu admitted with a cough. So we decided to keep it from you until it was finalized. Konoha can't afford any more turmoil, Danzo, Homura added with a sigh. The hidden stone is extending an olive branch. We should seize this opportunity. Danzo's hands clenched, veins bulging. He was a Konoha elder, a trusted advisor, yet they had excluded him from such a critical decision? Was there no justice left in this world? Danzo, don't take it personally, Hiruzen said soothingly, tapping his pipe against the table. We acted in Konoha's best interest. In these times, fostering goodwill with other villages is the only way to ensure our prosperity. Danzo remained silent, his gaze lowered. Just as Koharu was about to break the tension with some conciliatory remark, Danzo suddenly smiled. Understood, Hiruzen. You're not angry. Hiruzen ventured cautiously. Do you truly see me as so petty? Danzo replied coolly. A joint Chunin exam is indeed an excellent opportunity to showcase Konoha's strength. Hiruzen exhaled in relief. I'm glad you understand. However, I propose we extend invitations to all major villages, not just Hidden Stone Village, Danzo continued. As hosts, we should welcome any who wish to participate. Wah! Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura exchanged uneasy glances. Wouldn't that pose a security risk? Homura finally asked. And inviting only the Stone Village doesn't. Danzo countered flatly. If we seek stronger ties, this is the perfect chance. Hiruzen, Danzo's suggestion has merit, Koharu conceded, setting down her teacup. If we can collaborate with IWA, why not others? I agree, Homura chimed in. I'll consider it, Hiruzen muttered around his pipe, though an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. The source of his unease sat right beside him. Danzo, a notorious hardliner, wasn't just accepting the joint exams, he was pushing to expand them. What is he plotting? Hiruzen's eyes flicked toward Danzo, but the man sat perfectly composed, his expression unreadable. What's that boy doing now? Koharu's sudden exclamation snapped Hiruzen from his thoughts. All eyes followed her gaze to the arena, where Yato, still basking in victory, had casually slung an arm over Suzuki's shoulder. You guessed wrong, Suzuki, Yato said softly, though the arena's amplified acoustics carried his words clearly. Mirage of the Blossoming Moon wasn't my real trump card. What? Not just Suzuki, the entire audience perked up with curiosity. Want to see it? Yato grinned. What kind of technique is it? Show us. Yeah, let's see it. Before Sasuke could respond, the crowd erupted in eager shouts, Naruto's voice loudest of all, his face flushed with excitement. Oh no, not another curse. Kushina groaned, immediately recognizing the signs. Will Sasuke be in danger? Mikoto fretted. Physically? Probably not, Kushina assessed. Good. Mikoto exhaled in relief. She knew Yato's curses were irreversible once triggered, but as long as her youngest son wasn't harmed, it was fine. Sasuke, meanwhile, was sweating bullets. Part of him did want to see Yato's ultimate move, but his instinct screamed that something terrible was about to happen. Yet, under the weight of countless expectant stares, backing down wasn't an option. For the Uchiha's pride, he forced out, a trump card should stay hidden. Are you sure you want to reveal it now? No need to worry, Sasuke, Yato said, smile widening. Something's wrong. Sasuke's gut screamed louder. He subtly shuffled backward, just as he opened his mouth to refuse. Super outfit change. BZZT? A flash of black light engulfed Sasuke, blinding the audience momentarily. When the glare faded, silence. Deafening, absolute silence. Gone was the blue cat pajama-clad Sasuke. In his place stood a black gothic Lolita dress, his spiky hair now twin tails tied with ribbons. He knelt in a Caesar-like pose, hands braced on the ground, his delicate face a picture of horrified disbelief. Utterly mission complete. Congratulations, you have acquired Yin release chakra nature. The system notification eased Yato's tension. He raised a hand to revert Sasuke's outfit. Take a picture. Mikoto's voice cut through the air. Huh. Yato blinked, wondering if he'd hallucinated. Hurry, take a photo of Sasuke like this. I'm making it my wallpaper, Mikoto urged. You are truly his mother. Yato's eye twitched as he pulled out a camera and snapped a shot of the Lolita-fied Sasuke. Creator's Thoughts Chapter 36, Chapter 36. The Mirage and the Blade. At nightfall, with stars twinkling in the sky, inside the Root Organization's base, Shimura Danzo's bandaged arm hung limply in front of his chest while his other arm rested on the armrest of his chair. His cold gaze swept over Yato below the platform as he spoke indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends for you to participate in the Chunin exams 7 months from now. What are your thoughts? Yato, wearing black-framed glasses, blinked in surprise before lowering his head. I will follow Lord Danzo's arrangements. Good. I haven't misjudged you. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Your performance in that match against the Uchiha brat was most pleasing. All thanks to Lord Danzo's guidance. Yato replied humbly. Since Hiruzen has personally named you, you will participate in the Chunin exams, Danzo commanded, his voice icy. But remember, your true allegiance lies with Root. Understood, Lord Danzo. Yato nodded solemnly. What's this old geezer implying? That Root isn't part of Konoha anymore. Kushina's voice piped up, confused. Probably had some falling out with the Hokage again, Yato mused internally. And let's be real, Danzo's definitely planning to stir up some drama during the Chunin exams. Stir up drama? Kushina blinked. I wonder just how intense the infighting among Konoha's higher UPS will get. Yato mused with amusement, though his expression remained perfectly neutral. Demonstrate that self-created genjutsu of yours again for me and our comrades. Mirage of the Blossoming Moon, was it? Danzo's gaze shifted to the masked guard at his side. Tatsu, you'll be his opponent. The guard with a monkey mask stepped forward slowly, drawing the sword from his back. Without a word, Yato unsheathed his own blade. Raising his left hand, index, and middle fingers extended, he murmured, Mirage of the Blossoming Moon. Poof. A burst of mist exploded outward from him, and a razor-sharp arc of steel flashed through the air. Clang! Tatsu effortlessly blocked the strike. Not bad for a genjutsu, but your blade lacks edge. Thank you for your guidance. Yato sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. Tatsu gave a slight nod before returning to Danzo's side. Tomorrow, for the mission to the Land of Waves, Tatsu will accompany you, Danzo said, his voice devoid of emotion. Upon your return, he will personally oversee your swordsmanship training. Understood. My gratitude for Lord Danzo's consideration. Meanwhile, Yato's body had somehow materialized behind Danzo, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Yet neither Danzo nor any of the Root operatives batted an eye in their perception. Yato was still standing obediently in the center of the hall. Incredible. Is this the power of Mirage of the Blossoming Moon? Mikoto's voice echoed in awe. Hey, if you dropped a pile of dog crap on Danzo's head right now, would he even notice? Kushina mused, popping out of the spirit pearl to scrutinize the back of Danzo's skull. Wanna test it? Yato grinned. Nah, Kushina sighed. That'd be an insult to the dog crap. Fair. Let's head back, Yato said, turning on his heel. Early start tomorrow, Land of Waves awaits. And just like that, he strolled out in plain sight, leaving no one the wiser. The following evening. Deep in the forests on the outskirts of the Land of Waves, Yato paused, glancing up at the birds flitting through the treetops. Who knew dusk in the woods could be so picturesque? Truly refreshing. This isn't the time for sightseeing, Tatsu said coldly from behind, his monkey mask unreadable. Don't forget Lord Danzo's orders, Hayashi Yato. We're already at the mission location, Tatsu-san, Yato replied, turning with a smile. I don't appreciate jokes, Tatsu said flatly. True, Lord Danzo's orders specified meeting Greyfeather in the Eastern District's streets, Yato conceded. Logically, that's where we should ambush her. Tatsu remained silent, his gaze steady. But alas, Yado sighed, looking at the sunset-stained sky. The Eastern District has since been renovated into the Land of Waves School District. Hardly the place for bloodshed, don't you think? Irrelevant, Tatsu's voice turned icy. Who do you think you are, Hayashi Yado? Lord Danzo's orders are absolute. As root shinobi, we obey without question. So rigid, Tatsu-san, Yado sighed. But then again, it's that very rigidity that made you Danzo's favorite attack dog, isn't it? What did you say? Tatsu's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Rulers of the shinobi world adore obedient subordinates. Mindless loyalty is so convenient, Yado mused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. But the moment someone shows a shred of independent thought, they're branded traitors and hunted down. Ah, the shinobi life, such a cruel profession. Whoosh. Before Tatsu could react, a woman materialized beside Yado, kneeling. Leader. She had short silver-gray hair, clad in sleek combat gear, her eyes burning with reverence. You. Tatsu stiffened. This was their target, Grey Feather. But why was she calling Yado leader? Grey Feather, you know I dislike kneeling, Yado said mildly. Apologies, leader. She stood swiftly. Hayashi Yado, you've betrayed Lord Danzo. Tatsu snarled. Betrayed. Yado adjusted his glasses, the sunset glinting off the lenses. Let's be clear, Tatsu-san. I never swore loyalty to Danzo. He dragged me into root on his own whims. You. Enraged, Tatsu lunged, his blade a silver flash. 3 crescent moon dance. A lethal technique passed down from the second Hokage himself? Slice. Yado's body split into pieces only to dissolve into smoke. Wah. Behind you, Tatsu-san. Tatsu whirled just in time to see Yado's blade descending. Clang. His sword shattered. A crimson line split Tatsu from shoulder to waist. Tell me, Tatsu-san, Yado smirked, is my blade sharp enough now? Tatsu collapsed, speechless, as blood pooled beneath him. Bonus scene, the unseen prank. Setting, the next morning, root headquarters. Danzo sits at his desk, sipping tea, unaware of the previous night's illusions. Danzo, stoically, Tatsu's report on Yado's mission progress is overdue. Unacceptable. Cut to, a root agent nervously clearing his throat. Root agent, Lord Danzo, there's a slight issue. Danzo, coldly, speak. Root agent, well, sir, your head. Danzo, what about it? Root agent, sweating, it's glowing. Danzo slowly reaches up. His fingers brush against a sticky, neon pink substance coating his scalp. The entire room falls silent. Danzo, deadpan, explain. Flashback to the previous night, Kushina, cackling like a maniac, slathering everlasting glow-in-the-dark hair gel on Danzo's head while Yado's illusion kept him oblivious. Kushina, ghostly, giggling told ya we should have used the dog crap? This is way funnier. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. The Weight of Ambition. Land of Waves, Umbrella Corporation Reception Room. Hanzo the salamander sat on the sofa, his face obscured by a breathing mask, his body covered in strange fissures. He was deeply engrossed in the documents in his hands, his expression growing more and more captivated with each page. Only after flipping to the last page did he finally let out a long sigh. In all my decades of living, I've never met someone who could dissect the shinobi world with such clarity. The essential condition for peace is for the great villages to abandon their self-serving schemes. Now that is a masterstroke. I'm honored to receive such praise from the man once called the demigodi, Yado replied with a smile from his seat at the head of the table. Behind him sat Uzumaki Rina, dressed in a sleek black pantsuit. Her official title in the Land of Waves was Chief Secretary. Shameful, really, Hanzo muttered, lowering his head. I'm no longer the proud demigod of my youth. Just a withered old man clinging to his delusions. Self-awareness is a rare virtue, Yado said, his lips curling slightly. The fact that you recognize your current state means you still have the potential to change. Lord Yado, Hanzo lifted his gaze to meet the young man's eyes. What you're attempting, it would truly reshape the entire shinobi world. But this path won't be easy to walk. The greatest obstacle to such upheaval was the very system that sustained the current order, the cage of the villages, the daimyo, the nobility, and all those in power. They would never surrender their privileges without a fight, which meant the Land of Waves would soon find itself standing against the entire world. Was victory even possible? True, it's a road paved with thorns and blood, Yado admitted without flinching. So, Lord Hanzo, would you be willing to walk this path with the people of the Land of Waves and see the dawn at its end? Hanzo fell silent for a long moment before finally bowing slightly. Then I shall place myself in your care, leader. Welcome aboard, Hanzo, Yado said warmly. For the sake of our phased plans, you will need to serve as the long-term public face of this umbrella corporation. Understood. Hanzo nodded without hesitation. Click. The door closed behind Hanzo as he left the reception room. Yado leaned back in his chair, eyes shut, contemplating the Land of Waves' next steps. The Academy District was already completed, and compulsory education policies were in full swing. The industrial zone's factories were still under construction, with production likely 2 months away. Without proper facilities, mass-producing equipment was impossible. Even if he had already pioneered technologies like networked communications, widespread adoption remained out of reach. Then there was the issue of raw materials. The Land of Waves' current funds wouldn't last much longer. True, they had inherited a fortune of 5 billion ryo from Gato, but most of it had already been poured into infrastructure. The Land of Waves' foundation was just too weak. Without large-scale construction, none of their plans could take off. Spending money had been easy. Now came the suffering. Where do we get more funds? Yato massaged his temples, a headache brewing. Just then, a pair of soft, delicate hands gently cupped his head, thumbs pressing rhythmically against his pressure points. A faint scent of jasmine drifted into his nostrils. How's this pressure? Rina's voice was tender. Not bad. Very professional, Yato replied, opening his eyes with a smile. I also know some, less professional techniques. Would the leader like to try them? Rina whispered by his ear, her breath warm. Ahem. Let's save that for another time, Yato said, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he awkwardly changed the subject. It's getting late. Maybe you should rest first. Of course. Rina, ever the understanding woman, didn't push further though she did lightly brush her fingers against his cheek. If the leader ever needs me, I'm always available. With that, she stood and left. Click. The door shut behind her. If the leader ever needs me, I'm always available. No sooner had Rina left than Kushina abruptly phased out of Yato's body, mimicking her voice with exaggerated flair. Tisk tisk tisk, being the leader must be exhausting. Not only do you work all day, but you also have to endure your secretary's unprofessional massages at night. That never happened, Yato retorted, his eye twitching. You know exactly what I do every day, do I? Kushina tapped a finger against his chest, her tone dripping with implication. Mikoto and I also fell for your Mirage of the Blossoming Genjutsu. If you wanted to sneak around at night without us knowing, it'd be way too easy. Right, Mikoto? I'm staying out of this. Mikoto's voice floated from the spirit pearl, though her refusal to participate didn't stop her from watching intently. Her face flushed. But there is one thing I'm curious about, Kushina murmured, looping her arms around Yato's neck and straddling his lap. She leaned in, her lips brushing his ear. Can the great leader even handle those unprofessional techniques in his current state? Hiss. The sheer audacity of her actions sent a jolt through Yato. Kushina's cool hands slid down his chest like a mischievous little fish, venturing lower. Knock knock knock. A sudden, urgent rapping at the door shattered the moment. Kushina froze, then vanished back into the spirit pearl in a flash, only now realizing just what she had been doing, her heart pounding, face burning. Yato, equally flustered but far better at masking it, cleared his throat. Come in. Leader, you have a visitor. Standing in the doorway was Yakushi Nono, who stepped aside to reveal a figure in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Konan. Nasan. Yato's face lit up with surprise. It's been a while, Yato. Konan's usually cool expression softened into a faint smile like a white lotus blooming atop a snowy peak, pure yet striking. I'm here on Nagato's behalf. He's invited you to. Why is your face so red? Ah, the room's a bit stuffy, Yato replied smoothly. No, standing beside Konan, arched a brow. Stuffy? The window's wide open behind you. But with a guest present, she wisely kept her thoughts to herself. Konan, less perceptive than Yoroi, simply nodded. Nagato wants you to join the Akatsuki. He's willing to step down and let you take over as leader. Joining the Akatsuki is fine, but I'll pass on the leadership, Yato said after a moment's thought. Smiling, he added, I think it's better if I start as an intern. Underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at atreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. Pickles, Turtles, and Absolute Madness. 2 mornings later, Yato returned to Konoha with Greyfeather in tow. Seeing the village again after so long, any thoughts? Yato tilted his head, grinning at the monkey-masked Tatsu. This was never my home, Greyfeather replied, her voice barely shifting beneath the mask. The land of waves, under our leader's rule, is. No need to be so stiff, Yato chuckled, shaking his head gently. The people of Konoha and the land of waves aren't so different. The sins of the rulers shouldn't fall on the common folk. Understood. Greyfeather gave a respectful nod. Now, you'll have to play the role of Tatsu in front of Danzo. Nervous? Yato asked, amused. She paused, then answered solemnly, a little. But for our leader and the future of the land of waves, I'll do my best. A little was an understatement. Sure, she was dressed in Tatsu's root uniform, wearing the same monkey mask. But she was about to impersonate someone she barely knew, a male ninja, no less, and one of Danzo's most trusted operatives. This was absolute madness. The moment they met, she'd be exposed. If this hadn't been the young leader's own plan, one he swore was foolproof, she'd have suspected sabotage. Even with her unwavering trust in him, the whole scheme still felt like a bad joke. What kind of genjutsu could warp someone's basic common sense? Theoretically, that shouldn't even be possible. You're overthinking it, Lady Greyfeather, Yato said, reading her tension instantly. Relax. I'll be with you when we meet Danzo. Yato. A familiar voice cut through the air as a bright orange blur zipped toward them. Where've you been the last 2 days? First Suzuki vanishes, now you. Just some business outside the village, Yato replied smoothly. Another blind date. Naruto blinked, finally noticing the masked figure beside him. Wait, not you again. Greyfeather was baffled by the sudden hostility. Gare, Naruto, Yato sighed. They're not the same person. Oh, sorry. Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. but your masks look identical. Both monkeys. Oh, fantastic. He identifies people solely by masks now. Yato's eye twitched. I've got things to do. We'll talk later. Sure, see you at school tomorrow. Naruto waved, strolling off without a care. That boy, he's hopeless, Kushina groaned from within the spirit pearl, face in her hands. Don't worry, Mikoto chimed in, smirking. At least he'll have a great father figure later. Root headquarters. Yato casually pulled a jar of fermented stinky pickles from his personal dimension and set it before Danzo. Lord Danzo, the head of Grey Feathers, as requested. Grey Feather stared, her mask hiding sheer disbelief. Was her leader insane? Even the dumbest fool wouldn't mistake a jar of pickles for a human head. Who wouldn't fly into a rage at this? Yet, to her shock, Danzo examined the jar with grave solemnity, and nodded. Good work. The mission was a success. He bought it. Grey Feather's jaw dropped. He genuinely believed this jar of rotting vegetables was her head. Was he blind? Even if he were, couldn't he smell the reeking brine? But no, Danzo, along with every root agent present, seemed convinced the pickles were her severed head, the stray vegetable strands her hair. Dispose of the traitor's remains in the recycling chamber, Danzo ordered a subordinate. That's all she deserves. Understood. The root agent bowed, cradling the jar like a sacred relic as he marched away. Hui's mind reeled. What level of genjutsu was this? Yato, you may rest now, Danzo intoned, eyes half-lidded. Starting tomorrow, you'll be a core root operative. Thank you for your trust, Lord Danzo. Yato bowed then casually sidestepped behind Danzo, completely unnoticed. From Grey Feather's perspective, Danzo's vision seemed glitched. He spoke to her as if she were Tatsu, voice stern. Tatsu, report on your mission. Grey Feather was beyond stunned at this point. Mechanically, she recited her script. Hanzo has agreed to cooperate, but he demands payment. What are his terms? Money. 1 super soldier serum, for 10 million ryo. 10 million. Danzo's brow furrowed. That wasn't cheap, equivalent to 5 S-rank missions worth. But not impossible, especially if he could offload the cost onto the village. After all, wasn't this for Konoha's sake? Very well, Danzo finally said. Agree. Have him send 10 samples up front. Yes, sir. Then her eyes bulged. 3 pickle strands had sprouted from Danzo's scalp, flopping over his forehead like wilted bangs. What are you staring at? Danzo snapped. And nothing, Her gaze darted to Yato, who stood right behind Danzo, grinning as he gave her a playful wave. Danzo remained oblivious. This was beyond absurd. But it got worse. Just as she was about to excuse herself, Yato with zero hesitation pulled out a live turtle from nowhere. It thrashed in his grip as he placed it squarely on Danzo's head. How was he not noticing this? The turtle bit down. Blood trickled. Danzo's scalp was bleeding, and Yato? He whipped out a camera, snapped a photo of the turtle hat Danzo, and stashed it away like a tourist at a landmark. Grey Feather's ul left her body. What kind of leader carries a turtle and camera around just in case? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 39, Chapter 39. When the Uchiha heir met his match. Konoha, Yato's house. Ahahaha, this is priceless. Kushina doubled over laughing, clutching her stomach as she stared at the photo on the table. Danzo and that turtle are a match made in hell. If this got out, it'd break the internet. You're terrifying for even thinking of this, Mikoto said, her expression a mix of horror and amusement. I had a great teacher. Kushina smirked, shooting a pointed look at a certain teen slouched in a chair. Hold on, how is this my fault? Yato protested, looking genuinely wronged. I've never glued a turtle to anyone's head. Not literally, but the spirit's the same. Bad influence osmosis. She winked. No take-backs. Osmosis? Since when? This woman had fully embraced chaos, and she was blaming him for it with zero shame. Who even corrupted her? Wait. Unless, she was always like this, and he just unlocked it? Yato nodded solemnly. That had to be it. Humph, I know you're slandering me in your head. Kushina suddenly lunged, wrapping an arm around his neck in a playful chokehold. Brat, you need corrective education. And not at all cough mercy. Yato wheezed dramatically, though he wasn't actually bothered. If anything, he didn't mind the redhead's clinginess, ghostly or not. Kushina, stop, Mikoto sighed. Yato wouldn't do something like this. Oh, defending him already. Kushina's grin turned wicked. Moving fast, aren't we? Wano. Mikoto's face burned. He's obviously faking. You're too soft. Still, Kushina released him. Fine, spared. Now go cook. I'm haunting your kitchen next. You can't even eat, Mikoto deadpanned. The aroma is enough. Kushina flopped into a chair. You don't get it, this brat's cooking is stupidly good. If I were alive, I'd marry him just for the food. Sounds like you've got other cravings too, Mikoto muttered under her breath. Look who's talking. Kushina shot back, grinning. Weren't you the one staring extra hard the other day? If you're that eager, just say so. Mikoto gave up. She'd never win against Kushina's shamelessness. Knock knock knock. A sudden, crisp rapping at the door. Who's that? Kushina frowned. Maybe your kid, Mikoto offered. Go greet him? Surprise mother-son bonding. Naruto doesn't even know me. That's not a surprise, that's a therapy bill. Fair. As the two vanished into the Soul Pearl, Yato set down the last dish and opened the door to a very unexpected visitor. Sasuke. Yato blinked. Yato, Sasuke clenched his jaw, struggling to speak. Come inside. Yato stepped aside. Hungry. I ate. Sasuke's eyes flicked to the table. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr boring. Join me. Yato slid an extra bowl toward him. Made too much anyway. Thanks. Sasuke took the chopsticks, avoiding eye contact. So awkward. The Uchiha heir, pride of his clan, reduced to a flustered mess. This boy, still allergic to honesty, Mikoto sighed internally. Classic tsundere, Kushina snorted. Relax, he'll grow out of it. Especially with Yato around. Mikoto's eye twitched. This woman. Outside, silence stretched as Sasuke mechanically ate, Yato occasionally nudging more food his way. By the time the plates were empty, Sasuke froze. Wait, did I just let him feed me like a child? They were the same age. Why did it feel so natural? His brain short-circuited. Why does this feel right? Was it lingering humiliation from their match? Was inhaling Yato's cooking some twisted revenge? Sasuke. Yato's voice snapped him back. Something's up. Talk. Sasuke gritted his teeth, then forced the words out. Train me. I want to be stronger. Days of agonizing led here. Yes, Yato's cosplay jutsu had scared him. But the defeat? That was real. Yato was stronger. And Sasuke needed that strength to kill that man. For that, he'd swallow any pride. Stronger, huh? Yato studied him, then smiled. For Mikoto's sake? I will train you. But. Yato held up his hand. My training breaks people. Still want it? Yes. Sasuke's eyes burned. I'll endure anything. Good. Yato pulled 2 scrolls from his desk. Pass these, and we start. Sasuke unrolled one and stiffened. Elementary level chakra theory, pop quiz edition. Sasuke, what? Is this a joke? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 40, Chapter 40. Morning whispers and public chaos. Early morning, Ninja Academy. Today, Yato arrived unusually early, so early that only a handful of students were scattered around the classroom. The looks directed at him were no longer indifferent, instead, they carried curiosity and a hint of awe. This was the lingering aftermath of the recent grade-level tournament. With an undisputed victory over the so-called genius Sasuke, and subsequent opponents forfeiting the moment they heard his name, Yato had become the uncontested top-ranked student of their year despite only fighting a single match. Such a dazzling achievement naturally drew everyone's attention. Even the negative rumors that once swirled around him had all but vanished. After all, the essence of the Ninja Academy was to train competent shinobi, and in the shinobi world, strength reigned supreme. Now that Yato stood as the strongest in their year, his classmates couldn't help but regard him differently. Of course, this shift in attitude only applied to those who didn't interact with him much. Friends like Naruto and Shikamaru still treated him the same. As did the short-haired girl currently standing in front of him, her expression soft and timid, her cheeks flushed as she avoided his gaze. Good morning, Hinata, Yato greeted with a smile. He didn't have any particular romantic interest in her, nor did he plan to distance himself. To him, she was still just a kid, whereas he was, mentally, an adult. Gee, good morning, Yato. Hinata stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Congratulations on becoming the top-ranked student. Thanks, Yato replied sincerely, though he couldn't care less about the title. Hinata fidgeted, her eyes darting to the side. Yato, I wanted to ask you. Yato, you're here early today. Naruto's loud voice cut through the air, interrupting Hinata mid-sentence. Shikamaru's not here yet. He bounded up the steps before noticing the nearly invisible Hinata standing in front of Yato. Oh, were you two talking about something important? Did I interrupt? And no. Hinata shook her head, her voice small. I should go. The tiny shred of courage she had mustered vanished instantly, and she turned to flee. Choose. A golden selection screen abruptly unfolded before Yato, freezing him in place. 1. Grab Hinata's hand in front of Naruto and ask if she's free tonight. 2. Stroke Kushina's cheek in front of Naruto and praise her for being amazing. What the hell? This damn system is actually trying to kill me? Yato's face darkened, his lips twitching violently. Objectively speaking, neither task was particularly difficult, but the humiliation factor was off the charts. One was Naruto's future wife in the original story, the other his actual mother. And now, this godforsaken system was demanding Yato cuckold him to his face. For a staunch believer in true love, this was the ultimate insult? Damn it all. Taking a deep breath, Yato forced a calm expression. Wait a second, Hinata. Huh. She turned back, only to see him stepping closer. Her heart hammered wildly. Yato, you. Before she could finish, he took her hand in his. Pfft. Hinata's face instantly turned beet red. Her pupils dilated, her breathing grew erratic. Hinata, are you free tonight? Yato asked, maintaining an air of effortless coolness while internally screaming. Tea tonight. Hinata short-circuit, her vision filling with spirals. What does he mean? A date? Is he asking me out? Is this real? Does he know how I feel? Her brain went into overdrive, conjuring endless scenarios. The sheer force of her imagination sent her shyness levels skyrocketing past the breaking point. Just as she teetered on the edge of fainting, Yato finally released her. Congratulations? You have obtained the funhouse. Huh. The reward notification caught Yato off guard. Construct a special dollhouse. Any unresisting or unconscious beings thrown inside will be transformed into doll form. The funhouse. Yato wasn't sure how to feel about this. On one hand, the ability was undeniably powerful. On the other, what's the point? A live-action figurine collection. Why Yato? Hinata's voice, soft as a mosquito's buzz, snapped him out of his thoughts. I am free tonight. Without giving him a chance to clarify, she bolted back to her seat. Yato, so you and Hinata. Naruto clapped him on the shoulder, eyebrows raised. It's not like that. Don't overthink it, Yato said flatly. Yeah, I get it. Naruto grinned, giving him a thumbs up. You get nothing, you idiot. Yato felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. Kushina, what do you think about this? Mikato's serious voice echoed in his mind. Shut up. Kushina snapped, clearly in a foul mood. She had always believed in letting the younger generation handle their own affairs, but this was a direct assault on her sanity. The boy she liked was flirting with her future daughter-in-law right in front of her, and her own son was cheering him on. From Kushina's perspective, this was double the betrayal. What kind of cosmic karma did I earn to deserve this? It's a curse. Believe me, Yato said solemnly. You shut up too. Don't talk to me right now, Kushina roared. Got it. Yato sat quietly, ignoring his nosy orange-clad friend. More students trickled into the classroom. Shikamaru appeared, looking as lazy as ever. Naruto stood to greet him only to immediately abandon his bro the moment Sakura and Ino walked in behind him. Sakura-chan, he bellowed. Ah, yes. Peak Gotham behavior. Yato sighed internally but kept a polite smile as he greeted the others. Yato, you're finally here. Ino beamed, waving. Heard you got another blind date recently. Yato side-eyed Naruto. He had a strong suspicion about who was spreading rumors. Still, he didn't bother correcting her. Yeah, this one had black hair. Black hair. Naruto frowned. Same as that bastard Sasuke. I don't like it. It's Yato's date, not yours. Sakura huffed, then suddenly looked worried. I hope Sasuke-kun doesn't skip class again today. As if on cue, Sasuke strolled in, hands stuffed in his pockets. His entrance brought a hush over the room. The whole school had heard about his unique wardrobe malfunction during the tournament. It had become the gossip topic during breaks. Now that the man himself had arrived, the students couldn't help but tense up. Yet Sasuke ignored them all, walking straight up to Yato. He pulled out a scroll from his bag and tossed it onto the desk. Your request. It's done. Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru all froze, staring at the two in utter bewilderment. What the hell is going on here? Underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop one bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals one bonus chapter. P at Patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Shikamaru's suspicion and Yato's dangerous truths. Bonus chapter. You two. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Since when did you two get together? Get together. Ino's face instantly flushed a suspicious shade of red, her mind clearly racing to other interpretations. Naruto, if you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Sakura's eye twitched as she snapped. What do you mean get together? That's way too misleading. Misleading. Naruto blinked, scratching his head. They never even hung out before, and now they're all buddy-buddy? What else would you call it? Sakura opened her mouth, then closed it, utterly at a loss. Finally, she took a deep breath and yelled, You're such an idiot. Sasuke just had dinner with me last night, Yato explained calmly. You had dinner together. Naruto gasped dramatically. Wait, was he your blind date the past couple days? Pfft. Sakura and Ino nearly spat out imaginary blood, while Shikamaru facepalmed in the background. Unbelievable. They truly couldn't comprehend the chaotic hamster wheel spinning inside that blonde knucklehead's brain. His thought process seemed to exist in an entirely different dimension. Idiot, Sasuke muttered under his breath, though not quietly enough. Who you callin' an idiot, bastard? Naruto shot up from his seat, fists clenched. Whoever fits the description, Sasuke replied coolly. Oh, that's it? I'll take you on right here. HN. Since when do deadlasts make threats? Alright, today's the day I wipe that smirk off your. Enough. Yato cut in, sighing. If you actually care about what's in that scroll, pay attention in class. Come to my place after school, and I'll show you. TCH fine, you're off the hook for now, Naruto huffed, pointing at Sasuke like a petulant child. I should be saying that to you, moron, Sasuke shot back before nodding at Yato and stalking off to his seat. That jerk. Naruto gnashed his teeth, prompting Shikamaru to pat his shoulder like a babysitter calming a toddler. Meanwhile, you're really planning to indoctrinate them already? Mikato's gentle voice held a note of concern. Isn't it too soon? The sooner the better when it comes to reshaping perspectives, Yato said with a faint smile. And I'm not dumping it all on them at once. Like the test I gave Suzuki, it's about gradually expanding their understanding of the world. And what about your date with Hinata tonight? Kushina interjected. Yato paused. It's not a date. I just asked if she was free. Player. Kushina snorted. Yato's expression blanked. Since when? Bring Hinata with you, Kushina ordered. If you're gonna flirt, you finish what you started. Later, at Yato's house. The setting sun painted the sky crimson as the group gathered in Yato's unusually tidy house on the outskirts of Konoha. First time visiting a guy's place, kinda exciting. Ino chirped, eyeing the spotless room. You live alone? How's it this clean? No kidding, impressive. Sakura agreed. Even her room needed her mom's help to stay organized. Flattering, but I'm just a bit obsessive, Yato chuckled, retrieving a fresh exam from his desk. Everyone, this is what the scroll contained. Let me see. Naruto lunged forward then froze. Elementary school practice test? What's elementary school? Wait, you gave Suzuki a pop quiz. Silence. Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, and Hinata exchanged bewildered glances. They'd imagined the scroll held forbidden jutsu or sealed artifacts, not homework. Yato, made Suzuki take a test? That was real? Suzuki and I had a deal, Yato explained. If he scores 50 on this, I'll personally train him to get stronger. 50. Sakura blinked. Out of 100. And what did he get? Naruto grinned. Suzuki's quite the prodigy, Yato mused. Even without fundamentals, he scored 20. Ha. Naruto howled with laughter. 20? That's prodigy level? I pulled 40s on written exams. Suzuki's eye twitched. He'd known he wouldn't hit 50. Most questions were concepts he'd never heard of. Yet they felt basic, like he should know them. He'd scribbled answers, checked them, and still couldn't pinpoint his mistakes. And now, Naruto was gloating. Unbearable. No way. Sakura paled. Suzuki only got 20. Scary. Ino shuddered. I haven't even seen the questions, and I've got goosebumps. My turn. Naruto slammed his fists on the table. I'll easily nail 50 and show Mr. Genius how it's done. I'd like to try too. Hinata whispered, raising a timid hand. Go ahead. Yato smiled, spreading the test on the table. Take your time. I'll start dinner. As the group huddled around the exam, Shikamaru's expression darkened. He followed Yato into the kitchen and hissed, What's your game? Yato feigned innocence. Cut the act. Shikamaru glanced at the door, voice low. Dissecting the essence of shinobi? Deconstructing the world's systems? This isn't just a test. Are you trying to become a missing nin? Missing nin? Yato's lips curled into a smirk. Harsh accusation, Shikamaru. Since when is truth treasonous to Konoha? Konoha won't tolerate your truth. Someone's got to say it. Lies can't bury reality forever. Yato tied his apron and began chopping vegetables. So you're playing savior now. More like a gravedigger. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Puppet Master's next move. Nightfall, dotted with stars. The classmates who had come to visit gradually bid farewell to Yato and set off on their journeys home. Unbelievable. Ino tugged at her best friend's sleeve, whispering excitedly, who knew Yato-kun could cook so well too? He's practically the ultimate catch, talented at everything. Yeah, Sakura nodded in agreement before sighing. Too bad he's already been on a bunch of blind dates. So what? Ino shot her a fiery glance, eyebrows wiggling suggestively. None of those matchmaking candidates could hold a candle to a childhood friend like me, right? Childhood friend. Sakura blinked. Wait, hold up. We didn't even drink at dinner. How are you this delusional? Since when were you two childhood friends? We've been in the same class since first grade, right? Ino grinned smugly. That counts as growing up together. Why wouldn't that make us childhood friends? Your definition of childhood friends is way too loose. Sakura couldn't help but facepalm. Wake up. You barely even spoke to him the first 2 years at the academy. Sakura, Ino suddenly turned serious. Are we best friends or not? Why yes. Sakura stammered, caught off guard. Then do you support me in pursuing Yato-kun? Ino slung an arm over her shoulder, her voice dripping with temptation. This way, you can focus all your energy on chasing Suzuki without me getting in your way. Stop with the sweet talk. Sakura swatted her hand away, exasperated. Even if I did support you, what good would it do? I've barely spoken to Yato either. Oh, it'll help, Ino smirked, her expression screaming just as planned. You'll need to come over to his place with me under the guise of studying. Wait, me too. Sakura pointed at herself, horrified. But I can't make heads or tails of those test papers. They give me a headache. I bet Suzuki will be dropping by often too, Ino added, eyebrows dancing suggestively. Sakura, dear, you wouldn't want to be left out of our little group, would you? You. Sakura's eye twitched violently. Meanwhile, at the street intersection. You can leave me here. Thank you for walking me home, Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata bowed shyly. No problem. Yato asked us to. After all, Naruto grinned, winking like he knew something she didn't. Alright. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson before she bolted down the street like a startled rabbit. We should head back to Naruto, Shikamaru said flatly, eyeing the Hyuga maid waiting for Hinata at the corner. Man, that was the best dinner ever. And I got to sit next to Sakura-chan. Naruto sighed dreamily, hands behind his head. Would have been perfect if that jerk Sasuke wasn't there. Shikamaru stayed silent, his expression troubled. Hey, Shikamaru. Naruto finally noticed, tilting his head. What's up with you? Naruto, about Yado. Shikamaru started before shaking his head. Never mind. Let's split here. See you tomorrow. TCH always so cryptic. Naruto scratched his head, watching him leave before heading home. Deep beneath Konoha, Yado, Mikoto, and Kushina sat before a bank of monitors, observing everything unfold. Seems my prediction was right. Shikamaru won't snitch, Yado mused, smiling faintly. Or maybe Naruto's just too dumb for it to matter. Kushina crossed her arms. I'm still reserving judgment. Mikoto sighed. Kushina, isn't that a little harsh on your own son? Facts are facts. That boy's a blockhead, Kushina groaned. I still can't figure out who he takes after. I wouldn't call Naruto dumb. He's just, selectively oblivious, Yado offered diplomatically. Gray feathers here, Mikoto pointed at the screen, where the root operative stood outside Yado's house. Come in, Gray. Feather, Yado called out, the door swinging open on its own. Descending into the hidden base, Gray Feather froze, stunned by the scale of the operation her leader had built right under Konoha's nose. Let's go meet Danzo, Yado said, stepping out of the surveillance room. Kushina and Mikoto had already retreated into his body. Neither was keen on meeting outsiders yet. Understood, she nodded, unsurprised that he'd anticipated her purpose. To her, Yado was practically omniscient. Root headquarters. Lord Danzo. Yado bowed respectfully. Yado, what do you make of that Uchiha brat? Danzo's single eye gleamed coldly. Sasuke is exceptional, Yado replied neutrally. Given time, he'll become a formidable shinobi. High praise, Danzo sneered. And if I told you he'll one day threaten Konoha, I'd eliminate him myself. Good. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Danzo's tone softened marginally. But first, another task. The S-rank rogue Uchiha Itachi hides in a Megakure, among Akatsuki. I can arrange for you to earn his trust then kill him. Yado bowed again. It will be done. As he left, Danzo's arm pulsed grotesquely, bandages snapping to reveal a monstrous limb, pale, segmented bone protruding like jagged spines. Congratulations, Lord Danzo. Your enhanced form lasts even longer now, Gray Feather praised. Not enough. Not nearly enough, Danzo muttered, though his smugness was palpable. Tell Hanzo to prepare 10 more vials of the serum. Perfect. Another hefty payday for the land of Wave. On the way home. Is Danzo insane? Kushina ranted. What's his obsession with wiping out the Uchiha? Did they dig up his ancestors' graves or something? Yado nearly choked. This woman's metaphors are getting wilder by the day. Outwardly, he remained calm. The hollowification is corroding his judgment. He'll only grow more extreme. Don't let him die too quickly, Yado, Mikoto said softly, but her usual warmth was gone, replaced by something icy. No mother could stay composed hearing threats against her child. A simple nod. Understood. Wait, how does Danzo even know Itaka's in Akatsuki? Kushina frowned. Because Itaka told him. Yado smirked. You didn't forget, did you? Itaka's a willing spy in Akatsuki and his direct handler is probably Danzo. Why else would he claim he could get me close? Kushina's fists clenched. That bastard? He only targets the most loyal people in Konoha. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. For every 10 Power Stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. When Kushina discovered Yado's darkest secret. Morning breeze and fluffy clouds, Ninja Academy classroom. The group who attended last night's dinner at Yado's place naturally gathered around him, intently listening as he broke down key points from the exam and their mistakes. His explanations were both insightful and humorous, often drawing looks of sudden understanding from the group. Their huddle naturally drew curious glances from other classmates, but out of respect or fear for Yado, the top-ranked student, they only dared to peek from the outskirts. Ha 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 ha, this genius has mastered it all now, Naruto suddenly shouted, startling everyone around him. Let's do this again tonight. I'll definitely score higher than that stuck-up Sasuke. Idiot. Sasuke ignored him, glancing at Yado instead. If I had to guess, you'll change tonight's questions, won't you? Huh. Naruto deflated instantly, eyes bulging. Why change them? That makes no sense. Nothing in life is free. Even an idiot knows that. Sasuke smirked meaningfully at Naruto. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto frowned, fists clenching. You calling me an idiot, you bastard. Is stating facts the same as mocking now? Sasuke scoffed. You. Naruto, stop making a scene, Ino cut in, lowering her voice. This is Teacher Yado's lecture time. Teacher Yado. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Since when did he become a teacher? If we're learning from him, isn't it natural to call him teacher? Ino glanced around, as if stating the obvious. Besides, don't you think Yado's way better at explaining than most academy instructors? True, Sakura nodded. The teachers always make things sound so complicated, but Yato explains everything so clearly. Ino shot her bestie an approving look. Nice assist. I also think Yato teaches really well, Hinata murmured, cheeks flushing. See? Majority rules. Ino grinned triumphantly. As a member of the Classmates Association, I hereby declare Teacher Yato as an official title. What majority? It's just you three, Naruto muttered under his breath. Wait. Classmates Association? What's that? Sakura looked baffled. Since when did we have a club? Since we're all learning from Teacher Yato, we need a cool group name. Ino declared proudly. Classmates Association. Perfect, right? She's certainly enthusiastic, Mikoto observed with amusement. Does she just love studying that much? I think her interest lies elsewhere, Kushina smirked, side-eyeing Yato. So, Teacher Yato, what do you think? Yato opened his mouth to deflect when suddenly, a golden prompt materialized before him. Choose. 1. Commit to the bit, grab Ino's hand and perform a dramatic duet of brotherhood is priceless. 2. Appease the jealous wife, summon Kushina and plant a full-on PDA kiss. 3. Give her something spicy, use memory transfer jutsu to flood her mind with your ahem masterpiece from 2 years ago. What the hell? Yato's eye twitched. These options were disastrous. A cheesy duet? A public makeout session? Or his embarrassing old literary masterpiece? This system is a goddamn menace. Sigh. Better to suffer alone than drag others into this madness. Memory transfer jutsu, activated. Kushina, still waiting for his reply, suddenly froze. Her eyes widened, jaw-dropping as a flood of very specific text invaded her mind. Hashirama returns? Finds wife Madara living in a doghouse, summons 100,000 white Zetsu in rage. Pfft. Kushina nearly spat out imaginary soda. What kind of fanfic hell is this? Reward, plus 40 years worth of chakra. Yato didn't even celebrate. He was too busy wondering how to explain to Kushina that no, he wasn't into /fiction. Meanwhile, Hidden Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, sat motionless like a puppet in his office. Behind him, a masked man in black robes studied a document. Joint Shinin exams? What are those Konoha old-timers plotting? Not just us, rock, cloud, sand, even rain got invites, a white half of Zetsu chimed in. Basically every village. So the third Hokage wants to play peacemaker. Black Zetsu sneered. How naive. Oniki and Raza have already secretly allied to crush Konoha during the exams. Even funnier, the Raikages pretending to decline while planning an invasion. White Zetsu giggled. And Danzo's gone rogue, Black Zetsu added. He just ordered a hit on Itaki and Shizuke. The masked man nearly choked. He's what? Oh, he's got a new lackey, some 10-year-old named Hayashi Yato, White Zetsu said cheerfully. Kid invented a terrifying genjutsu, apparently. Genjutsu. The masked man's Sharingan gleamed. Pointless. That boy's already dead. Using genjutsu against the Mangekyo. If he weren't playing a role, he'd be laughing his ass off. Bonus scene, the Great Ramen Bet. Setting, Ichiraku Ramen, evening. Naruto, Sakura, and Yato sit at the counter, steaming bowls in front of them. Shizuke lingers nearby, pretending he's just passing by. Naruto, slurping noodles aggressively, alright, Yato-sensei. Bet I can eat spicy miso ramen faster than you. Yato, raising an eyebrow, you do realize I once ate a ghost pepper for fun, right? Sakura, facepalming, Naruto, you're literally crying over mild wasabi. Naruto, teary-eyed but defiant, that's different? This is about honor. Shizuke, suddenly appearing behind them, idiots. Yato, grinning, oh? Does the great Uchiha want in? Loser pays for everyone's ramen for a week. Shizuke, pauses, then sits down, fine. A montage of Naruto turning tomato red, Sakura facepalming harder, and Yato casually adding extra chili flakes while maintaining eye contact with Shizuke, who sweats but refuses to yield. Tuki and Ayam watch in amusement. Ayam, whispering, should we stop them? Asterisk. Tuki, chuckling, nah. This is the most entertainment we've had since Kakashi tried to eat with his mask on. Naruto passed out over his bowl, Shizuke glaring at his empty dish like it betrayed him, and Yato smugly holding up a clean bowl only for Kushina to suddenly appear and flick his forehead. Kushina, Yato? You were supposed to be home an hour ago. Yato, rubbing his head, worth it. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters, chapter 44, chapter 44. Tear down the old, build the new. Nightfall. Those bastards from the Hidden Grass Village. Just for the sake of pointless war, they'd torture their own ninja to this extent. Naruto's furious voice echoed through Yato's small house. That's terrifying. Sakura took a deep breath, her expression shaken. I had no idea such horrible things were happening in other villages. It's not just other villages, Ino sighed, patting her best friend's shoulder. We've had our share of darkness in Konoha too. As she spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Shizuke, who was leaning against the corner wall. I shared this story as part of today's lesson, Yato said calmly, adjusting his black-framed glasses as he sat at the long table. So, how do you all think we can prevent something like this from happening? Punch the bad guys until they're too scared to try it again. Naruto declared, slamming his fist on the table. Make them swear they'll never do it. Oaths won't mean much, will they? Sakura frowned. What's stopping them from just continuing once you're gone? We should relocate the mother and her daughter somewhere safe, Ino mused. Hide their identities so no one can target them. Humph. A temporary fix, Sasuke scoffed, his voice icy. It doesn't solve the real problem. Got a better idea, Sasuke? Sakura asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Kill every last ninja in the hidden grass village except the mother and daughter, Sasuke said flatly, his gaze sharp. Kill them all. Sakura's face stiffened. Isn't that a little extreme? A festering wound needs a harsh remedy. A village that treats lives as healing potions is beyond saving, Sasuke replied coldly. Leaving them alive just means more victims. I don't agree with that. Naruto shot up from his seat. If you just slaughter people like that, what's the difference between you and those grass village scumbags? The difference is that I'm on the side of justice, Sasuke said coolly. Bullshit? That's not justice. Naruto fired back. You guys. Hinata, seated to the side, flinched at the rising tension. Her first instinct wasn't to retreat but to mediate, though her voice was too soft to be heard over the argument. Why don't we hear Yato-sensei's take? Shikamaru cut in, defusing the standoff. If he posed the question, he must have an answer in mind, right? His gaze fixed on the bespectacled boy. Shikamaru was more certain than ever his friend was scheming something big. And worse, he seemed determined to drag their classmates into it. The thought left Shikamaru conflicted. Should he follow, or bail before things got messy? For now, he had no answer. So he pried further, hoping Yato's words would help him decide. As soon as Shikamaru spoke, the room fell silent, all eyes turning to Yato in anticipation. Sorry to disappoint, but there's no correct answer here, Yato said with a light chuckle. Different values lead to different solutions. In other words, all your answers could be considered valid. All of them. The group exchanged puzzled looks. Valid, but not your ideal solution, right? Shikamaru pressed, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Sensei, what's your answer? Tear down the old system of the hidden grass village and build a new one in its place, Yato said, smiling calmly. The two must happen together. One without the other is meaningless. Destroy the old, build the new. The group murmured, turning the words over in their minds. Shikamaru grasped the implication instantly. He let out a slow breath, his eyes shadowed. The path you're choosing, it'll be paved with corpses. Is it worth it? Death isn't what's frightening, it's not knowing why you died, Yato replied, his glasses glinting as if reflecting some inner fire. You understand that, don't you, Shikamaru? Shikamaru fell silent, his face conflicted. That's all for today, everyone, Yato said warmly. I've prepared some reading material that might help clarify things. The material was actually excerpts from Yato's self-authored textbooks on the Land of Waves, covering everything from the structure of the shinobi world to the origins of ninja and the true nature of daimyo and nobles. The group collected their books and filed out all except Sasuke, who lingered, his gaze intense. What you said earlier, it wasn't just about the hidden grass, was it? Though not as sharp as Shikamaru, the Uchiha was no fool. After a moment's thought, he'd caught the deeper meaning. Correct. Outdated systems plague the entire shinobi world, Yato said plainly. The hidden grass isn't unique. So you're planning to fight the whole world? Sasuke asked quietly. Wrong again, Sasuke, Yato said, his smile unwavering. The oppressors clinging to the old ways don't represent the world. They just disguise their greed as the world's will while trampling on the weak. Sasuke said nothing, lost in thought. By the way, there's someone here who's been eager to meet you, Yato said, walking to a cabinet and pressing a hidden panel on the wall. Click. A dark passageway opened in the floor, leaving Sasuke stunned. What is? Go on. She's waiting. Gulp. Sasuke swallowed hard, his mind reeling. All this time, and I never realized how much he was hiding. A secret base under his house? The Hokage would never allow this had they really not noticed. And who was this someone who wanted to see him? Curiosity warred with unease. I've stumbled onto his secrets. Will he silence me? Is this a trap? Whatever. Sasuke took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs. Backing down now would be pathetic. For the pride of the Uchiha, he'd face whatever awaited him head held high. To his surprise, the underground chamber wasn't the grim dungeon he'd imagined. It was bright as daylight. The hallway led past rooms filled with futuristic research equipment before ending at a vast platform supported by towering pillars. There, standing with her back to him, was a painfully familiar figure. Long black hair, an elegant dark gown. She turned slowly, her smile gentle. Long time no see, Sasuke. Mom. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@atreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. When a white Zetsu discovered class consciousness. Looks like Mikoto got her wish after all. Watching the heartwarming interaction between the Uchiha mother and son from a distance, Kushina sighed softly. If you wanted to, you could too. Yato paused his writing and glanced at her. Nah, forget it. That knucklehead of mine still hasn't figured things out yet. Kushina shook her head helplessly. Reuniting wouldn't mean much right now, and honestly, I'm afraid he'd send my blood pressure skyrocketing. That wasn't entirely impossible. Given Naruto's unpredictable personality, there was a high chance that what should have been a tender mother-son reunion would veer off into uncharted territory. But Yato suspected that wasn't the real reason. The truth was, this red-haired mother still carried guilt, a weight she couldn't shake off. Even though Naruto's hardships as a child weren't her fault, but rather the deliberate machinations of Konoha's higher ups, Kushina still felt responsible. As a mother, she couldn't give her son a happy childhood, and that ate at her. Yato didn't offer empty comfort or platitudes. He simply picked up his brush and returned to his paperwork. Some wounds couldn't be soothed by others, she'd have to come to terms with it herself. Tap. Just as Yato was scribbling away, a pale, delicate foot plopped onto his elbow. He blinked, then slowly turned his gaze toward the foot's owner. The red-haired woman, however, acted as if nothing had happened, turning her face away to avoid eye contact. Yato raised an eyebrow, grabbed her ankle, and moved her foot onto the nearby table. But before he could resume working, the foot was back on his arm. Big sis, what do you want? Yato asked, exasperated. Kushina ignored him, even picking up a book to read as if she hadn't heard a thing. A dark aura practically radiated from Yato as he poked Kushina's soul with a finger. Her toes curled adorably, but the foot remained stubbornly in place. Oh, so we're playing hardball, huh? Lady, you have no idea what kind of freak you're dealing with. A wicked thought crossed Yato's mind. He leaned in, pretending he was about to take a bite of that ice cream. Hey, that guy's back again, Kushina suddenly said, lowering her book and pointing at the surveillance screen. On the monitor, a suspicious white figure crept into Yato's cabin, eyes darting around. Seeing no one, its face lit up with glee before it tiptoed into the bathroom. A few seconds later, it emerged, looking utterly dejected. What the hell is wrong with this white Zetsu? Kushina frowned, baffled. Why does it look so disappointed every time it comes out of your bathroom? What's it even looking for in there? Yep. The sneaky intruder was indeed a white Zetsu. Yato had noticed it lurking around Danzo a while back but chose not to expose or capture it. Instead, he'd been monitoring its movements. Lately, though, this particular Zetsu had shifted its focus to Yato himself, making frequent visits to his cabin, especially the bathroom, which had become its daily pilgrimage site. The whole routine had Kushina completely stumped. Maybe it's looking for poop, Yato said solemnly. Huh. You remember how it's always going on about poop in front of Obito and Madara, right? That much was true, but Kushina still couldn't wrap her head around the idea of breaking into someone's bathroom just to hunt for feces. That was way beyond her comprehension. Interesting. It seems pretty invested in my books too, Yato mused. On the screen, the Zetsu's disappointment didn't last long. Soon, it perked up again, drawn to a particular book on the shelf. Without hesitation, it grabbed the book, plopped into a chair, and started reading intently. Let's go ask for its review, Yato said, patting Kushina's smooth foot before standing up. Inside the house, the white Zetsu clone was completely absorbed in the book's profound wisdom, utterly oblivious to the two people now standing behind it. Asterisk man is not an abstract, isolated individual, but the sum total of his social relations. Asterisk. Asterisk by reversing this logic, even certain non-human species, as long as they possess human consciousness, thought, and emotion, can be considered human. They are entitled to human rights and are likewise subjects in need of liberation. Asterisk. Asterisk they should not be enslaved by oppressors and reduced to mere tools. Asterisk. Reading that last line, the Zetsu clone suddenly felt the urge to cry. The haze of its past existence lifted in an instant. Yes, it was a human, a being with rights. And yet, Obito and the main Zetsu body had exploited it relentlessly, forcing it to scurry around gathering intel every day, even restricting its poop observation time. Before, this Zetsu clone had never questioned its life's purpose. But now, it just wanted to march up to Obito and its main body and scream, "No, screw you, I quit." Why didn't I realize this sooner? The Zetsu clone whispered, wiping away non-existent tears. A hand reached over its shoulder, offering a tissue. Thanks, the Zetsu said, taking it before freezing mid-motion. Its head turned stiffly, like a rusted gear, until its eyes locked onto the bespectacled young man behind it. Instinctively, it tried to burrow into the ground and flee. Bzzzt. An overwhelming pressure instantly pinned it in place. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zetsu. From the Zetsu's perspective, the boy's glasses gleamed ominously in the dark, as if he was the darkness itself. I'm curious, Yato said mildly. Do you have a name? Z007, the Zetsu stammered, every cell in its body trembling. This level of terror surpassed even what it had felt serving Madara. I am the seventh clone spawned from the main body. Ah, White Zetsu 007, then. Yato nodded. Tell me, would you be willing to join us in liberating your brethren? The pressure vanished. The Zetsu's face lit up. Ah, really? I can. Of course, Yato said warmly. We welcome all like-minded comrades. Boss. 007's expression was pure euphoria before it suddenly added, see, can I watch you poop every day? Yato's smile vanished. His eye twitched. Ha 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 ha. Now the grin had transferred to Kushina, who was cackling like a maniac. Say yes? Come on, as a leader, how can you deny such a simple request from your own comrade? Comrade 007, there's a mission I need you to handle. Yato swiftly deployed the distraction maneuver. Fortunately, Zetsu-007 was highly motivated. Eager to prove itself, it immediately vowed to complete the task and vanished into the ground, overjoyed. Not long after, the underground passage reopened. You bastard! Sasuke emerged, his face darker than a thundercloud. He looked like he wanted to strangle Yato, but after a tense moment, he just gritted his teeth and spat out. Take care of my mother from now on. Then he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Yato stood there, utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at Atreon.com/raven_scroll. 30 plus advanced chapter 46, chapter 46. Itake's dilemma, the assassin who joined Akatsuki. So, what exactly did you tell your son? In the underground research lab, Kushina eyed her best friend dressed in a sleek black chiffon dress with curiosity. You made him so angry I thought he was about to strangle that little rascal to death. I just told him the truth. Mikoto blinked innocently, her gaze drifting to the side. I didn't expect little Sasuke to react so strongly. How strange. Oh, the truth, huh? Kushina narrowed her eyes, immediately picking up on her friend's unnatural expression. Mrs. Mikoto, has anyone ever told you you're being a total green tea right now? The term green tea was something she'd picked up from Yato and it fit this woman perfectly. Huh? Me? Mikoto tapped her lower lip and tilted her head. Am I? Kushina let out a cold laugh. If you jumped into the Naka River for a bath right now, the entire village of Konoha could enjoy some premium iron goddess tea. Mikoto couldn't hold back a giggle, covering her mouth. You've really been corrupted by that little rascal of yours. Don't change the subject. What did you actually say? Kushina grabbed her shoulders, eyes burning with sincerity. We're best friends, right? You're seriously keeping secrets from me. I did tell him the truth from the Edo Tensei to being kept in the Soul Pearl. Mikoto's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice. But Sasuke might have misunderstood something during my explanation. Misunderstood. He thought Yato and I had already. Hiss. Kushina sucked in a sharp breath, eyes widening. How the hell did you explain things for him to misunderstand that badly? And at that little rascal's age, there's no way he could even wait. Did you deliberately phrase things to make Sasuke suspicious? She stared hard at her best friend, brows furrowing. Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? Mikoto puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation. You didn't. Kushina paused, then deadpanned, but the way you're acting right now is making my suspicion levels skyrocket. And no, really. Then why won't you look me in the eye? Oh, I see. So this is the newlyweds meeting the son, huh? What? Don't be ridiculous, Kushina. Mikoto's expression twitched uncomfortably. Ridiculous. Kushina bared her teeth in a grin. Some people act all refined and proper on the surface, but behind closed doors. Wow. And here I am, dead, getting backstabbed by my own best friend? I was here first, you know. Kushina. Realizing her friend might actually be upset, Mikoto opened her mouth to apologize only for Kushina to abruptly switch gears. So, how are you gonna make it up to me? Huh? You stabbed me right in the heart. Don't I deserve compensation? Mikoto suddenly realized she'd walked straight into a trap. Her sweet, fiery best friend had learned how to scheme. But with no way out, she could only sigh. Fine. What do you want? The next morning. Time to wake up, young Master Yato. Still half asleep, Yato was roused by a soft, feminine voice. When he opened his eyes, he found Uchiha Mikoto dressed in a maid outfit straddling him, her face beet red. Hands braced against his chest, she stammered. Would you like to bathe first, or eat me? Hiss. The sight nearly launched Yato off the bed. Staring blankly, he croaked, Mikoto, what is this? Why, young master, you must answer first. Mikoto seemed to be fighting for her life against embarrassment, her head practically steaming. Then, I'll bathe first. Sensing something very off, Yato chose the safer option. Phew. Mikoto exhaled in relief then vanished into Yato's body in a flash of light. Before Yato could process this, Kushina's raucous laughter echoed in his mind. Ha 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 ha, Mikoto, you nailed it. That maid outfit I made with spirit particles suits you perfectly. Shut up. I've fulfilled your compensation. Mikoto's voice was a mix of fury and humiliation. What compensation? Yato tried to join the conversation. Adult matters? Kids shouldn't ask. Kushina shut him down instantly. TCH. Yato rolled his eyes, got dressed, and headed to wash up. You're meeting your eldest son today. Kushina's teasing voice piped up again from the Soul Pearl. How about a historical reenactment? I said shut it. Mikoto sounded ready to combust. Yato could vividly imagine her now, a flustered, red-faced gentlewoman, absolute peak scenery. Meanwhile, outside the Akatsuki hideout in a megakure. Danzo wants me dead. Uchiha Itachi sporting a scratched-out Konoha headband and the Akatsuki's black and red cloak frowned at the masked man before him. Not just you. He's also targeting your little brother. The masked man stood on the steps nearby, tone indifferent. The one assigned to the job is his new subordinate, a remarkable young man. A cold glint flashed in Itachi's eyes. Sasuke was his one unshakable line. But he didn't let anger cloud his judgment. Calmly, he replied, I don't see Danzo's motive for killing me. Still, I appreciate the warning. He turned to leave. You've already received Danzo's message, haven't you? The masked man didn't stop him, casually adding, the contact's name is Heya Shii Yato, the assassin he's sending after you. Itake froze. He had gotten Danzo's missive, which mentioned someone would meet him in a megacure. So, the old bastard really was trying to kill him? Itake wasn't worried about himself. He could handle some lone assassin. But if Danzo dared lay a finger on Suzuki, Itake would drag him to hell personally. Of course, this all hinged on the masked man's words being true. Itake deeply distrusted this shady figure in his mind. This guy was more dangerous than Danzo. Their current cooperation was just a temporary facade. Still, the situation was murky. No matter. Once he met this contact, everything would become clear. Rustle. A flurry of white paper descended from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Konan, clad in the same Akatsuki cloak, materialized. Her pale golden eyes swept over the two men as she stated flatly. Pain has called an emergency meeting. You're both required at headquarters. Emergency meeting. The masked man sounded puzzled. A new member has joined the Akatsuki. Another one. Now both men were thrown. They just recruited Orochimaru 2 days ago. Another already? Pain personally issued the invitation, Konan clarified. Oh. The masked man's crimson right eye narrowed. Who could possibly interest our leader that much? His name is Hayashi Yato. Konan didn't mince words. Hayashi Yato. Itake's frown deepened. Why did that sound familiar? Wait. His gaze snapped toward the masked man. Wasn't that exactly who he just named as Danzo's subordinate? How was he now being recruited by Pain? The masked man was equally baffled. What the hell? A root agent joining the Akatsuki? Since when did Nagato have the audacity to poach Danzo's men? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll. 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Scorch release, the system's dubious gift. Something's off. The masked man pondered for a moment, feeling like this whole situation was a little too fantastical. Hayashi Yato was a member of Konoha's root, a trusted subordinate of Danzo. How the hell had Nagato managed to get in touch with him? Was there some kind of conspiracy here? Had Danzo set his sights on the Akatsuki? His gaze shifted to Konan across from him, and he spoke in a low voice. According to my intel, this new member's identity seems unusual. How exactly did Pain come to know him? In the land of waves, Konan replied, seemingly unsurprised by his suspicion. We took on a mission there recently and crossed paths with Hayashi Yato. This was only half true technically. She was the one who had accepted the mission. The land of waves. The masked man's eyes narrowed. I know what you're worried about. Hayashi Yato is not Danzo's man, Konan said flatly, her expression unreadable. In fact, he and Danzo have irreconcilable differences. Oh, his teacher at the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nono, was killed by Danzo. Ah, the masked man nodded in understanding. A young man, seeking vengeance for his slain teacher, infiltrates his enemy's ranks, only to be recognized for his potential by Pain during a mission. The logic did hold up. Still, something about it nagged at him. Frowning, he pressed, but what exactly are his abilities? What made Pain take notice of him? Pain has decided to let him demonstrate that during the meeting, Konan replied coolly, her eyes downcast. You'll both see for yourselves then. Fine. The Akatsuki isn't some ragtag group that just lets any stray dog in, the masked man said dismissively. Madara. Konan's pale golden eyes suddenly locked onto him, sharp as blades. Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki. It's not your place to dictate who joins. She had never liked this masked man, not from the start. And now, after learning the truth of this world from Yato, her distaste had solidified into outright loathing. This guy was a complete piece of work. Just to push Nagato into darkness, he had callously orchestrated the deaths of her former comrades Yugo, Daibutsu, all of them, slaughtered because of him? If not for the fact that she was playing along with her little brother's plan, she might have already treated him to a divine might can't hide tears special right then and there. The masked man was visibly taken aback by her sharp retort. What's her deal today? Did she wake up and choose violence? He was speaking from the Akatsuki's standpoint. Nothing he said was out of line, right? This was frustrating. But for the sake of the greater plan, the masked man swallowed his pride and let it go. Following Konan into the Akatsuki's hideout, the dimly lit chamber was already filled with all the members, Pain included. The masked man, draped in his black cloak, took his usual spot in the corner. The others barely spared him a glance. By now, everyone in the Akatsuki knew about this mysterious figure, never paired with anyone, never spoke during meetings. He just popped in occasionally to remind everyone he existed. Compared to the faceless enigma, the white-clad boy standing in the center was far more intriguing. Oh, so this is the new recruit. Orochimaru was the first to speak, his long hair swaying as he smirked. He looks like he hasn't even graduated from the academy yet. I actually am still a Konoha Academy student, Orochimaru-senpai, Yato replied, smiling politely. Orochimaru's brows lifted in surprise. A Konoha Academy student, who also recognizes me. Indeed, Yato nodded. I also happen to be a root operative under Danzo-sama. I'm familiar with some of your illustrious achievements. I see. To be noticed by Danzo at such a young age. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, his grin turning predatory. You must have something special about you. A root operative. Kakuzu, standing to Orochimaru's left, cut in flatly. I'd like to know why a loyal hound raised by Danzo would want to join us. This brat isn't a Konoha spy, is he? Sasori's voice was icy. Only the mediocre allow themselves to be leashed, Yato countered smoothly, unfazed. Those with independent thought don't breed foolish loyalty. Huh? This kid's got a mouth on him, Juzo chuckled, finding himself somewhat agreeing with the sentiment. Why had he defected from Kirigakuer? Because he couldn't stand the fourth Mizukage's idiotic policies nor the sycophants who blindly followed them? Seems you're quite confident in your abilities, Kakuzu remarked, his gaze cold. Confidence isn't proven with words, Yato said, meeting his stare. Senpai, would you care to test it yourself? Silence. The entire hideout froze. This rookie was openly challenging Kakuzu? The other Akatsuki members exchanged glances, some curious, some amused, some outright baffled. Interesting. The youth these days truly know no fear, Kakuzu's emerald eyes bore into the boy as he stepped forward. Your head might not fetch much bounty, but your heart. I'll be taking that. Whoosh. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Kakuzu shot forward like an arrow, fist swinging down with a vicious crack of air. Bam! A burst of mist erupted where Yato had stood. Huh. The masked man and Atake both activated their Sharingan only to find that a normal 3-tomo couldn't pierce the fog. It wasn't until their Mangekyo spun to life that they finally saw what was happening. Yato's blade rested against Kakuzu's throat, his smile still perfectly polite. My win, senpai. TCH. Kakuzu, of course, wasn't having it. Getting his head cut off wouldn't kill him anyway. He was just about to unleash his real power and show this brat what true strength looked like when. That's enough. Pain's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Kakuzu, return to your position. Kakuzu froze, staring at Pain in disbelief. Bro, are you serious right now? Must I repeat myself? Pain's gaze was unwavering. Kakuzu sucked in a sharp breath, then with the world's most aggrieved expression stalked back to his spot. He felt like a man midway through private time only to have his equipment abruptly confiscated. The sheer injustice of it all was unbearable. Quite the impressive genjutsu, Orochimaru mused, smirking at Kakuzu's suffering. Almost like Kirigakuer's hiding in mist technique. Mirage of the blossoming moon. A genjutsu of my own creation, Yato said, flipping his blade with a casual flick of his wrist. A faint blue shimmer rippled through the air, his Shikai activating. Yet not a single person noticed. Not even the masked man or Atake, despite their Mangekyo still being active. A self-made genjutsu. Orochimaru's smirk faltered slightly. A true prodigy, no wonder Pain took an interest. Actually, I've also dabbled in forbidden techniques, Yato added. Oh, such as? Orochimaru's interest was instantly piqued. Choose. 1. Granny's big iron hammer. 2. Monkey in a sack. 3. Barrel of laxatives. Goddammit. Yato's eye twitched imperceptibly as he forced out, Granny's big iron hammer. Dead silence. Congratulations? You have acquired the Scorch Release Kekii Genkai. Oh, fantastic. Now I get a bloodline limit for free? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with Power Stones, guys. For every 10 Power Stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at Atreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. Granny's Iron Hammer and the Art of Psychological Warfare. Pfft, bahahahaha. Inside the Spirit Pearl, Kushina doubled over with laughter. Genius? You're an absolute genius. Granny's Big Iron Hammer. How the hell did you come up with that? Is that really a forbidden technique? Like hell it is, came Yato's exasperated reply. So it really was a curse after all. Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle, though she wasn't as openly boisterous as her best friend. Man, curses can be hilarious sometimes. Kushina grinned ear to ear. Just when you least expect it, they pull out some next-level absurdity that blindsides you. Please, stop. I'm suffering here. Yato took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his usual gentle and scholarly demeanor. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's smile had completely vanished. His golden serpentine eyes turned icy as they locked onto the young man in the arena. That forbidden technique you mentioned, would you care to demonstrate it for me, Yato-kun? Apologies, but that was actually just an insult, Yato admitted bluntly, not even bothering to sugarcoat it. The Akatsuki hideout plunged into an eerie silence once more, all eyes shifting to Orochimaru, whose face had darkened to the shade of a thundercloud. This legendary Sunin, this rogue ninja of Konoha, now found himself simmering with murderous intent. Never in his life had anyone dared to mock or insult him so brazenly to his face. This brat had just set a precedent, one that painted a very clear picture of just how furious Orochimaru was at this moment. Yato, know your limits when joking around, Konan suddenly interjected, her tone cool. On the surface, it sounded like a reprimand. But anyone with half a brain could tell she was drawing a line in the sand. This was just a harmless joke. Surely you, as the senior here, aren't so petty that you can't take it, right? Yes, my apologies, Yato replied humbly, bowing his head. Heh. Orochimaru let out a cold, mirthless laugh, but ultimately reined in his killing intent. Something was off. Both the masked man and Itaka sensed something unusual about this entire exchange. Konan rarely involved herself in the conflicts between Akatsuki members, yet today, she'd gone out of her way to shield this kid. The favoritism was glaring. Itaka merely found the situation odd, but the masked man, who knew the history of Akatsuki inside out, felt like he was witnessing something downright supernatural. What the hell? Yeah, no joke, this kid was weird. Not only had he inexplicably popped up on their radar, but both Nagato and Konan were treating him with blatant preferential treatment. Why? Logically speaking, after Yahiko's death, those two should have completely walled off their hearts, caring only for their goals and their mission. So what was going on today? First, Nagato forced Kakuzo to stand down, and now Konan was stepping in to protect the kid? If someone walked in now, they'd probably think this brat was the real leader of Akatsuki. Just what's the deal here? The masked man fell deep into thought. Orochimaru-senpai. Yato's voice cut through the silence again, his gaze fixed on the cold-faced Sunin. I was wondering, how much expertise do you have in the Edo Tensei? Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply, his brow furrowing. How interesting. You know of the Edo Tensei. The mention of this forbidden technique immediately diverted his attention, pushing aside his earlier grudge. Oh, it's more than just knowing, Orochimaru-senpai, Yato said with a gentle smile. How surprising, Orochimaru replied, his voice dripping with sinister amusement. I was under the impression that I was the only one left who'd inherited that technique. What the hell is Edo Tensei? Juzo muttered, completely lost. I've only heard rumors, Kakuzu supplied, his tone indifferent. They say it's a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senjo. It summons and controls the souls of the dead, forcing them to fight for the caster. Summoning the dead. Juzo sucked in a sharp breath. Pain's voice cut in, cold and detached. Those resurrected by Edo Tensei possess infinite chakra and are effectively immortal. So long as the caster has enough materials, they could theoretically summon an unstoppable army of the undead to sweep across the shinobi world. The masked man finally understood why Nagato and Konan valued this kid so much. It was all about Edo Tensei. If Akatsuki could secure Yato as their caster, their combat strength would multiply exponentially. Damn it. Why hadn't White Zetsu uncovered this kid's ridiculously overpowered skill sooner? Had he known, he would have snatched Yato up immediately. Hell, he could have even accelerated the Eye of the Moon plan. But it wasn't too late. If he offered the right incentives, he might still be able to lure the kid to his side. The masked man's mind raced as he plotted his approach. Leader Pain summarized it perfectly, Yato said, addressing the entire Akatsuki assembly. And it's exactly why I've been entertaining a unique idea. He paused, then dropped the bomb. I plan to assemble an army composed entirely of Konoha's greatest heroes. An army of Konoha heroes. Juzo frowned. Indeed. Yato's smile was serene. For example, the White Fang of Konoha, Shisui of the Body Flicker, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Silence. Hearing these legendary names, the Akatsuki members exchanged uneasy glances. Imagine forcing these heroes to attack the very village they once gave their lives to protect. Yato adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing white, obscuring his eyes. Now that would be a sight to behold. A chill ran down the spines of every Akatsuki member present. Some even looked at him with something akin to fear. This kid. He's a goddamn demon. Sure, they were all hardened criminals, terrorists who'd burned villages and slaughtered without remorse. But even they had never considered desecrating the dead and trampling on their honor and legacy. This was something even demons wouldn't do. The only one who regarded Yato with approval was the masked man, who now saw the boy as the perfect potential ally. Unbound by rules, unshackled by morality, if the two of them joined forces, it'd be an unstoppable partnership. Damn it, why? He'd been annoyed earlier, wondering why Nagato and Konan favored Yato so much. Now, he was just pissed at Nagato for stumbling onto such a gem. Lucky bastard. But no matter. The masked man was confident that with the right persuasion, he could win Yato over. Beneath his mask, his lips curled into a smirk. From his elevated seat, Pain remained expressionless as he gazed down at Yato. An intriguing plan. Have you begun preparations? I intend to start with the easier targets first, Yato replied solemnly. Practice on the lesser-known heroes before moving up. It seems you already have someone in mind, Orochimaru mused. Care to share who? Her name, Yato said without hesitation, is Rin Nohara. The masked man's smirk vanished instantly. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. P at patreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 49, Chapter 49. Orochimaru's fatal mistake. Damn brat. In the dimly lit secret cavern, the masked man who had just returned from an Akatsuki meeting flipped the table in front of him, sending various tools and decorations scattering across the floor. How could there be such a vile, twisted little bastard in the shinobi world who dares to toy with the dead like this? Buddy, aren't you one to talk? You didn't hesitate to murder your own teacher who cared for you and his wife. If we're ranking levels of scumbaggery, you might actually be worse than him. Black Zetsu internally roasted him but, on the surface, still patiently comforted. Calm down, Obito. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? The masked man Uchiha Obito seethed with rage, clenching his fists. That immoral little monster is planning to turn Rin into a war machine? How do you expect me to stay calm? Immoral. Black Zetsu almost laughed out loud at that. Oh, the irony, a certified scumbag like you suddenly cares about morality now. But it held back, suppressing its amusement with great effort. Maybe the kid was just giving an example. What purpose would summoning Rin even serve? She wasn't exactly a powerhouse, just a medic nin with barely any combat skills. It trailed off mid-sentence. Obito's blood-red right eye locked onto it, radiating icy killing intent. Go on. Keep talking. Ah, good. You've finally calmed down. Black Zetsu quickly backpedaled, trying to shift the topic. No response. Obito just kept staring at it with that single, unblinking eye. My bad. Didn't mean to cross the line, Black Zetsu sighed, surrendering for the sake of the grand plan. So, what are you gonna do? I'll kill that little bastard. Obito's voice was frigid. I wouldn't recommend that. Black Zetsu shook its head, lowering its voice. That kid's Nagato and Konan's favorite right now. If you move against him, they'll notice. It'll ruin our plans, way more trouble than it's worth. Got a better idea. Obito's fury hadn't subsided, but at least a sliver of rationality had returned. If you're worried about Rin's body being used as a weapon, why not just steal her remains from Konoha yourself? Black Zetsu suggested, its voice raspy. That'd solve the problem permanently. Rin's remains. Obito hesitated beneath his mask. Black Zetsu's suggestion was solid, but for Obito, actually doing it was another matter. Nohara Rin was his white moonlight, his moral mirror. As long as he avoided that mirror, he could commit all kinds of atrocities without remorse. But the moment he had to face it, he crumbled weak, indecisive, and paralyzed by guilt. Black Zetsu could practically see the conflict in his pawn's mind and couldn't help but think, this guy is hopeless. The second Rin was involved, Obito turned into a hesitant, impulsive mess. Compared to that white-robed kid they'd met earlier, now that was a natural-born villain, outwardly gentle and composed, but inwardly free of all moral shackles. Too bad. Bloodline determined one's limits in this world. No sharing on, just another pawn destined to be crushed underfoot in its grand scheme. Suppressing another sigh, Black Zetsu played the role of advisor once more. If you don't want to do it yourself, just send a white Zetsu. Obito's eye lit up. Good. Make it happen. And not a single speck of Rin's remains can be left behind. With that, he turned and stalked deeper into the cavern. You heard him. Not a speck, White Zetsu's main body said flatly. Got it. A White Zetsu clone emerged from the ground, its neck subtly marked with the characters 007. But of course, neither Black Zetsu, White Zetsu's main body, nor Obito paid any attention to a mere tool like this clone. Meanwhile, in the woods outside a Megakure, you really provoked Obito back there. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Konan asked her little brother, her expression uneasy. I'd love for him to try, Yato smirked, his voice light. That'd just make things more fun. Is your Mirage of the Blossoming Moon, Kyoka Suijutsu, really that powerful? Konan still wasn't convinced. Her impression of Yato was still stuck back in the Land of Waves era, decent for his age, sure, but on par with guys like Sabuza or Reiga at best. Against a Mangekyo-wielding wild card like Obito, she wasn't so sure. Even after Yato had explained his Kyoka Suijutsu, Mirage of the Blossoming Moon, a Hax-level ability, Konan's doubts lingered. Frankly, it sounded too absurd. So absurd that even after she and Nagato had helped Yato hypnotize the entire Akatsuki, she still couldn't fully believe it existed. Words alone aren't enough to convince you, huh? Yato chuckled softly before glancing toward a nearby bush. Well, lucky for you, here comes a live demonstration. Konan followed his gaze, and there, emerging from the shadows, stood a tall, slender figure with long, flowing hair and piercing golden eyes. Clad in the same black and red Akatsuki cloak as her, the man's gaunt face twisted into a predatory smirk as he locked onto Yato. It was Orochimaru. Right on time, Orochimaru-senpai, Yato greeted with a smile. You've got guts, Yato-kun, Orochimaru sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Daring to meet me alone, without Pain or Konan as bodyguards. Did you really think I wouldn't kill you? A crushing wave of killing intent erupted, sending birds fleeing from the trees in panic. Konan stood frozen, staring as Orochimaru completely ignored her like she was invisible. With your strength, killing someone like me would be child's play, Yato replied, still smiling as if death wasn't looming over him. But I imagine you'd be far more interested in this. He raised a test tube filled with a milky white substance. That's. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Lord Danzo hopes to collaborate with you again. As a token of sincerity, Yato rolled the tube between his fingers. This is his latest research. So you are Danzo's man after all. Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning. What do you think Pain and Konan would do if they found out? Getting his hands on Danzo's newest research? This kid had to be one of the old Warhawk's most trusted agents. What a terrifying little schemer. Are you going to report me, Orochimaru-senpai? Yato asked, unfazed. If Danzo's offer is genuine, I might just let it slide. Orochimaru chuckled before his expression darkened. But it's a shame he sent you to me. I'm not following. Yato tilted his head, feigning confusion. Oh, you're far from just some nobody, Yato-kun. Orochimaru's grin turned manic as he lunged forward. Given time, you'd surpass even me. But I hate people who resemble me. His hand clamped around Yato's throat, lifting him off the ground. Ah, so you do dislike me? Yato's voice suddenly echoed from behind Orochimaru. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop 1 bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. p@atreon.com/raven_scroll, 30 plus advanced chapters. Chapter 50, Chapter 50. Itake's descent into madness. What? Orochimaru's face twisted in shock as he jerked his head to the side. There, beneath the tree branches, stood a bespectacled boy bathed in sunlight, his glasses glinting with an orange-red glare. Then he glanced back at the person he was clutching by the throat, a figure clad in the Akatsuki's signature cloak, cold crimson eyes boring into him. Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? Uchiha Itake. Orochimaru's brain short-circuit. How the hell did this happen? He had sworn he was holding that white-clad brat, so how had he suddenly pulled off a magic switcheroo? To be fair, Itake was just as confused. He had come to confront Hayashi Yato about whether Danzo truly intended to move against his little brother. But the moment he materialized, Orochimaru had lunged at him like a rabid weasel. Normally, Itake could have dodged in his sleep. Yet, in that split second, some bizarre force had locked his body in place. Next thing he knew, Orochimaru had him by the throat, dangling him midair while muttering something about hating people who resemble him. Itake was baffled. How the hell do I resemble you? Just because we're both missing Nin from Konoha? Ha, he. Orochimaru's gaze slid toward Yato behind him, a grin stretching across his face. You've become far more interesting, Yato-kun. He'd been played. Both of them had been played. This kid's abilities were nothing like what he'd led on, being able to cast this level of genjutsu without even a flicker of movement. Sharingan. Orochimaru needed the Sharingan. Only with those eyes could he avoid being humiliated like this again. As for why Itake, a Sharingan user himself, had also been fooled, clearly, he just wasn't skilled enough. But Orochimaru and the Sharingan? That would make him unstoppable. With that thought, Orochimaru's free hand shot toward Itake's eyes. Watching the approaching fingers, Itake's tomo spun lazily as he murmured, Genjutsu, shackling stakes. BZZT. The air warped. The world shifted. A blood-drenched realm unfolded before Orochimaru. The Itake he'd been holding now stood meters away, those crimson eyes staring down at him with icy detachment. What? Looking down, Orochimaru saw his body impaled by massive iron stakes, as if he were some sacrificial offering. Ah, so this was the true power of Uchiha Itake. Fantastic. The legendary Sunin, twice in one day, utterly outplayed by Genjutsu. Orochimaru's pride shattered. With a sickening rip, he tore himself free, leaving an arm behind before fleeing underground without so much as a parting insult. A splendid counter, Itake-san, Yato applauded. So this is the power of the Sharingan. Hayashi Yato, Itake's voice was frosty. Whose side are you on, Danzo's, or the Akatsuki's? Must I choose? Yato smiled warmly. Both are merely stepping stones toward my goal. Itake's eyes narrowed. He understood the implication and it shook him. This boy saw both Root and the Akatsuki as tools to be used and discarded. Wait. Had Yato lured him here on purpose? Orchestrated this clash with Orochimaru to weaken them both? Oh, caught me, did you? Yato sighed dramatically. I'd hoped Orochimaru might at least wound you enough to make my job easier. Ah well. Guess I'll have to start with an easier target. Danzo sent you to kill me. Itake's voice was lethally calm. The Uchiha remnants must be purged. His words, not mine. Yato shrugged. But killing you alone seems tricky. Maybe I'll begin with Uchiha Sasuke. Clang! Yato's blade met Itake's kunao in a shower of sparks. Angry, Itake-san. Yato's smile never wavered. I heard from Sasuke himself you slaughtered your clan to test your capacity. So what's one little brother in the grand scheme? Abandon this course. Itake's voice was deathly quiet. Or, I will end you here. Itake's tomo morphed into a sinister pinwheel. Amaterasu. Whoosh! Black flames erupted over Yato's body. Yet the boy only grinned. Huh. Before Itake could react, a blade pierced his shoulder from behind. TCH. You dodged. Yato flicked blood from his sword. Impressive reflexes, Itake-san. The burning Yato dissolved into smoke. What? Itake's mind raced. No genjutsu or substitution should have fooled Mangekyo Sharingan. You told me to spare Sasuke, yes. Yato tossed him a photo. Apologies, but that ship has sailed. Itake's hands trembled. Had Sasuke already? His eyes dropped to the image, and his brain blue-screened. There, in full gothic Lolita attire, twin tails, and all, sat Uchiha Sasuke glaring at the camera with unbridled fury and shame. Itake's soul left his body. Our time's up, Itake-san. Yato turned away. This was fun. Wait. Itake's voice cracked. What did you do to Sasuke? Just a friendly classmate bonding exercise, Yato waved. Let's go, Nei-chan. Konan nodded, casting a conflicted glance at Itake, who hadn't even noticed her presence. Now she understood why her little brother was so confident. If he could toy with a Mangekyo Sharingan user like this, what in this world could possibly threaten him? Hayashi Yato, stop. Itake's hands flew through seals. Fire style, dragon flame bomb. A roaring fire dragon surged toward Yato. The boy didn't even turn. Water style, water severing wave. Boom! A wall of spiraling water pillars erupted, swallowing the flames whole. Steam billowed. Attack is jaw dropped. No hand signs. No water source. Just a literal tsunami on demand. What? What kind of monster is this kid? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Show your support with power stones, guys. For every 10 power stones I'll drop one bonus chapter as thank you. Every 10 power stones equals one bonus chapter. P at atreon.com/raven_scroll, 30+ advanced chapters.